The Dewey boat flew in the void for dozens of days and had already left the Wandong realm. It was still some distance away from the Five Worlds. Wandong realm and the Five Worlds realm are both located in the eastern part of the Central realm, and the distance between them can be said to be quite close, but it still takes hundreds of days to fly. It's not that the Dewey boat is slow, but that the chaos is too great. Without a teleportation array and spacetime rifts, it would take a huge amount of time to travel at the speed of the Dewey boat. If the Dewey boat flew at full speed, it would take less than half an hour to cross the entire Five Worlds. The formation that originally provided Xiaoping with the Qi of Beginning of Heaven suddenly stopped, and the Qi of Beginning of Heaven no longer overflowed. Without the energy of Tianchu, Xiaoping opened his eyes, and there was obvious dissatisfaction in his eyes, just like a person who was woken up from a deep sleep and was in a bad mood. But when he saw Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi, his unhappiness disappeared in an instant. How could he not dare to be unhappy with these two great gods? Lin Moyu said calmly, 94-3, and said, "Your golden-winged Dapeng bloodline has awakened to 90% and cannot awaken any further. I'm afraid that guy will find you, and then you will die." Xiaoping stuck out his tongue, and the huge tongue swept through the air like a whip. "I understand. Thank you, Father." Lin Moyu said, "There will be a chance for you to restore your entire bloodline in the future. I have already thought of a way, but that method is not perfect yet, and I am still considering it." Xiaoping said, "I believe Father will find a way." Lin Moyu nodded. "Come out when you're recovered. The boat is too slow. Can you go faster?" Xiaoping came to reality in a flash and transformed into a golden rock. But he was not golden all over, only his wings were golden, and the rest of his body remained the same. Xiaoping turned into golden light and replaced the Dewey boat as it headed towards the Five Worlds realm. His speed was at least 100 times faster than that of the Dewey boat, and he pulled out a long golden line in the chaotic void. This speed is indeed fast. At the current speed, we can reach the Five Worlds in 10 days at most. Lin Moyu felt the changes in space caused by Xiaoping's rapid flight. He found that there was no change in space, no distortion or folding. Xiaoping was simply fast. There is an upper limit to the speed in chaos. If you want to exceed the upper limit of speed, you need to operate at the spatial level. The reason why those powerful and perfect beings can travel at an astonishing speed is because they have exerted an influence on space. Either they distorted the space or directly established a space channel, not because of how fast they were. Xiaoping is different. He has now reached the speed limit in the chaos. If he goes one step further, he will exceed this limit. Back then, the golden-winged Dapeng exceeded the speed limit. In today's terms, it was above the rules and was definitely a quasi-celestial being. Xiaoshu said, back then, the golden-winged Dapeng's speed was several times faster than it is now. Han Dunzi said, that guy just relied on his speed to stir up trouble everywhere, and ended up being surrounded and killed. Xiaoshu said, there's nothing we can do about it. It's just his nature. I hope Xiaoping won't be like that. Xiaoping listened to the conversation between the two and said in a voice transmission, I am very obedient. 10 days later, Lin Moyu arrived at the place where he placed the Five Worlds domain. The Five Worlds domain was shrouded in chaotic energy, and with the help of formations, it was difficult for those trapped there to spot him even if they passed by. But now, Lin Moyu saw someone nearby. There were people wandering not far from the Five Worlds region, and there was more than one of them, and they were obviously looking for something. From a distance, they looked like giant beasts. They did not transform into human form, but wandered in the chaos in their original form. In the central region, most races are accustomed to acting in human form, and there are not many races that maintain their original forms. This is a habit cultivated over countless years under human rule. So it's them. Lin Moyu saw the origins of these giant beasts. He had seen these giant beasts before when he was looking through the records of the Lingmiao realm. At that time, the practitioners in the Lingmiao realm used special methods to open up channels of time and space in order to control the world. Those worlds come from different realms. Later, they provoked a world that they shouldn't have provoked. The strong men from the realm belonging to that world took action and counterattacked the Ling Miao realm, and eventually destroyed the Ling Miao realm. Now, these beasts from some unknown realm have come again. Lin Moyu guessed that it was because the Ling Miao realm had entered chaos, so he was able to sense it. In the spiritual realm, there is still some trace of their presence, more or less. These guys are quite vindictive. Lin Moyu was a little amused and didn't know what to say. I don't know how many years have passed since the destruction of the Ling Miao realm, but the other party is still so vindictive. Is there a reason that I don't know about? But it doesn't matter. Since I'm here, I'll help Ling Miao realm to break this cause and effect. If the other party can find your way there, you can naturally find your way there too. These giant beasts that have reached the minor and major stages of the Chaos realm are nothing in his eyes. Xiaoping turned into a golden light and flew over. The giant beasts noticed Lin Moyu, and someone growled, "The sharp gold beast clan is doing business here. Those who have nothing to do with us should get out." Before he could finish his words, a golden light streaked through the void and pierced his head. There is no need to say anything more about what happened next. His body shattered and his soul was annihilated. A giant beast that had reached the minor stage of Chaos Realm fell. Lin Moyu's voice was icy. "Who dares to speak to me like that?" Lin Moyu's actions and words immediately caused the giant beasts to collectively go crazy. "Court death!" They roared in anger, and several Chaos Realm Great Perfection golden beasts rushed towards Lin Moyu. The main reason they acted this way was because Lin Moyu was only at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, and Xiaoping's aura was very strange. Because Lin Moyu used the Qi of Beginning of Heaven, Xiaoping's improvement was only in terms of combat power, not realm. Judging from his surface realm, Xiaoping is still only at the great accomplishment of the Chaos Realm. As long as Xiaoping doesn't unleash his own pressure, others will just think that Xiaoping is at the peak of the Chaos Realm. A guy who has reached the great success of the Chaos Realm, plus a human who has reached the minor success of the Chaos Realm, actually dared to directly kill the people of their sharp gold beast clan. They were simply courting death. The pointed golden beasts have strange appearances and are of various colors. The only thing they have in common is that they have a very sharp golden horn on their heads. That is why they are called sharp gold beasts. Lin Moyu didn't know about this 4.7 race and didn't bother to learn about it. He said to Xiaoping, "Kill them all. Don't hold back." Xiaoping was also eager to try at this moment. After awakening 90% of his bloodline, he didn't know how strong he had reached. Now is the perfect time to use them to test my own combat power. His speed suddenly increased, much faster than before, reaching the limit of the speed rules in Chaos. He turned into golden light and passed by the golden beasts before they could react. Half a breath after Xiaoping flew past, several golden beasts that had reached the peak of the Chaos Realm burst into golden light, their bodies shattered, and their souls annihilated. The moment Xiaoping passed by, he had already killed them, and they didn't even know how Xiaoping did it. Xiaoping flew away into the distance, and would not let go of those Chaos Realm minor success sharp golden beasts. Lin Moyu's order is to kill them all, leaving no one alive. In just 2 breaths, Xiaoping traveled thousands of miles and killed several Chaos Realm Great Success Sharp Gold Beasts and hundreds of Chaos Realm Small Success Sharp Gold Beasts. The whole process was extremely fast. Only golden lights flashed in the sky, and the battle was over. Even Lin Moyu could only vaguely see the trajectory of Xiaoping's actions. Xiaoping is like this, let alone the golden-winged Daping in his heyday. This speed is indeed a nightmare for many creatures, and even the formation cannot stop him. With a wave of his hand, the undead flames swept across the void, and all the dead golden beasts began to revive in the blazing flames. Lin Moyu ignored them, let the flames burn, and came to the 5 worlds domain. He waved his hand to dispel the chaotic energy, removed the formation he had set up, and revealed the 5 world domains. As the master of the 5 worlds, he has the power to dominate the 5 worlds. Master, Lin is back. The shadow of a soulless beast appeared outside the 5 worlds. The soulless beast was obviously very happy to see Lin Moyu again after many years. Lin Moyu's eyes swept across the Five Worlds domain, and he instantly took in the situation in the Five Worlds domain. The Five Worlds domain was very stable, and everything was normal inside. The cultivation of some eternal beings has improved, but the time is still short. Perhaps in the future they will have the opportunity to reach the Chaos Realm. After all, the situation is different now. He has become the Lord of Domain 04 and has brought the Five Worlds domain into chaos. Under the influence of the power of chaos, their opportunities have become bigger and more numerous. And next, the Five Worlds domain will go to a better place, where there is the chi of the beginning of heaven, and the domain will be cultivated to perfection. The people in the realm will see a significant improvement in both their cultivation and foundation. By then, strong people will emerge continuously in the Five Worlds, and there will be countless geniuses of all kinds. Of course, Lin Moyu will not be a pushover. He will put in place various restrictions. Anyone who has left the Five Worlds must obey his orders when necessary. Being a good person is one thing, being a fool is another. Lin Moyu said, "You have done well. Continue to manage the realm well. There will be other things for you to do in the future." The soulless beast immediately responded respectfully, "As you wish. Master, please let me know if you have anything to say." Lin Moyu waved his hand to let him retreat, and with a thought, he locked onto the spiritual realm within the Five Worlds. The previous projection of the Lingmiao realm was together with the Great Thousand World, and with the help of the power of the Great Thousand World, it restored part of the historical area. His original body has always been in the Five Worlds domain, and compared to his heyday, it is still weak and broken. It takes billions of years for a realm to grow, and it takes even longer to recover after being damaged. Even 10 times the time may not be enough. It is a great fortune that the Lingmiao realm can survive. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The huge power of rules in the Five Worlds surged and turned into a giant hand to forcibly grab the Lingmiao realm out. After countless years, the spiritual realm reappeared in the chaos. The chaotic energy rushed in, and the spiritual realm was buzzing, as if it could not bear it. The Five Worlds domain emanated a trace of power, protecting the Lingmiao realm. Then Lin Moyu took action again, locking his mind on the D-Ting beast in the virtual realm of the Five Worlds. The sleeping D-Ting beast suddenly woke up. He felt an irresistible force falling down, and then the scene in front of him changed. The world had changed completely. A strange yet familiar breath came to his face. The D-Ting beast and his island came directly from the virtual world of the Five Worlds to the chaos. The awakened D-Ting beast looked around. His illusory body became even more illusory under the impact of the chaotic energy. The reason why he is in the virtual world is because he can only be in the virtual world. It's okay to enter the real world occasionally, but you can't stay there for long. He used to be the rule manager of the Lingmiao realm, but his physical body was destroyed in that devastating war. The thing in the virtual world is his soul, and now he suddenly enters the chaos from the virtual world. Under the impact of the chaotic energy, he will die soon. To him, the energy of chaos is the energy of death. There was a look of fear in his eyes, and suddenly Lin Moyu's voice rang in his ears, "Don't panic." A gentle force descended, blocking the chaotic energy, and the body became solid. The D-Ting beast only then saw Lin Moyu, so it's the territory master. I was scared to death. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You are not so timid." D-Ting beast said, "Who said that? I am just so timid. Why did the territory lord bring out the joy?" Lin Moyu said, "You want freedom, don't you? I promised you that, and now I'm here to fulfill it." The Diting beast's eyes suddenly lit up. "You can do it?" Lin Moyu said, "Yes, now you have 2 choices. One is that you continue to survive in the form of a soul, and the other is that I will reshape a physical body for you and complete the chaos transformation." Without hesitation, the D-Ting beast replied, "Of course I need a physical body." In his understanding, without a physical body, many things would be inconvenient and restricted. Although there are races of creatures with pure souls, they are not what he wants. Lin Moyu completely agreed with D Ting Beast's choice. It was D Ting Beast's business and he would not give any advice. In his opinion, there is no difference between the two options, both are acceptable. Okay then. I'll rebuild your body for you now. Do you have any requirements for it? The D Ting Beast thought for a moment and said, I don't have any requirements, just a little toughness will do. I'm afraid of death. Lin Moyu smiled and said, okay, no problem. Please take a nap first. As he spoke, he lightly tapped his finger, and a burst of soul power rushed out. The beast groaned and fell unconscious. The storage space opened and the D Ting Beast was put inside. Lin Moyu would not let others know about the existence of the storage space, unless it was someone like the Silver Rabbit who could never come out once he entered. The D Ting Beast will give him freedom in the future, and he will go to the chaos, so Lin Moyu will not let him know this. Even if the D Ting Beast swears not to tell, it will not work. There is no guarantee that he will encounter some existence that has the means to extract his memory. In the storage space, Lin Moyu attracted a wisp of celestial energy, which fell into the soul of the D Ting Beast. The soul of the D Ting Beast suddenly became powerful. With the energy of the beginning of heaven, his foundation would become extremely deep and solid, and his upper limit would also increase accordingly. Then Lin Moyu took out some materials, melted them with the rising fire of his soul, and used these materials to reshape the body of the D Ting Beast. These materials have no other function, they are just hard. The material wraps around the soul and is generated using the soul as a template. Here, Lin Moyu is the master, he can change the rules and make it easy to reshape the body. A huge vitality is born in the storage space, as if it is giving birth to a new creature and injecting life into the body. This was only the initial step, and he could only reshape the surface of his body. The true core of the body can only be slowly polished after the soul of the D Ting Beast completes its transformation and becomes one with the body. To transform an external body into one's own and to infuse soul power into it is the true reshaping. Soon, a brand new body took shape. After the chi of beginning of heaven and the soul of the D Ting Beast were completely integrated, Lin Moyu took him out of the storage space. Then he manipulated the chaotic energy and took the initiative to complete the chaos transformation for the D Ting Beast, giving it the ability to survive in chaos for a long time. The whole process went smoothly without any glitches. One day later, the D Ting Beast slowly woke up, its eyes becoming clearer from its confusion. Why are you shaking? Lin Moyu looked at the D Ting Beast that was shaking all over. He was shaking so rhythmically that it looked a little funny. Because of the trembling, the D Ting Beast couldn't even speak clearly. You think that I want to. He could only utter one or two words at a time, but he couldn't form a complete sentence. Not only was his body shaking, but his soul was shaking as well, even when he was using his soul to transmit sound. Lin Moyu certainly knew what was going on, he was just watching the show. In the Five Worlds Realm virtual realm, he was extremely aloof and held the highest status. He used to be the manager of the rules of the Lingmiao realm. Now he has become like this, which is very interesting. The soul of the D Ting Beast is merging with its body. With the soul imbued with the energy of the beginning of heaven, its foundation is more solid, and it is in the process of becoming stronger. The physical body is new and needs to be synchronized with the soul in order to be truly controlled. As they fuse together, they grow stronger, causing both the soul and body to become unstable, and eventually they start to tremble nonstop. Judging from the current situation, the D Ting Beast will continue to shake for a while. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. He let him shake aside and started working. He came this time to take away the Five Worlds and the Lingmiao realm, but before that, there were some small matters to be dealt with. For example, the D Ting Beast and the powerful Chaos Realm Master, Hua Xian, who was trapped in the Five Worlds domain. Back then, he obeyed the order of the Great Lord Dongji and came from Dongji to attack the Tianqiu area. In the end, they were defeated, some died and some escaped, and the Flower Fairy was trapped in the Five Worlds. Over the years, what she longed for most was freedom. At that time, Lin Moyu agreed to set her free in exchange for information, but the conditions were not yet ripe. If she went back on her word, she would have to face a Chaos Realm Master, which would be very troublesome. There is no problem now. Moyu is still willing to keep his promise. After finding that space, he used his mind to activate the rules of the boundary, covering the space, and then created the boundary. This kind of thing came easy to him, almost effortlessly. The space shattered in chaos, and a castle immediately appeared. The flowers and grass outside the castle are also part of the castle and are now revealed. This magic weapon is of a high level, so the flower fairy was able to escape with it. The castle fell into chaos, and the flower fairies in the castle were awakened. Accompanied by bursts of strange fragrance, the flower fairies flew out of the castle. She seemed to have just woken up, and her pretty face was a little tired. This is chaos. I'm out. The flower fairy's beautiful eyes gradually brightened, and the familiar chaotic aura made her feel very comfortable. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since she last felt the breath of chaos. Lin Moyu said, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Now you are free again and can leave. The flower fairy didn't say anything. She greedily absorbed the energy of chaos. She hadn't been to the chaos for countless years and was a little uncomfortable. Due to the lack of nourishment from the chaotic energy, her injuries have never healed over the years, and her realm of cultivation has not improved at all. This time, she re-entered the chaos, like a dying flower that suddenly received abundant nutrients and devoured them greedily. Her aura rose rapidly, becoming stronger and stronger, and soon she completely recovered to the chaos realm, and even had a faint upward momentum. There is no construction without destruction, at least that's the case for the flower fairy. After she experienced a great disaster, her cultivation level will be greatly improved in the next period of time. After a few years, she will have every chance to achieve perfection. After several dozen breaths, the flower fairy finally recovered. She looked at Lin Moyu with a complicated expression, then bowed gracefully to express her gratitude to her fellow Taoist. Lin Moyu said, I will do what I promised you. As for the rest of the journey, you have to walk on your own. This is the central region, and it's still a long way from the eastern pole. The flower fairy shook her head, I understand. It is not easy to be in the wilderness. Even if you have reached the peak of the chaos realm, you are not safe. But the flower fairy has this castle, so safety is not a problem. Lin Moyu said, currently, war has broken out between Antarctica and the central region. The situation in the eastern region is unknown, but it is estimated that war may also break out. I mentioned the current situation. This information is very important to the flower fairy. Hua Xiandao said, thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist. I will stay in the wasteland for a while and return after the war is over. It was obvious that she didn't want to get involved in this war. Lin Moyu smiled and said, okay, go ahead. I have something else to do, so I won't see you off. The flower fairy bowed again, thank you, fellow Taoist. We hope to meet again. As she spoke, she flew into the castle and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the chaos. The Deting Beast's voice came from the side, if you let her go like this, aren't you afraid that she will come back to look for you? After a period of fusion, although the Deting Beast was still shaking, it no longer affected its speech. Lin Moyu shook his head. He's just a Chaos Realm Master. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, I always keep my promises, you should know that. Deting Beast said, then please help me again. I've prepared it for you a long time ago. Lin Moyu threw a jade token to the Deting Beast. The jade tablet records some of the situations in the chaos, especially some situations in the central region, in great detail. Lin Moyu recorded everything he knew in it, no matter how big or small. After integrating into the chi of the beginning of heaven, the soul essence of the Deting Beast changed. Coupled with its body reshaped with top-grade materials, the combat power of the Deting Beast is now no weaker than that of a half-step chaos, and is much greater than that in the Five Worlds domain. Moreover, I have already helped him complete the chaos transformation. He only needs to practice a little and get used to the power in the chaos. He will soon be able to achieve a small success in the chaos realm. Although the minor success in the Chaos realm is nothing in the Chaos, as long as you don't leave the central region, your safety is still guaranteed. Moreover, the body of the D-Ting beast is made of different materials and has extremely strong defense. Lin Moyu said, it will take a long time for your body and soul to merge. Once they are completely merged, you can then completely refine your body and transform it into your true body. The rebirth of flesh and blood will not affect future cultivation. The D-Ting beast hummed, understanding everything Lin Moyu said. So what are you going to do next? Lin Moyu said, I have my own things to do, so I won't tell you about these things. Knowing them will do no good and will only lead to death. The D-Ting beast seemed to shiver a little, but his whole body was shaking nonstop, so nothing could be seen. Only his eyes changed a little. I want to go find that person. Lin Moyu said, I think he will come to you soon. You don't have to look for him deliberately. If he wants to see you, he can come anytime. If he doesn't want to see you, you can go to the whole chaos and still not see him. The person that the D-Ting beast was talking about was naturally the great venerable Baizhong, the old man in white robe. Back then, the D-Ting beast did many things according to the instructions of the white-robed old man. In the 5 worlds, the green-robed and white-robed old men did a lot of things, and all of these things were for their own growth. These two guys agreed not to get involved, but in the end they couldn't help but make arrangements. Since D-Ting beast is his man, he might show up. After waiting for half a day, the D-Ting beast finally completed the initial fusion and stopped trembling. He transformed into an old man and bowed to Lin Moyu. I will remember this favor and will definitely repay it when I have the chance. I will be leaving now. Lin Moyu waved her hand. No need. Live well. We'll meet again when the time is right. See you again if we're lucky. D-Ting beast also left. He also had his own way to go. He used to be the rule manager of the Lingmiao realm. Like Zhulong, he once tried to break through the restrictions of the realm and truly step into chaos. The Lingmiao realm back then was not weak. Many people in it had already achieved breakthroughs and barely reached the half-step primal chaos realm, able to enter the primal chaos. If that were the case, the spiritual realm would also enter chaos and become the realm of thought and chaos. It would be natural for the D-Ting beast to break through the chaos by then. It's just that they were timid. They knew that the chaos was very dangerous, so they were reluctant to go in, and the listening beast could only be dragged there. Later, the Lingmiao realm was destroyed and the D-Ting beast was barely alive, but the desire for chaos in his heart was not erased, but was buried deep inside. During this period, he followed the arrangements of Baizhong Dezun and waited for countless years. Now he finally got the opportunity. He truly entered chaos and fulfilled his dream. Even though chaos is dangerous and he is afraid of death, this cannot stop his desire for chaos. He entered chaos and was truly free. What his future path would be like depended on himself. Lin Moyu felt that the future achievements of the D-Ting beast would not be bad, because he was good at listening to 060 words, and the great venerable Baizhong would not treat him unfairly. Well, it's time for me to go through my own business. The issues with the flower fairy and the listening beast have been resolved, and now it's my own business. As soon as the thought came to mind, the storage space opened up, creating a crack in the chaos and establishing a passage. Lin Moyu, with the authority of the Lord of the Realm, mobilized the power of the realm and sent the 2 realms into the storage space. Immediately afterwards, Lin Moyu's thoughts also followed and entered the storage space. The 5 worlds domain and the Lingmiao realm were in the storage space, connected to the Great Thousand World and the Science and Technology realm, and the space they occupied expanded rapidly. The 4 elders of the Silver Rabbit were cultivating the universe, and they witnessed with their own eyes the 2 realms descending from the sky. They were not surprised, as Lin Moyu had informed them before that he wanted them to cultivate more than just the 2 realms in front of them, but about 1 in total. Sending the 5 worlds realm and the Lingmiao realm into the storage space is just the beginning. Regardless of how strong or weak, or whether they are broken or not, these 2 realms are already realms. With the Silver Rabbit clan here, Lin Moyu doesn't have to worry about the next problem. There was something more troublesome. Lin Moyu moved his mind and entered the Tianchu land. At this moment, the Tianchu land was completely under his control, and the 5 Tianchu palaces had all collapsed and turned into ruins. 4 of the Tianchu palaces contain hidden realm seeds. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and with the power of the realm, he broke through the defense of Tianchu Palace and directly grabbed the civic seed. From the 1st to the 4th generation, there are a total of 4 Tianchu palaces, each with a realm seed. The 4 realm seeds had once evolved into realms, but later as the realms collapsed, they turned into seeds again. Lin Moyu could feel that these 4 realm seeds were connected to each other, and this was indeed the case. They had the same roots and origins, and were indeed closely connected to each other. Lin Moyu put away the 4 realm seeds and glanced across the Tianchu land. You're the only one left. In fact, Tianchu is also a realm, and it is the birthplace of several realms in later generations. At that time, the great lord of natural disaster and his men obtained a perfect realm seed from the ancient wilderness. There are many kinds of realm seeds, but realm seeds that can reach the perfect level are extremely rare. Even for those great masters, their realms are at the perfect level, but it does not mean that the realms were perfect in their initial state. A perfect realm seed does not mean that he can directly evolve a perfect realm in the future. There are countless surprises in the evolution of the realm, and countless conditions are required over a long period of time. Only when various requirements are met can the realm become perfect. The perfect realm seed only gave the Great Lord of Calamity and others more possibilities. The Great Lord of Calamity used a unique method to evolve this perfect realm seed into a void land. The land of the sky is used as soil, in which the realms of generations evolve. If other realm seeds are used, this cannot be achieved. Only the perfect realm seed can do it. Of course, the great lord of natural disasters, Ebe, did a lot of things in this process, breaking up many realms and using them as nutrients. Only the great lord of natural disasters can nourish another realm with another realm. Thus, in the Tianchu land where the perfect realm seed evolved, a new realm seed was born. This realm seed was split from the perfect realm seed, and its essence was not as good as the perfect realm seed. The first Tianchu palace appeared, and Tiang Suzi became the leader. A world domain then appeared. After evolving for countless years, the world domain collapsed and the domain seed split again. The newly split domain seed became the second world domain. So it split again, and the 3 worlds and 4 worlds appeared one after another, and finally came to the 5 worlds. After repeated divisions, the realm seed becomes weaker and weaker. After the 5 world realms, it can no longer be sustained and can only divide once more at most. Fortunately, the 5 worlds domain got the result that the great lord of natural disasters wanted, and there was no need to continue to split. Lin Moyu turned over his memories, recalling everything about the Tianchu land, and at the same time refined and took back the Tianchu land. The Tianchu land shrank during his refining, the Tianchu palace completely turned into smoke and dust and dissipated, the entire earth returned to its origin and eventually turned into a realm seed. From then on, there was no more empty space in the world. For the great lord of natural disaster and others, the layout of the Tianchu land has come to a successful conclusion. Lin Moyu held 5 realm seeds in his hand. The one in Tianchu land was the largest, and it was the source of the other realm seeds. These 5 realm seeds will be re-evolved and recultivated into realms. Originally, this process would take billions of years, and there would be many unexpected events along the way, but now with the Silver Rabbit clan here, everything has become simple. Back in the storage space, Lin Moyu waved his hand, and 5 realm seeds flew out, transforming into 5 balls of blazing suns that burned and rolled in the air. Lin Moyu appeared in front of the 4 elders of the Silver Rabbit. They are all here. There are 9 realms in total. It's up to you, Ma Si. The 4 elders quickly said, "It's not a big deal, it's what we should do." Lin Moyu glanced at the mountain of materials not far away, as well as the vast ancient iceland. "Do we have enough materials?" The 4 elders discussed the matter, and the chief elder spoke. "These materials are sufficient to cultivate the 4 realms before us to perfection." However, to nurture the 5 realm seeds into realms and cultivate them to perfection, we still lack the materials. Unless we use this ancient ice, maybe that will be enough. Lin Moyu shook his head. Good steel should be used on the blade. The ancient ice land will be used to compress the power of the realm in the future. Using it to cultivate the realm would be a bit of a waste. I will continue to collect materials. You can use these materials first. Don't touch Gu Bing. Also, your clan will soon have a group of powerful and accomplished people. With their joining, the efficiency should be even faster. The great elder's eyes lit up. Mr. Lin has cultivated a powerful and perfect person for our clan? Lin Moyu said, yes, although it is only the perfection here, it is enough. Anyway, you are not interested in worldly affairs, and I also promised you that I will give you a pure land for 10 months. As Tianchu land came to an end, Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh. This place once gave birth to world domains one after another, and there were dozens of Chaos Realm people who came out of these world domains alone. No one knows how far these people have grown now, but they have a great master behind them, so I think their achievements will not be bad. I don't know how these people would feel when they know that their realm has disappeared from now on. But these are not things that he needs to consider. The 9-direction realm is already complete, and what remains is to let the silver rabbit cultivate it. As for the 10th realm, I already have a preliminary idea in my mind, but as to whether it can be realized, I will only know after trying. My own conception requires some prerequisites, which are not met yet. I have to wait until all 9 realms are perfect and compressed. It would be best if your ideas could be realized. If this cannot be achieved, it seems that if there is a chance, we need to find another realm as a backup, just in case. The great lord of natural disasters has designed 10 sublimations. At least the 9-fong realm has the potential to break through the great lord's limit. But if there were one more realm, it would have been even better. Why didn't the great lord of natural disasters make such an arrangement? Is there a reason? With the ability of the great lord of natural disasters at that time, he was not alone, he had subordinates and other powerful people with him. It would certainly not be a problem to find the 10 directions realm, but why not look for it? Instead, the 9 directions realm was designed. The power has been sublimated 10 times, why is the realm stuck at the number 9? What is the reason behind this? Is there any difficulty? Or is it that the 10 directions realm is not feasible? Lin Moyu didn't know what the great lord of natural disasters was thinking at that time. Whether it would work or not, perhaps he would only know when he reached that point. At present, he is still cultivating the Geofong realm to perfection according to the ideas of the great lord of natural disasters. Then, on this basis, strengthen it again. Before merging, compress the power of the 9 realms to make them stronger. Although doing so will certainly increase the difficulty of integration, I should have no problem. The strength of his foundation has surpassed that of the great lord of natural disasters back then. He believed that when the great lord of natural disasters had achieved minor success in the chaos realm, it was impossible for him to have the same physical and spiritual strength as himself. The body and soul should be able to be strengthened further. We need to find a way. Lin Moyu has always had this idea, but it is quite difficult. To continue strengthening his body and soul, he must keep dying, but now his body and soul have reached the peak of perfection. If anyone wants to kill him, only the great master can do it. In the chaos, it seemed that there was no place that could kill him instantly. There may be some in the ancient wilderness, but it is not easy to find. Lin Moyu thought that if he really couldn't find it, he could go to the great master and ask him to help. Just like when he looked for Antares before, Antares had killed him countless times and laid the foundation for himself. Looking at the silver rabbits on the silver-green grassland, Yin Dajing manipulated the formation, sending wisps of the primordial energy into the bodies of his people. The aura of the 11 silver rabbits is gradually rising, and it won't be long before they can reach the perfection of the chaos realm. There were many silver rabbits in the distance who seemed to have noticed something was wrong here. They wanted to come over out of curiosity, but were blocked by an invisible force and could not come over. After coming here, the silver rabbits seemed to have less pressure. In just a short period of time, they had already reproduced a generation and their numbers had increased significantly. The amazing breeding ability was demonstrated in front of Lin Moyu for the first time. If they continue to reproduce at this rate, the silver-green grassland will be occupied in a few years. But there is plenty of space. As long as they can reproduce, Lin Moyu will not hesitate to give them more land. After seeing the situation of the silver rabbit, Lin Moyu finally entered his own Five Worlds domain. After being away for many years, the Five Worlds have changed significantly. After entering the chaos, the Five World domains were affected by the chaotic energy. The chaotic energy descended through the domain barrier and fell silently on every living being. The chaotic energy subtly changes living beings, affects their foundation, and speeds up their cultivation. Over the years, geniuses have appeared frequently in the Five Worlds, as if genius has become the most normal thing. The new geniuses were nothing compared to the old powerful warriors. Under the influence of the chaotic energy, their cultivation also began to improve significantly. Some of them have accumulated a lot of experience and then suddenly soared to the sky. Some eternal beings actually began to come into contact with chaos. They sensed the chaotic energy and actively used the power of the chaotic energy to adapt themselves to the chaotic energy in advance. The entire realm is getting stronger. If this continues, in a few thousand years, a new chaotic realm will be born in the Cambodian realm. Lin Moyu set up a large formation outside the boundary, which connected to the real chaos. Once someone breaks through the boundary, when leaving the boundary, they will not enter the storage space, but will directly pass through the formation and enter the chaos. In this way, no one knows about their storage space. Lin Moyu descended upon Yudao City, and Yudao City became larger and more prosperous. This place has become the core of the origin continent. Even those former powerful aliens now appear in Yudao City. 0. Requesting flowers. But no matter how Yudao City changes, the courtyard where Xiaowu and the other three live has not changed. The realm of these four people has already reached the master of the great Tao, and they are only half a step away from eternity. This realm is already the top existence in the origin continent, even in the entire realm. In addition to Xiaowu and the other three, there are also many talented people in Yudao City. Lord Haotian and his men have already entered the Tao realm and have come very far, enough to suppress this city. Perhaps because of Lin Moyu, Yudao City has the largest number of geniuses. They grow very fast and have strong combat power, and are almost invincible in the same realm. Yudao City thus became a holy place for cultivation in the origin continent. Countless people, without knowing the reason, felt that Yudao City was special and flocked to it. 0. The scale of Yudao City is getting bigger and bigger. Now it has expanded hundreds of times than before, accommodating hundreds of millions of people, like a small world. Although there are many people, everyone in Yudao City is very well behaved. Everyone knows whose territory this is. Whether he is here or not, anyone who dares to break the rules will be severely punished. Some top beings know how terrifying Lin Moyu is. He is not only the master of Yudao City, but also the strongest person in the origin continent, and the master of the entire realm. In the realm, he is the sky. Who dares to provoke him? Lin Moyu walked in Yudao City, watching people coming and going, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. This is the city he built with his own hands, but what he misses is the small world. No one knows what happened to that small world that was taken away by the old man in green robe and went to an unknown place. But he had a feeling that his friends and teachers in the small world should still be alive. The old man in green robe took them away not because he wanted to harm them, but because he had other intentions. Besides, there are also his wives, and I don't know what's happening to them now. He already vaguely knew the green-robed old man's intention, and in fact, he did this for their own good. What he was doing was too dangerous. If the Tao discovered it, his wife and friends would surely die. Taking them away early can prevent them from being implicated. But the grudge that should be remembered is still there. It's almost over. Lin Moyu sighed in his heart and came out of the courtyard. There is no change outside the courtyard. This is the core of Yudao City, and it has remained unchanged for thousands of years. There were some young people standing at the gate. They seemed to be waiting for something. Looking at these young people, a strange idea suddenly popped up in Lin Moyu's mind. It can't be so ridiculous. These young men looked handsome and tall, and they all thought they had extraordinary cultivation and were considered the best among men. Even in today's era of geniuses, they are all top-notch. They stood quietly outside the courtyard, not talking to each other, as if waiting for something. What they did not violate the rules of Yudao City, so no one cared about them. Lin Moyu walked over, and his appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although they didn't say anything, Lin Moyu saw a hint of hostility in their eyes. It seems to be really bloody. Lin Moyu chuckled in his heart, and had already arrived at the gate of the courtyard, raising his hand to knock on the door. He noticed that when he raised his hand to knock on the door, there was a sneer in the eyes of the young people. There was a crisp knock on the door, and immediately from the yard came the angry shout of 837, "Get out of here! Don't disturb your master Nyo's sleep, or we'll eat you up one by one." This was Xiao Nyo's voice. Lin Moyu had left Xiao Nyo here at the time, and judging from his tone, he seemed very impatient. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Xiao Maverick, open the door." "It's me." In an instant, everyone's eyes changed. They all knew who was inside. Someone actually dared to call him Xiao Nyo. He was courting death. Wow! The door swung open and the calf came into view. Xiao Nyo's eyes were glowing red, and he seemed very excited. All the young people present felt a pang of fear in their hearts, and felt a chill running through their veins, thinking that something serious had happened. If there is anyone who can break the rules in Yudao City, Fan Tuxing is definitely one of them. Because he is Lin Moyu's cow, no one dares to mess with him. Xiao Nyo stared at Lin Moyu with red eyes. Just when others thought he was going to eat someone, Xiao Nyo suddenly burst into tears. He fell to his knees and let out a terrifying howl, "Master, you are finally back." His tears were streaming down his face and his nose and eyes were wet with snot. Everyone was stunned. How could this ferocious-looking grandpa ox suddenly become like this? He calls the young man in front of him the master, the owner of this cow, that is not. Before Xiao Nyo could cry for 2 seconds, a man rushed out of the theater. Bang! With a loud bang, the calf blocking the door was knocked away and flew straight into the sky. It was unknown how many miles it flew, and it was estimated to have reached the sky. Xiao Wu knocked the calf away, screamed and rushed to Lin Moyu, and used his hands and feet to hang on him. Even after becoming the lord of the great Tao, Xiao Wu's temperament remained unchanged. He was still the same, ready to die when he should. She choked with sobs, "Wu Wu, master, you are finally back." Xiao Wu was also crying, not much better than Xiao. Lin Moyu patted Xiao Wu's back. Okay, you're back now. Don't cry anymore." Xiao Wu, Xiaoye and Xiaomei also walked out of the yard. When they saw Lin Moyu, the 3 girls all smiled brightly. "Teacher! Father!" The 3 of them called out affectionately and came in front of Lin Moyu with smiles as beautiful as flowers. The 3 of them were extremely beautiful, and when they smiled they looked like flowers in full bloom, incredibly beautiful. The 3 of them smiled, and the young people around them were stunned. It's not that they haven't seen beautiful women before, but Xiao Wu and the others are different. The Lord of the Avenue cannot be seen just because they want to. Lin Moyu glanced at the young people and asked, "What do these kids do?" Xiao Lu murmured in Lin Moyu's ear, "They are all our suitors. They come here every day. It's so annoying. People originally wanted to kill them all, but they all came from the big world and were more or less related. These people have some relationship with Hao Daozuan and others, so Xiao Yuan did not take action. Moreover, these people were quite well behaved and did not disturb us too much." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Are you interested in them?" Xiaoye and the others quickly shook their heads to deny it, wondering how they could possibly be interested. Lin Moyu chuckled and glanced over, and the young people outside the yard disappeared at the same time. They were sent to a corner of the origin continent by Lin Moyu, a long distance away from Yudao City. Whether they could come back depended on their own fate. Lin Moyu said, even if you don't want to kill them, beating them to a cripple isn't a problem. No one would blame you. From now on, if you feel upset, just do it. Don't be polite. I'll take care of it if you have any problems. Xiaomei smiled and said, we are just too lazy to do it. Xiaoya asked, teacher, how long can you stay this time? Putting Xiao Wu down, Lin Moyu walked into the courtyard and said, I can't stay for too long. There are too many things going on outside. Xiaoya asked, is there anything we can help with? Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head. His performance disappointed several people. Although they have become the masters of the avenue, they are still far behind Lin Moyu. They had a vague feeling that they could never help Lin Moyu, and this feeling was not good. Lin Moyu walked into the yard and sat down at the familiar table. Xiao Wu was very smart and immediately made tea for Lin Moyu. His gentle gaze swept over the four people. Do you really want to help me? The four of them nodded in unison, really. Lin Moyu said, okay, I'll let you guys do something. You've been here long enough, go take a look outside. Xiaoya asked, teacher, where exactly is the outside you are talking about? Lin Moyu said, outside the boundary. Xiaomei was a little surprised. Outside the realm, isn't that chaos? With our current strength, we shouldn't be able to enter the chaos. Lin Moyu shook his head. It's not chaos. It's another place. Only you can go there. No one else can go there. In the Five Worlds domain, even if one breaks through the Chaos realm, one can only go to the real chaos through the formation arranged by Lin Moyu. The place Lin Moyu was referring to was the storage space. The storage space is Lin Moyu's private territory, and he will not allow others to enter. Lin Moyu smiled and said, let's have some tea first and chat about what happened in the past few years. You will be busy then, and you may not have a break for thousands of years. Xiaomei smiled and said, it's better to be busy. We've been too idle these years, and we don't like going out. As she said this, she glanced at Xiaolu. Among the four of them, Xiaolu liked going out the most. Xiao Wu cried out, don't mention it. The last few times I went out, I always ran into a few clueless young men. They were so annoying that I, Miss 1.5, really wanted to punch them all to death. Lin Moyu asked, since you are annoyed, why don't you tell them? The they Lin Moyu was referring to were Hao Tianzuan and others, as Yudao City was still under their control. Xiaomei said, they are now concentrating on their cultivation and have let the younger generation take care of things. We are too lazy to look for them. As long as these people don't do anything out of line, we'll leave them alone. In Yudao City, you can't do anything out of the ordinary. The four of them surrounded Lin Moyu, talking one after another about what had happened over the years. Their experiences were simple. After becoming the masters of the Great Tao, they also went to the ancestral land of origin and other worlds. After walking and shopping, they finally returned to Yudao City, which was their home. After chatting for a long time, the four of them suddenly looked outside the courtyard. Before they knew it, the courtyard was already full of people. Many people came to the courtyard, and Lin Moyu did not deliberately hide it after he came back. The Lord of the Origin Continent, the Lord of the Realm, reappeared after many years. Once people knew about it, naturally someone would come looking for him. There are some familiar faces and some unfamiliar faces. Many people actually just want to come and meet Lin Moyu, this legendary figure. They were all very well behaved, standing quietly outside the courtyard waiting without even making a sound. They knew very well that their arrival could not be hidden from Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's projection appeared from mid-air, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. What can I do for you? His tone was calm, without releasing any pressure, and he looked like an ordinary person. But everyone whose eyes swept over him felt their souls tremble, and the urge to kneel down and kowtow instantly arose in their hearts. In the Origin Continent, the strongest person is none other than the Tao Lord. There is an insurmountable gap between the Tao Lord and Lin Moyu. The difference is more than that between heaven and earth. If Lin Moyu is willing, he can kill them with the light of night. Finally, a middle-aged man bowed respectfully. Junior Hao Zhuguang, greetings to the Realm Master. How chasing light? Lin Moyu saw that his appearance was somewhat similar to Hao Daozuan, and he knew his identity with just a quick calculation. He is the son of Hao Daozuan. It is unexpected that Hao Daozuan has married and had children after so many years. Hao Daozuan had been kind to him before, and Lin Moyu would never forget this favor. With a light flick of his finger, the power of life wrapped in a wisp of the aura of the beginning of heaven merged into his body. Hao Zhuguang trembled all over, and suddenly his face showed joy. He knew that Lin Moyu had given him something very valuable. At the same time, Lin Moyu's voice rang in his ears. This is an opportunity one have given you. You will know the benefits in the future. Don't spread the word. Hao Zhuguang tried hard to remain calm and didn't say anything. Since Lin Moyu had instructed him to do so, he naturally wouldn't tell anyone. Then Lin Moyu's voice resounded throughout Yudao City. I came back today only to take care of some family matters. Since you are all here, it is fate. I will also grant you an opportunity. Bang! There was a clear rumble of thunder, and suddenly a gentle rain fell from the sky. The rain contained the power of the realm and carried the origin of the great Tao. Everyone present was bathed in the sweet rain, and their cultivation level began to rise at the same time. Some people achieved breakthroughs in the rain, and their cultivation levels improved significantly. Some people's old injuries healed in the rain and they danced with joy. Everyone was immersed in this great opportunity, happy and joyful. When they came to their senses, they found that Lin Moyu was gone. A large formation appeared outside the courtyard, covering the courtyard. The court officials Xiao Yuan and others had also left. Lin Moyu left the origin continent and took a final look around. He didn't see Antares and didn't know where he had gone. But now he is not alone, he already has a wife and probably children. But Lin Moyu knew that Antares was safe and sound, and that was enough. He went to find the three ancestors, the Beast King and others, and their integration with the world was still continuing. This step is very slow, taking at most 100,000 years and at most millions of years, so it cannot be rushed. Although Lin Moyu has a way to speed up their integration, that would be counterproductive and would be detrimental to their future. Now that the 5 worlds are under his control, the third ancestor and others will not be in any danger, so there is no need to chase time. Then Lin Moyu led the 4 people through the boundary barrier and came to the outside of the boundary. An invisible force enveloped them, and no force outside of their civic domain could cause any harm to them. Looking at the realm from afar, Xiaomei sighed, so this is the realm we live in. Xiao Wu also said, the origin continent is just a corner of the realm, and we are just insignificant dust in this corner. We are so insignificant. Indeed, chaos, realm, origin continent, big world, no world. Wrapped in one layer, they are just living beings in the world. Even calling themselves dust is a bit of an exaggeration. Lin Moyu said, billions of living beings, who is not dust in the world? But what does it matter if we are dust? With a thought, we can roll up the dust, covering the sky and the earth, and then covering the world. Don't overestimate yourself in everything, but don't underestimate yourself either. We are in the world, but our Tao heart should transcend the world. Lin Moyu didn't know whether they could understand what he said. He couldn't help the 4 of them with this. They could only understand it themselves. Xiaofen's eyes were rolling around, as if he was looking for the location of the origin continent. But above the realm, there are countless worlds and it is impossible to find it. Xiaoye asked, Teacher, what do you want us to do? Lin Moyu said, you all know that outside the realm is chaos, but this is not chaos. Although they have never seen chaos, they have heard of it. I originally thought that coming out of the realm would mean entering chaos, but I didn't expect that this place is not chaos. Xiaomei asked curiously, if it's not chaos, then what is that place? Lin Moyu said, you can understand this as my private territory. It's somewhat similar to chaos, but it's not chaos. Many living beings are being nurtured here. You must try to adapt to the environment and the avenues here. At the same time, you must seek out those living beings that are being nurtured and leave your soul imprint among them. Don't worry, these creatures are still very weak. Once they leave a mark on your soul, they will become your helpers in the future. At the same time, their experience will also help you reach a higher level. Xiao Mei still didn't quite understand what Lin Wuyu meant. Why were there living creatures here? Why were these creatures able to help her? This is not chaos, but Lin Wuyu's private territory. What is the difference between this place and chaos? If I were to reach a higher level and break through the realm, wouldn't I be able to enter chaos and become a 64th replacement? If they don't enter chaos, can they still transcend? Lin Wuyu said, once upon a time, the path you were to take was no different from that of others, the Lord of the Great Tao, eternity, transcendence, and the realm of chaos. But now some small changes have taken place. You will walk a path that no one else has walked. I don't know where this path will end. It may be more difficult than before, but it will definitely take you further. Don't ask why you should do something. Just do it yourself, experience it yourself, and feel this new world. As he spoke, Lin Wuyu waved his hand and led them further away. The universe, the spiritual realm, and other realms all came into view, and then they saw the chi of the beginning of heaven. Those wisps of the primordial energy floated in the void like thin threads. Their eyes gleamed with brilliance. Although they didn't understand what these thin threads of celestial energy were, they all knew that they were very precious. Lin Wuyu said, "This is called the chi of beginning heaven. It is one of the fundamental forces of heaven and earth, and is stronger than the power of origin. But your realm is too weak now, and you are not yet able to directly absorb the chi of the beginning of heaven. If I help you absorb it, although the effect is not bad, it will affect your perception of heaven and earth. You find living beings and leave behind soul imprints. Those living beings are nurtured by heaven and earth and can absorb the energy of the primordial heaven. You can absorb the energy of the beginning of heaven through them and comprehend this world. Do you understand?" Lin Wuyu talked about his understanding of heaven and earth, but the four people obviously didn't understand. It's just because what Lin Wuyu said was too profound. What Lin Wuyu said was his understanding of heaven and earth, not the Tao. All four of them are masters of the Great Tao, and they are only masters of the Great Tao in the realm. If Lin Wuyu just talks about some great principles, they can still try to understand. But what Lin Wuyu was talking about was a higher level, the understanding of heaven and earth, which they completely didn't understand. The world of storage space is unfamiliar to them, and only Lin Wuyu knows the rules within it. He can control and change everything, but others have to understand. Lin Wuyu said, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just remember what I said, and you will understand it in the future." The four of them nodded. They would naturally listen to what Lin Wuyu said. Then Lin Wuyu drew 4 runes, which were imprinted into the souls of the 4 people. This rune was different from the Chaos rune. It could exist forever in this world, and there was no need to worry about time issues. With these 4 runes, the 4 people can move freely in the storage space, and the energy of the beginning of heaven will not affect them. When they find a living being, they will imprint their souls into it, and then use the living being as a medium to absorb the energy of the beginning of heaven. These innate creatures born from heaven and earth can absorb the energy of the beginning of heaven. Now Lin Wuyu regards them as a transit station, which is not a problem. The more creatures that leave their marks, the more heavenly chi they can obtain. As for how many they can find, it all depends on their luck. The 4 of them are lucky, and Lin Wuyu believes that they will soon be able to gain a group of followers. They can become great masters in this world, or even surpass great masters. As long as Lin Wuyu is not dead and this world is not destroyed, they will not be in danger. I guess even the great Lord of natural disasters could not have imagined that I would have such a world. Not to mention surpassing the ancient chaos, it is at least on par with the ancient chaos, stronger than the inner world of Chaos Child. Now the world is still evolving, its boundaries are constantly expanding, and it is constantly changing. The power becomes stronger and stronger, the energy of the beginning of heaven becomes more and more, and various resources and materials evolve accordingly. Many materials give birth to wills. Although they are not creatures born from nature, they are also among the earliest spiritual beings. Their bodies are all made of innate materials and are extremely powerful. Lin Moyu felt this process, which was somewhat similar to the beginning of the ancient chaos, just like the necessary path for the evolution of heaven and earth. The four of them quickly adapted to how to move around in the storage space. When the world first appeared, every inch of space contained powerful forces. It was obviously more difficult for the four people to move around in it than in the boundary. Lin Moyu only told them to look for the gestating creatures, but did not tell them how to find them. The four of them discussed it and decided to search separately, agreeing to reunite here after 1,000 years. They chose 4 directions, east, south, west, and north, and flew out to start looking for their target. The birth of life has just begun, and it is still a long way from the birth of life. The 4 of them are safe here. Lin Moyu specially made a rule for them that if they encountered danger, the calendar of heaven and earth would teleport them back. As the owner of the storage space, Lin Moyu has absolute authority here. After dealing with Xiao Wu and the other 3, the sound of cows mooing suddenly came from my soul. The calf that was knocked away by him and disappeared somewhere unknown was conveying Nobunaga to him through the weak connection between souls. He was outside the boundary, and the Mavericks could only transmit weak signals. Lin Moyu uttered a sigh. I actually forgot about you. Over the years, Xiaoyo has been with the 4 girls, and even if he has no credit, he has worked hard. Moreover, in the big world, the Mavericks also fought with him and made some contributions. Come over here too. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the rules in the 5 worlds surged, transforming into a big hand that took Xiaoxing away directly. Xiaoyo entered the storage space and looked around blankly, not knowing what was happening for a moment. There was some confusion and panic in his eyes, but he immediately calmed down after seeing Lin Moyu. With an extremely flattering look, he said, Master, you finally didn't want to abandon me, the calf. Lin Moyu asked, Do you want to be thrown away? The calf quickly shook his head and said, It is my honor to follow my master. I am able to be where I am today thanks to my master. I have only one wish in this life, and that is to follow my master and be his obedient calf. Wherever my master tells me to go, I will go. Lin Moyu looked at him with amusement. I heard that you harmed a lot of cows in the Origin continent and even created an entire race, right? The calf chuckled and said, It's not much, actually. It's all thanks to the owner. Xiaoyo has not been idle these years, provoking cows everywhere, and all kinds of cattle breeds on the Origin continent have been harmed by him. The Mavericks' descendants are so numerous that they have become an independent race. On the Origin continent, Xiaoyo also has his own totem, and many people call him Yozu. Of course, he also had to use Lin Moyu's name. Others knew that he was Lin Moyu's mount, so they would give him some face. Lin Moyu said, Then I say, you will cut off all contact with those descendants of the Nyo family from now on. Are you willing? Xiaoyo didn't think twice and said, Whatever the master says is what it is. Not to mention cutting off contact, if the master wants to eat beef, Xiaoyo will personally slaughter the oxen and grandchildren, roast them, and send them to the master. This guy has absolutely no bottom line, but fortunately, no matter how outrageous he is, he remains loyal to me. He said, Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance now. This world is home to many living beings. Go and plant soul marks on them. Lin Mo. He repeated what he had just said to the 4 girls, and without caring whether Xiaoyo could understand it or not, he directly planted the rune into his soul and then kicked him away. The calf cried and flew out billions of miles, disappearing into the vast void. Lin Moyu is protective of his people. He regards Xiao Wu and the others as his own children and relatives, and does not want them to be in danger, so he brought them here. It's safe here. As long as I don't die, nothing will happen to them. Even if they died, if their realm was high enough, as long as this world was not destroyed, they would be fine. Before I die, I want to train them to become the strongest in this world, so that even if there are any accidents, I don't have to worry about them. At the same time, I had another thought. Before I finally face the Tao, it would be best if I could bring my wives here as well, okay? There is a feeling that keeps telling me that there is no place safer than here. No matter how powerful the Tau is, it cannot be plugged in here. In the ancient chaos, if the Tau really wanted to investigate, his wife might not be safe. But it's still too early to do this now. At least I can't do it before I become a great master. The man in green robe and the man in white robe must have their own ideas. They train their wives for other purposes. Lin Moyu didn't think about it anymore. Now that the Nine Direction realm was complete, the Silver Rabbit clan would also have 16 members who had reached the perfect chaos realm. Then it would just be a matter of time to polish them. He only needed to provide enough materials. His mind swept across the realm again and he saw some familiar people. Gu Hanjing, Lu Fengyao, the Lord of Life, the Holy Heart, the Life of Luck, etc. Everyone has his own destiny and we should not interfere with them. Finally, I saw Lillian. Lillian was living a good life in her own world. She seemed to have regained her former self as the Demon Emperor. In the chaotic void, the immortal flame had long been extinguished. The dead golden beasts were resurrected at this moment, and lined up to kneel respectfully in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu only thought of them after he had dealt with the affairs of the realm. From them, Lin Yu learned about the situation of the Sharp Gold Beast clan. The race of the Golden Beast is actually a hodgepodge. Their ancestor, the first Golden Beast, was a female beast. This female beast has a special talent. It can give birth to offspring with other creatures, any creature, regardless of gender, male or female. This talent may not seem strange at first glance, but the ancestor of the sharp-pointed gold beast is different. It does not need to have any relationship with other creatures, or even contact them. It only needs to shine the golden horns on its head. This kind of illumination posed no threat, and was not even considered an attack, so almost no one would be on guard against it. During a great war that year, she did this secretly, and then gave birth to 100 offspring, each of which looked different and had different strengths. The strength of the offspring is entirely determined by the strength of the illuminated person. The stronger the illuminated person is, the stronger the offspring born by the ancestor of the sharp-edged beast will be, and vice versa. All members of the Sharp Gold Beast clan have two things in common. One is that they all have beast bodies. Even if their ancestors shine upon the human race, the offspring they give birth to also have beast bodies. Second, all the tribesmen have a golden horn on their heads, but the golden horn does not have the same abilities as their ancestors. Instead, it has become a magic weapon for attack. So the 230 ancestors of the pointed gold beasts kept shining on others secretly, and kept giving birth to offspring. The number of the pointed gold beasts increased, and their strength became stronger and stronger. Except for their ancestors, no one in the Sharp Gold Beast clan has the ability to reproduce. In this way, all members of the Sharp Gold Beast tribe are actually half-brothers, regardless of their appearance. This is their relationship. This was also the first time that Lin Moyu knew that there was such a race. It was indeed quite interesting. Hun Dunzi suddenly said, "I feel like I've never seen this kind of talent before." Lin Moyu chuckled, "What else did you think of?" Nowadays, many races have actually obtained the bloodline relics of those powerful creatures in ancient times. If the talent of the ancestors of the Sharp Gold Beast came from an ancient creature, it is not surprising. Hun Dunzi looked like he was deep in thought. "I think I've heard of it, but I can't quite remember it. I can't quite recall. That guy probably wasn't very famous." Xiao Shu suddenly spoke up, "It should be Tianmu Gold." Hun Dunzi said, yes, it's Tianmu Jin. I was wondering why I didn't remember him. He's not famous, but his abilities are a bit abnormal." The little tree explained, "At that time, the celestial Mother Gold was born with spiritual wisdom and possessed the ability to conceive, Agbai. As long as she was illuminated by her golden light, she would be able to give birth to offspring. At that time, many powerful people were photographed by her, and many descendants were born. However, those descendants were not very powerful, and their appearances were all very strange. Hun Dunzi continued Xiao Shu's words. That guy didn't have much combat power, but his talent was too disgusting, so he was eventually killed. Just imagine, who would like to suddenly have an extra offspring? The offspring born by Tianmu Gold are connected by blood, and the powerful people of that time could all sense their offspring. Suddenly, there are more offspring, and they look different from me, but they have the same blood. This is so disgusting that it is hard to accept. So Tianmu Jin was destroyed. Xiao Shu said, it seems that they didn't destroy it completely. Some of the Tianmu gold was left behind and was eventually swallowed by a strange beast, which evolved into the sharp gold beast. Lin Moyu smiled and said, so, the golden beast tribe isn't that scary. Xiao Shu said, it's not scary. There won't be any top-tier experts in their clan. They might not even have a perfect expert, unless she dares to challenge a great venerable or a quasi-great venerable. Lin Moyu said, it's really interesting. Okay, as long as they don't bother me, I don't bother to argue with them. Let's go. He waved his hand and called up all the resurrected golden beasts. After all, they had already been resurrected, so it was better to keep them than to erase them. What if they were useful someday? In the chaotic void, Lin Moyu sat on Xiaoping's back. A golden light cut through the void. There was no spatial crack, but the speed was faster than those races with spatial talents. Xiaoping's entire body glowed with golden light, enveloping himself and Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, Xiaoping, do you want to go there? Xiaoping knew about the storage space. Now, the only people who know about this are Xiaoping, Hun Dunzi, Xiao Shu, and himself. Lin Moyu had indeed considered letting Xiaoping go there as well. But think about it, Xiaoping is still useful in the ancient chaos, and his existence is of great help to himself. But Lin Moyu still wanted to ask Xiaoping's opinion, because he also had a special feeling for Xiaoping, the little guy who called him father. Xiaoping shook his head and said, I don't want to go for now. I can't do much there, but I can help my father here. Lin Moyu said, okay, you can go whenever you want. He headed towards the Wandong realm, passed through the Wandong realm's teleportation array, went to the Wangbei realm, then entered Linbei City, and went to the North Pole through the cross-domain array. Currently, Linbei City has been closed, and the only two teleportation routes to Wangbei realm are Wangdong realm and the Central Region Divine Alliance headquarters. According to Mutianza, the teleportation array in Wangdong realm will be closed soon. At that time, the only way to reach the Wangbei realm is through the teleportation array at the Central Domain Divine Alliance headquarters. The North Pole could take action at any time, so the Central Domain Divine Alliance handed over the defense of the North Pole to the Upper Domain Divine Alliance. Wangbaiji and Linbei City were now under the control of the Upper Domain Divine Alliance. This kind of thing has happened several times before, and the Qinyu Divine Alliance is very confident in it. As soon as the war is over, the people from the Upper Domain Divine Alliance will quickly retreat and will not stay. Because the environment in the Upper Domain is better than that in the Middle Domain, people in the Upper Domain do not like to stay in the Middle Domain. When I came to Wangdong realm again, only 1 month had passed compared to the last time, but the atmosphere was completely different. Many powerful cultivators appeared in Wangdong realm. They came from the subordinate forces of the Central Domain Divine Alliance, came to Wangdong realm, and kept leaving and heading towards the border. Apparently, the Central Region Divine Alliance had received some news, and the situation in the eastern extreme was not optimistic either. Lin Moyu calculated that with the strength of the Central Region Divine Alliance, it would not be a problem to deal with both poles at the same time. The North Pole will be handed over to the Upper Domain Divine Alliance. If war breaks out in the Western Pole again, people from the lower domain will need to take action. The people in the lower domain are not under command, and it is unknown whether they will take action. A great war is about to begin. Lin Moyu said softly that a full-scale war between the 4 poles and 3 domains had not occurred for many years. I originally thought this was just a war between the Western region and the Central region, but I didn't expect it to turn into a full-scale war. Lin Moyu vaguely felt that there was some special reason behind this. From what he could think of, it should be related to the thing that came from the depths of the ancient wilderness. Of course, this was just his guess. It could also be related to the Great Master, or even to the Tao. In short, things are not as simple as they seem. When Lin Moyu arrived at the teleportation array in Guangdong Realm, he was stopped by someone. "Senior, I'm sorry, the teleportation array has been occupied these days." "The teleportation array is occupied?" Lin Moyu discovered that the teleportation array was indeed closed and no one was allowed to enter. The woman who stopped him was at the Tao Lord level, wearing the attire of the Central Domain Divine Alliance, and was from a subordinate force of the Central Domain Divine Alliance. Her attitude was quite good. She called me senior and her face was also apologetic. Lin Moyu didn't want to embarrass her. Why was she taken away? She said, "People from the 4C's sect are coming over. There are quite a few of them, so they'll be occupying the teleportation array for the next few days and won't let anyone else use it." Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. They want to come over, why can't they let others use the teleportation array? The teleportation array can be used continuously, and coming and going does not interfere with each other. There is no reason to occupy the teleportation array. Before she could answer, someone on the side spoke up. "The 4C's sect is so overbearing. They rely on their leader being an elder in the Central Region Divine Alliance, so they always have some privileges." Someone else said, "There's nothing we can do about it. They have the power, and the Sihai sect has already said that if a war breaks out with Dongji, they'll be the ones charging into the front lines." "What can you say?" "I heard that the leader of the Sihai sect is very concerned about his reputation. He feels very proud by doing this. It's fine to talk about it now, but don't talk about it once the 4C sect people arrive. They're not very reasonable." Everyone was talking at once, and Lin Moyu heard most of it. The leader of the Sihai sect is named Pan Sihai, a top-level perfect powerhouse and an elder in the Central Region Divine Alliance. He had once made great contributions to the Central Region Divine Alliance and killed the opponent's top-level perfect warrior in a great battle with Dongji. Therefore, he holds a very high status in the Central Region Divine Alliance. He was a man who cared a lot about face, and since the 4C sect was indeed powerful, he would occasionally use some of his privileges, such as occupying the teleportation array and not letting others use it this time, because they come here frequently from the 4C sect. Many people are dissatisfied but helpless. But Lin Moyu feels that effort and power are equal. Although the Sihai sect is domineering, it is always at the forefront in the battle with Dongji. They never backed down and were extremely ferocious. According to statistics, in all the wars with Dongji, the Sihai sect suffered the heaviest casualties, and they lost several powerful masters alone. And their arrogance is not unreasonable. Occupying the teleportation array for a few days will not actually have any impact at this juncture. For practitioners, a few days is nothing, and it will pass by just by closing your eyes and resting. Lin Moyu didn't intend to force himself to go, and he was not in a hurry either. Maybe he was a little anxious before, but he is not anxious now. Mu Tian gave himself and Chi Quan that even if a war broke out with the North Pole, he could use the cross-domain teleportation array to get over. A few days early or late makes no difference. Suddenly someone shouted, "Stop talking. People from the 4C sect are here." As much dissatisfaction as there is towards the Sihai sect, there is also as much awe in their hearts. Although the Sihai sect is reasonable, they are also very overbearing. If they hear some bad words, they will not be polite. The teleportation array lit up, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the previous whispers disappeared. The first person to come over was a person who had reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm. He was wearing a red robe and looked like a man of fire. But when Lin Moyu looked over, he looked more like a human. As soon as he appeared, a heat wave swept out and everyone seemed to be in a sea of fire. Many people showed uncomfortable expressions. Although they were not injured, they still felt uncomfortable. This is still the same realm. If it is a small success in the Chaos Realm, it will be even more uncomfortable, even painful. In less than a moment, some people could not help but step back. But strangely, the Tao Master Realm woman in front of Lin Moyu was not hurt at all. This is the case with the practitioners of the Sihai sect. The pressure they release only affects those at the same level and has no effect on those at a lower level. This is their tyranny, and also their reason. Lin Moyu felt nothing and let the heat wave oppress him without any expression. His performance attracted the other party's attention, but the other party didn't say anything. After he was teleported here, he stood in mid-air without saying a word, as if he was waiting for something. Someone nearby said, "They are from the Fire Sea tribe." The Fire Sea tribe's combat power is indeed strong. Although he and I are at the same level, I feel that it would not be difficult for him to kill me. The people of the Fire Sea tribe are powerful, but the truly formidable ones are the other three tribes. Some people would rather fight the people of the Fire Sea tribe than the other three tribes. Lin Moyu said to the woman in front of him, "Do you know which 4 seas the Sihai sect is?" The woman said, "Senior, I dare not say." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You can speak boldly, they can't hear you." Gentle soul power flowed out, wrapping himself and the woman, isolating them from the outside world. With Lin Moyu's soul power, even a perfected cultivator would not be able to hear their conversation. The woman still seemed a little worried. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Tell me, I'm giving you an opportunity. Believe me, this opportunity is very important to you. It depends on whether you are willing to take the gamble. 0, please give me flowers." If the woman is unwilling, Lin Moyu can just ask someone else. What he is asking should not be a secret. If you miss it, you will miss an opportunity. It depends on whether the woman can seize it. The woman thought for a moment and made a decision. "My name is Qingyu." "Thank you, Senior. What I'm asking is not a secret. There are 4 divisions within the Sihai sect: the Fire Sea Division, the Ice Sea Division, the Goo Sea Division, and the Blood Sea Division. The Fire Sea tribe focuses on warfare. The people within it cultivate the great way of fire and have formidable combat power. The Ice Sea tribe is a guarding tribe. Its members cultivate the great Tao of water. Although their combat power is not as good as that of the Fire Sea tribe, it is easy to be trapped in the ice for 1,000,000 years in a fight with them. They can see but cannot hear or move. It is better to be dead. The Soul Sea tribe is even more terrifying. They cultivate soul-related avenues and can attack and torture souls, making it impossible for people to live or die. But the most terrifying ones are the Blood Sea tribe. They are the ones who specialize in exterminating clans and killing clans in the 4 Seas sect. They have some extremely terrifying magic techniques and have slaughtered many races and killed countless people. Qingyu only knows this much. I don't know if you are satisfied. Qingyu gave a brief introduction to the Sihai sect. She was just a Taoist master and didn't know much more. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Okay, I'll give you this pill. Take it when you get home, and you should be able to advance to the half-step primal chaos stage." Qingyu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Is it possible that a single pill could allow her to ascend to the half-step chaos stage? The pill in front of him looked black and ordinary, without even the slightest medicinal fragrance, yet it had such miraculous effects. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Why, are you afraid that I'm lying to you?" Qingyu quickly shook her head. "Of course not. How could the senior lie to me?" It's just that Qingyu has never seen such a magical elixir before. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You'll know after you eat it when you get back, but you have to be prepared. It may take some time to break through." Qingyu put the pill away and nodded. Qingyu understands. She also looked around, as if afraid that someone would see her pills, but she found that no one was looking at her at all, not even the Chaos Realm Master from the Sihai sect. Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, they don't know what we said or did." Qingyu then realized that this seemed to be true. She didn't understand how Lin Moyu did it, she just felt that Lin Moyu was magical. The teleportation array was activated again, and a powerful pressure swept out from it. Someone else came over, this time it was a powerful and accomplished person. Before he appeared, a huge pressure had already swept across the entire place. The Chaos Realm Minor Masters present didn't feel anything, but the ones who had achieved major success suddenly changed their expressions and retreated a distance to avoid the pressure. There was a flash of fire in the sky. The people coming were still from the Blood Sea division of the 4C sect, but this time they were at the elder level. A fiery red figure appeared in the teleportation array, and those who had come before immediately saluted respectfully, "Welcome Tianmi-chan too." Elder Tianhua had a solid figure, and he was also dressed in a red robe. His entire body looked like a ball of flames. The flames turned into a sea of fire that condensed into a fire cloud in the sky above Guangdong Realm. Everyone present saw the sea of fire, but in fact the sea of fire was just an illusion and did not exist. Elder Tianhua stepped out of the teleportation array and came into the air. His aggressive gaze swept across the entire audience. No one dared to look at him, and they all lowered their heads to avoid him. He seemed very satisfied with the result, but when he saw Lin 323 silent words, he found that Lin Moyu did not avoid him at all, and was looking at him as if he was looking at something interesting. He frowned slightly, but did not get angry. In his eyes, Lin Moyu was just a little fellow who had achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm. The reason he dared to look him in the eye was probably because of his strong Dao heart. A good seedling. Elder Tianhua showed a hint of joy in his eyes. He felt that Lin Moyu might be a promising talent. It is easy to cultivate oneself, but difficult to strengthen one's heart of Tao. The heart of Tao is the foundation of a cultivator. As long as your heart is strong enough, your cultivation will improve sooner or later. He couldn't help but look at her twice more, and even smiled at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu also nodded slightly as a greeting. Elder Tianhua was stunned at this. He found that he had been wrong before. Lin Moyu's heart was not strong, but it would be more accurate to say that he was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. A guy who had only achieved a minor level of success in the Chaos Realm actually smiled and nodded at him, even with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes, as if he was the one with a lower level. He felt a little unhappy, but couldn't get angry because Lin Moyu didn't say or do anything. Lin Moyu looked at Elder Tianhua out of pure curiosity. This elder from the Fire Sea division of the 4C sect was a perfect strong man with a powerful aura and a vigorous soul. He was indeed extremely powerful. However, he also saw that the opponent's foundation was not solid, and his strong combat power was due to the strength of his magic, not because of his deep foundation. It is difficult for a perfect strong man like this to reach the peak. Perhaps he is in his strongest state now, and it will be difficult for him to make any progress in the future. Qingyu's voice came to my ears. "Senior, this is Elder Tianhua of the Fire Sea division. He is one of the 8 elders of the Fire Sea division. His combat power is said to be in the top 3 of the Fire Sea division. If it were the entire 4C sect, he would probably be in the top 20. Lin Moyu was surprised. "How do you know so much? You even know the rankings?" Qingyu said, "This is public information. It is all in the database of the Central Region Divine Alliance. Senior, you can go and take a look when you have time." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "I see. I haven't actually seen it before." Qingyu said, "The database of the Central Region Divine Alliance is very comprehensive. It contains the information and rankings of the powerful people from all the forces in the 4 extremes and 3 regions. However, my cultivation level is limited and I don't have enough power. Song can only see part of it." Lin Moyu's mind moved and he asked, "How is the ranking of the Wine Master?" Qingyu said, "Jiuzun is the top powerhouse in the Central Region. Almost everyone knows him. If we were to rank him, he would probably be in the top 10. Qingyu then explained, "Actually, there's no real ranking for those top experts. It's all just estimates. Perhaps everyone has a different ranking in their minds. Some people think that Wine Reverend is the first level below Great Reverend." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "That's right. Everyone has their own ranking in their mind." He was chatting with Qingyu. Although Qingyu was only a member of a subordinate force of the Central Domain Divine Alliance and not a real member of the Central Domain Divine Alliance, she also had the right to enter the information room. She worked as a handyman in the Central Domain Divine Alliance and was often assigned to different places to do simple tasks. Several times she was assigned to manage the information room. She took this opportunity to check various materials in the data room and read all the materials within her authority. Although he seems to be only at the Tao Lord level, he actually knows a lot about the information of the various forces in the Central Region Divine Alliance. Elder Tianhua saw Lin Moyu chatting with the little girl in front of him as if nothing had happened, but he couldn't hear anything they were saying. This made him feel strange. With his level of strength, it was impossible for him not to hear it. Even if they used soul transmission, he would still be able to hear it. Their mouths were moving, but no sound came out. Elder Tianhua frowned slightly, and a sense of power pressed down on the two of them. However, when his pressure was about to touch Lin Moyu, it automatically disappeared without any effect. Lin and Moyu were still chatting there, as if they didn't notice. Elder Tianhua frowned even more tightly, sensing something was amiss. This little fellow is not simple. He had a vague feeling of being ignored, and his unhappiness intensified, with even more powerful pressure rushing down. The Fire Sea Tribe practitioners around him noticed something unusual and also saw Lin Moyu. Waves of pressure gathered into a ball and pressed towards Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu still did not show any signs of disaster. Elder Tianhua's pressure became even stronger, and it condensed into a fist and smashed down. Under such pressure, not to mention a minor success in the Chaos Realm, even a major success in the Chaos Realm would fall to the ground on the spot. Finally, Lin Moyu responded. Lin Moyu looked up at Elder Tianhua and moved his lips. Elder Tianhua's whole body trembled violently, and the pressure dissipated instantly. His expression kept changing, with embarrassment, disbelief, and more of shock. Just now, Elder Tianhua heard two words, enough. The sound exploded directly in his soul like thunder, and at the same time it rushed over with a tremendous soul force, shaking his soul so much that it trembled violently. This soul shock came from Lin Moyu. He finally realized that this guy who looked like a minor success in the Chaos Realm was not a minor success in the Chaos Realm at all. How could a person who had just achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm possess such terrifying soul power, a soul power far stronger than his own? He withdrew all his pressure, and lost the arrogance of a perfect master. He saluted Lin Moyu and said, "Fellow Taoist, could you please come up and have a chat?" He had a very good attitude, without any of his previous arrogance or dominance. Everyone saw the person he invited, a guy who had reached the minor success level of the Chaos Realm. Why would a guy who has only achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm deserve such treatment from Elder Tianhua? Lin Moyu was 5.1 at the moment and said, "If you want to chat, come down, I'm too lazy to go up." Lin Moyu's reaction immediately shocked everyone. Was this the attitude of a Chaos Realm minor successful person towards a perfected powerful being? But Elder Tianhua's reaction was once again incomprehensible. He said loudly, "Okay." As he spoke, he flew down on his own initiative, came in front of Lin Moyu, and saluted on his own initiative, looking extremely humble. Not only were others stunned, but the Fire Sea Tribe cultivator who had come earlier was also stunned. What happened before my eyes was magical. Elder Tianhua didn't care about others and said to Lin Moyu, "I am Tianhua, an elder of the Fire Sea Division of the Four Seas sect, and also a deacon of the Central Region Divine Alliance." He had an ID card hanging around his waist. Lin Moyu also took out his ID card. Lin Moyu, a casual cultivator. Seeing Lin Moyu's ID card, Elder Tianhua's expression suddenly changed. Elder Tianhua suddenly took 2 steps back, bowed respectfully to Lin Moyu, and said loudly, "I am a high-ranking deacon of the Central Region Divine Alliance, greeting the Great Elder." Qingyu, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment, then he also bowed deeply, lowered his head, and said in a trembling voice, "Qingyu greets the Great Elder." Lin Moyu then discovered that his ID card was different from before. The ID card now glows with a purple-gold luster, and the aura it exudes is also different from before. He knew that Mu Tianzi must have done something. He remembered that Mu Tianzi wanted to give him some authority and fiddled with his ID card for a few seconds. But he didn't tell me what had changed at the time. He just said that I could go to the North Pole with this ID card and no one would stop me. But he didn't expect that Kuntian would turn himself into the Grand Elder of the Central Region Divine Alliance. In the Central Region Divine Alliance, besides the two leaders, the ones with the greatest authority are the Great Elders. There are currently 8 Great Elders, all of whom are top-notch and powerful, similar to the Wine Venerable. Below them are the Elders. There are many Elders, no less than 100, and they are all powerful and accomplished. Below the Elders are the Deacons, who are divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Deacons are also perfect and powerful. Even the most powerful ones are divided into different levels. The Central Domain Divine Alliance has countless members, and the subordinate forces are countless, and the most powerful ones are also numerous. But only 100 can become Elders, and 8 can become Great Elders, like Tianhua in front of him. He is an Elder in the Sihai sect, but in the Central Region Divine Alliance, he is a top-grade Deacon. There is a strict promotion system within the Central Domain Divine Alliance. If a Deacon wants to be promoted to an Elder, he must undergo a rigorous test, and the test is on combat power. Everything is based on combat power. Now Lin Moyu has the identity card of the Great Elder, which means that his combat power is equal to that of the Great Elder. The leader of the Sihai sect is one of the 8 Great Elders of the Central Region Divine Alliance, which means that Lin Moyu is at the same level as the leader of the Sihai sect. As for his realm, what is realm? It can be completely disguised. Seeing Elder Tianhua's reaction, no one would simply think that Lin Moyu was a minor success in the Chaos Realm. He was just pretending. As for the fact that you can't see through the disguise, that's your own problem. It means that the other person is good at disguising themselves, but you have poor eyesight. Lin Moyu's thoughts raced as he understood that in the Central Territory Divine Alliance, the hierarchy was strict. He was the Great Elder, while Tianhua was only a high-ranking Deacon. Not to mention their strength, the difference in their levels alone was enormous. When he sees me, he must bow deeply, otherwise it would be disrespectful. Lin Moyu said, "No need for such grand ceremony. I wonder what Deacon Tianhua wants to discuss." Elder Tianhua shook his head repeatedly. It's okay, it's okay. He didn't have anything to talk about. He just thought Lin Moyu was a little strange before, but now he knew that Lin Moyu was the chief elder of the Divine Alliance. What qualifications did he have to talk to him? He turned around and asked, "I wonder what brings you here, Great Elder?" Lin Moyu said, "I want to go to Wangbaiji. The teleportation array has been occupied by you. I can only wait." Elder Tianhua's expression changed, and he said with a wry smile, "We didn't know you were going to Wangbei Realm. If we had known, I would definitely not have occupied the teleportation array." Lin Moyu said, "It's all right. I don't have any urgent matters, so it's okay to wait for 2 days. But you guys came here with such fanfare. Is the war going to start in Dongji?" Elder Tianhua nodded. "According to the intelligence we've received, Dongji is indeed planning to take action, and they've already sent someone infiltrate." Lin Moyu said, "The one who was able to sneak in without anyone noticing must be a perfect strider." Elder Tianhua hummed, "That's right. The sect master asked us to gather here to deal with those guys in Dongji. It's not just us, there will be others coming. Several elders from the Divine Alliance have already gone to Lindong City, where they are preparing for battle. But I think—" At this point, Tianhua paused, and Lin Moyu asked, "What do you think?" Elder Tianhua said, "I don't think things are that simple. The information this time is a bit strange, but I dare not make a conclusion, it's just a guess." Lin Moyu said, "No problem, tell me your guess." Elder Tianhua said, "When war breaks out between the extreme regions, the Great Masters will also have an agreement that they will not interfere in the battles between the extreme regions, but only watch and not take action. But the Great Venerable can plan and deploy behind the scenes and control the entire battle situation. This time, the war broke out in Antarctica first, while the actions in Dongji were more subtle, unlike the previous ones. The reason for this is probably that the Great Master Jiu from Dongji is behind this. In every major war, Dongji always took the initiative, but this time it was different, which is very unusual. Also, the intelligence we received this time was somewhat unusual. It was unclear, saying only that Dongji would take action at any moment. As a result, most of our forces were drawn to Lindong City, leaving our forces elsewhere weak. Elder Tianhua was born in the Sihai sect and practiced the fire element. Although he seemed to have a slightly bad temper, he was actually very thoughtful. At the same time, he is also the deacon of the Central Domain Divine Alliance and knows a lot about what happens in the Central Domain Divine Alliance. He has his own worries and thoughts, but he cannot express them because he does not have the power to do so. Lin Moyu asked, "Have you discussed this idea with the 4C's sect leader?" Elder Tianhua said, "He did, but the sect master left after receiving the intelligence and he didn't take care of what happened here." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Why?" Elder Tianhua said, "If I'm not mistaken, the intelligence should contain information about the Supreme Jiyan of Dongji. He is the sect master's mortal enemy, and the sect master is in a life-and-death feud with him. Compared to the matter of Supreme Jiyan, everything else is less important." Supreme Flame Lord? Lin Moyu saw that Elder Tianhua was a little hesitant. After all, that was the matter of the Sihai sect master, and he was an elder of the Sihai sect, so it was not convenient for him to say more. Lin Moyu said to Qingyu, "Do you know?" Qingyu nodded. "This is no secret. Venerable Jiyan is the top-ranking perfected powerful one in the Eastern Extreme. He was the one who killed the Taoist companion of the 4C's sect master. That's why the 4C's sect master once declared that he and Venerable Jiyan would fight to the death. The vengeance for killing one's fellow Taoist is indeed a fight to the death. However, when there is no war, the leader of the 4C's cannot go to Dongji to kill people. This time the war has finally started. It is a good opportunity for revenge. For such a strong man, as long as he can avenge himself, he doesn't care about anything else. He can even sacrifice countless lives for revenge." Lin Moyu asked, "Have you discussed this speculation with the elders of the Central Region Divine Alliance?" Elder Tianhua said, "The sect master is the great elder. If he doesn't give the order, it's useless to tell others. They will also ask him for instructions. However, we, the elders of the 4C sect, have discussed this matter among ourselves and all feel that it is somewhat strange. However, we have no choice but to follow orders." He was also somewhat helpless. After all, he had no say. The teleportation array was activated again, and someone else came over. Then, the teleportation array kept jumping, and more people came. Over the next half-day, more and more people came from the 4C sect. After the Fire Sea tribe came the Ice Sea tribe. For a moment, the Wanbei realm became a world of ice and fire. After the Ice Sea tribe is the Soul Sea tribe, and finally the Blood Sea tribe. When the Soul Sea division was halfway through its teleportation, a strange wave suddenly emerged from the primal chaos, instantly sweeping across the Wanbei realm. The teleportation array that was in operation hummed to a halt. The space was blocked, and the blockade was so thorough that even the teleportation array stopped working. The next moment, the formation of Guangdong Realm was fully deployed, and a giant formation protected Guangdong Realm firmly. Holes appeared above the formation, and these holes exuded the breath of death. The formation that protects Guangdong Realm is not a simple defensive formation. It is both offensive and defensive, and has extremely strong attack power. At the same time, the Central Domain Divine Alliance built a building in the Guangdong Realm, which quickly turned into a war fortress and rushed into the sky, merging with the formation and becoming the core of the formation. Elder Tianhua's expression changed. They really have come in. This is Dongji's Dingkong formation. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Lin Moyu's expression did not change. The so-called Dingkong formation was nothing in his eyes. He could easily block the space and make the teleportation array inoperable. The real strength of the Dingkong formation lies in its range. Its range is extremely large, covering a vast area of trillions of miles in radius. In this area, not only is the space blocked, but even the rules are messed up, and the speed of all practitioners will be greatly reduced. Even for a perfect strong man, his speed is only comparable to that of a small success in the Chaos Realm, and his purpose is to prevent the enemy from escaping. As for the Dongji people who use the Dingkong formation, they have corresponding means, and the impact they suffer will be greatly reduced. As one gains strength while the other loses strength, the gap in combat power will widen. Seeing Lin Moyu so calm, Elder Tianhua also calmed down. He realized that Lin Moyu was the great elder and had the combat power of a top-level perfect strong man, and was not weaker than his own clan leader. With him around, the Dongji people's sneak attack may not succeed. A team appeared outside Guangdong Realm, and a giant fortress flew in, filled with people. They are creatures from Dongji. Although they all look human, none of them are human. There are not many humans in Dongji, almost all of them are exotic beasts. Even if there are humans occasionally, they are half-human, not fully human. The Guangdong Realm's formation had been fully activated. A voice resounded throughout the Guangdong Realm, all cultivators below the Chaos Realm and the Guangdong Realm, listen up. Follow the instructions of the formation and enter the nearest center of the formation. Prepare for battle. Millions of rays of light fell from the sky. In the Guangdong Realm, all the cultivators below the Chaos Realm entered the formation, becoming the core of the formation and providing power for the formation. This is a battle between extreme regions. Once it starts, no matter what level of cultivation you are at, even ordinary people cannot escape and can only fight. Qingyu saluted Lin Moyu, Great Elder, I am also entering the formation. Lin Moyu nodded, okay. Qingyu entered the nearest light and flew into the formation. Entering the formation is actually a form of protection for them. As long as the formation is not broken and Guangdong Realm is still there, they will be fine. Otherwise, the aftermath of the war alone would be enough for them to endure. As everyone entered the battle formation, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. For C's sect, listen up. Step out of the realm and set up the battle formation. Prepare to fight. Elder Tianhua was startled. It's the sect master. The sect master is actually here. Lin Moyu chuckled, he's always here. Pan Sihai, the leader of the Sihai sect, is a top-notch and powerful person, and is as famous as the wine master. He has always been in Guangdongji and has never left. He hid it very well, deceiving everyone except Lin Moyu. Tianhua could sense that there was something wrong with the intelligence, so how could he not sense it? So he judged that the people from Dongji might raid Guangdongji, so he didn't leave at all and waited in Guangdongji. Guangdong Realm is an important hub of the Central Domain Divine Alliance. Once it is destroyed, it will be very disadvantageous to the entire domain's front line. So he forcibly occupied the teleportation array and wanted to teleport the people from the Sihai sect over, and the transmission speed was not fast, deliberately delaying time. Sure enough, when the transmission was halfway through, the other party finally made a move. Pan Sihai appeared outside Guangdong Realm, emitting a terrifying aura. This is a middle-aged man with a dignified look. He is standing on a sea of blood. Countless wronged souls are flying out of the sea of blood and dancing behind him. Countless blood-colored chains are extending from the sea of blood, locking these wronged souls tightly. The wronged souls came from the people he had killed. They were killed by him and thrown into the sea of blood to be refined, and they would never be reborn. The sea of blood under your feet is a treasure, and the field is terrifying. Pan Sihai was a man who had walked out of a sea of blood and corpses. The murderous aura emanating from him was enough to scare the Chaos Realm Dao heart into pieces. He looked towards the fortress coming from Dongji and said in a low voice, Ji Yan, it's time to settle our grudge today. Unexpectedly, I still couldn't hide it from you. The fortress in Dongji laughed loudly. Volcanoes, seas, firebirds, fire snakes, the scorching sun. Countless fire-related images appeared in the chaotic void. Use fire to evolve everything, even the world. Even before meeting the person, Lin Moyu had already judged that this person's attainments in the great way of fire had reached the pinnacle. The Supreme Flame Lord flew out of the fortress, like the Lord of Fire descending, and all the flame illusions submitted to him. The moment he appeared, the expressions of the cultivators from the Fire Sea Department of the Sihai sect changed drastically at the same time. Their flames became uncontrollable, and the fire-based avenues they practiced seemed to be surrendering to each other. This is suppression from the level of the great Tao. The supreme flame is the monarch of fire, and the rest can only be his slaves. Pan Si-Hai snorted coldly, and a drop of dark blood flew out from the sea of blood and exploded. Black light swept across the void, and all the suppression from the supreme flame was swept away. Pan Si-Hai's eyes were filled with hatred, but he didn't lose his mind. Let's go somewhere else. Venerable Ji Yin laughed heartily and said, "All right, today we will decide the winner." Pan Si-Hai corrected him, "It's a matter of life and death." "Okay, let's decide the winner and also decide life and death." Venerable Ji Yin cut through the void and flew away. Pan Si-Hai quickly chased after him, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared. They are top-notch and powerful warriors. If they fight here, the aftermath alone will be enough to hurt others. By then, not only will Wangdongji be in trouble, but this fortress from Dongji may also be destroyed. So they have to change places so that they can go all out. After the two left, the elders of Si-Hai sect knew that the battlefield was now left to them. The transmission was only half completed, the troops had not arrived yet, and the troops from other forces had not arrived either. There are only them here, a group of independent cultivators, and the large formation of Guangdong realm itself. It is still unknown how many people and how many strong men are in the enemy's war fortress. But no matter what, they could only fight King Zhao. The Si-Hai sect members began to form their battle formation. Fortunately, the Fire Sea tribe and the Ice Sea tribe had already arrived, so their battle formation was relatively complete. Only half of the Soul Sea tribe had arrived, but they were unable to form a battle formation and could only fight on their own. At this moment, even a perfect being like Elder Tianhua felt a little nervous. This was not an ordinary fight, but a war between extreme domains. In every war, many powerful and accomplished warriors fall, and he doesn't know whether he can survive this war. The war fortress hummed, the formation was activated, and at the same time, powerful beings flew out. They came from the eastern pole, were not human, and revealed their true forms in the void. There are not many of them, only 100, but each of them is a perfect and powerful one. The faces of the people from the Si-Hai sect turned ugly. How could they stop 100 powerful and perfect warriors? What's more, behind these perfect masters, there are more than 10,000 Chaos Realm masters, while they only have a few hundred people. The void here is blocked and there is no support for a while. A sinister laugh rang out, Pan Si-Hai is gone, this place is over. Amidst the sinister laughter, a strange beast covered in blue light flew out. He looks somewhat similar to the centipede in the ancient wilderness, but is much smaller, with a body length of less than 10,000 meters. Among the giant beasts in the east that are often millions of meters long, this guy can only be considered a small one. But this little guy is the strongest among these giant beasts. The moment he appeared, several elders of the Four Seas sect shouted in unison, "Concentrate your breath and don't stare at him." They shouted rapidly, with fear in their voices, as if they had seen something dangerous. At the same time, the Si-Hai sect's battle formation actually began to retreat collectively, which was obviously intentional by these elders. "What's this?" Elder Tianhua suddenly heard Lin Moyu's voice and was suddenly delighted. He then remembered that Lin Moyu was there. This guy who seems to have only achieved a small success in the Chaos Realm is actually the Great Elder of the Divine Alliance. To become the Great Elder, one must rely on strength. If Lin Moyu really has that kind of strength, then they don't have to be afraid. Looking down, I saw Lin Moyu slowly flying out of Guangdong Realm. Elder Tianhua immediately shouted, "Elder Lin, be careful. That guy is called the Dog Rat Ancestor, and he's full of poison. His poison can spread through various channels and can pollute the Great Tao. If Song looks at him for a few more times, he'll be poisoned. This guy is the patriarch of the Dog Rat Beast clan. He's the strongest guy in their clan, only slightly weaker than the clan leader." He answered Lin Moyu's 293 questions as quickly as possible. Lin Moyu had never heard of the Dograt clan before. "It looks like a field." He looked at the other person openly, not caring at all about the poison that Elder Tianhua mentioned. He was curious about the poison that polluted the avenue and what kind of poison could kill him. The immortal Tao has never been afraid of poisons, and he has even been dealing with poisons in the past. If there is a poison that can kill you instantly, that would be a good thing. Maybe it can be studied to see if it can be enhanced a little bit, so that you can die tens of thousands of times. I hope you will disappoint me. Lin Moyu whispered, looking at the dog-rat ancestor. The dog and rat ancestor let out a sharp laugh. Where did this ignorant youngster come from? How dare you look at me? Are you tired of living? Lin Moyu just looked at him and said, Yes, I'm tired of living. Please poison me to death. His words irritated the rat patriarch, and his shrill voice became even harsher. Well, then, I'll let you die anyway. A strong blue light burst out from his body, sweeping across the void, and light smoke rose from the void. His poison is so strong that it can even affect space. The Seihai sect practitioners continued to retreat. The farther away they were, the safer they were. The battle formation activated to form a defense and protect them. Guangdong Realm could not leave, but the formation of Guangdong Realm was strong enough. Under the illumination of blue light, it just kept twisting and smoking, but did not collapse. It would be a long way to go for the dog-rat ancestor to break the formation of the Guangdong Realm by himself. Lin Moyu just bathed in the blue light and looked at him quietly. The laughter of the rat patriarch became increasingly shrill, gradually becoming surprised, and then turned into a scream. Impossible, how could you be okay? Lin Moyu stood in the blue light, without using the immortal Tao, and blocked the poison with just the strength of his body. The same is true for the soul. Powerful soul power is naturally emitted, and the poison is kept out. Seeing that Lin Moyu was fine, Elder Tianhua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Great Elder is the Great Elder, it's okay like this. Beside Elder Tianhua, there were several elders from the Fire Sea Department of the Seihai sect. After they came over, they saw Elder Tianhua chatting with Lin Moyu. They originally thought that Lin Moyu was Elder Tianhua's junior. Now that I hear it, it's not the case at all. Someone asked, Tianhua, you said he is the Great Elder? What's his name? I don't remember such a great elder. Tianhua said, he said his name was Lin Moyu. I don't remember any elders with the last name Lin, but his ID card couldn't be faked. Maybe it's the newly promoted Great Elder, we may not know for sure. Don't even think about getting anything out of me. I don't know either. If you want to ask, go ask Elder Lin. He directly shut the mouths of several people and blocked all the questions they wanted to ask next. Tianhua looked at the blue light and felt that Moyu was sure to win. Amidst the blue light, Lin Moyu revealed a look of disappointment. Is this your poison? It's a bit weak. The dog-rat ancestor felt like he had been slapped hard in the face and roared, how dare you look down on me? I'm so d off. I'm going to poison you and all your relatives and friends to death. I won't let any of them go. The ancestor will make their souls rot and their bodies fester, leaving them unable to live or die. If you have descendants, I will make them live like rotten mud for generations to come. Lin Moyu frowned and raised his hand to slap him. A terrifying giant palm appeared in the void, sweeping across millions of miles and sweeping through the group of strange beasts in the easternmost part. Wow! Screams were heard, and none of the huge beasts could stop them and were blown away on the spot. Nothing could stop the slap as it came in front of the dog and rat ancestor. With a bang, he was slapped away for tens of thousands of miles. Your mouth is less poisonous than yours. I originally thought your poison might be of some use to me, but now it seems there's no need to keep you. After I kill you, I will find your race, exterminate them all, and then bring them back to life to be my slaves for eternity. Lin Moyu's voice resounded throughout the universe, like the most poisonous curse, chilling people to the bone. This slap woke up the people of Dongji and also meant that the war officially began. But just as they were about to rush over, they discovered that a densely packed and endless park appeared in the void. All the undead servants are at the peak of the Chaos Realm. Although their strength is not too strong, their numbers are too large. There were so many undead servants, countless undead servants, and they didn't know how to kill them for a moment. So many puppets. Where did the people in the central region get so many puppets? There are simply too many, probably tens of billions. Oh my God, how can we fight this? Do we in Dongji have so many Chaos Realm Masters combined? Lin Moyu exuded an aura of sublimation. He had now advanced from the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm to the major success stage. Both his body and soul had reached their peak. He raised his hand and slapped him again, shouting, "Kill!" The undead servants pounced forward, faithfully carrying out Lin Moyu's orders to kill without hesitation and without any hesitation. At the same time, the space-time soul python also rushed out with 3 slaves. Although the perfect strong men of the Cold Toad clan could only be regarded as weak in the perfect level, they were also perfect at night. When they charge forward without regard for their lives, it is terrifying enough. They used all their strength, attacking without defending, as if they were fighting for their lives. They were just fighting desperately. It was the space-time soul python that asked them to fight desperately. The space-time soul python could only control 3 perfections at the same time. If they didn't die, they couldn't control the newcomers. In this battle, if the 3 of them died, he could choose 3 more powerful ones to control. The space-time soul burial itself is stronger, perhaps a little worse than the top perfection, but much more powerful than the ordinary perfect strongmen. The python's tail evolved into countless shadows that swept across the void, making the creatures in Dongji cry out in pain. These are members of the Frost Toad clan. They are creatures from the western extremes. How could they appear here? What kind of python is this? How can it be so terrifying and powerful? Who on earth is this person? Where does he get so many tricks? One by one they shouted loudly, golden light flashed around Lin Moyu, and Xiaoping came out in response. Xiaoping transformed into a golden light and rushed into the battlefield, harvesting lives one after another. A large number of undead servants surrounded the powerful man from Dongji, and the time and space soul python rampaged on the battlefield with its 3 controlled subordinates. The time and space soul python is now a resurrected being. It is not afraid of death at all and can be resurrected again even if it dies. As for the 3 men under his control, they had no idea what death was. When they faced the powerful and perfect men from Dongji, they killed everyone indiscriminately. Xiaoping flew at full speed, a golden light flowed and danced on the battlefield. Wherever it went, the space was shattered, and countless powerful warriors were either injured or retreated. They couldn't keep up with Xiaoping's speed, couldn't see how Xiaoping attacked, and couldn't block him even if they wanted to. It's just that Xiaoping's current strength is not too strong, and he can't kill a perfect strong man in seconds. As for those guys who have reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, he no longer bothers to kill them. The undead servants will teach them a lesson. From the very beginning of the war, the people from Dongji were suppressed. Their war fortress is a treasure with extremely strong combat power, even capable of matching several times the strength of a perfect warrior. However, when facing the endless undead servants, it was of no use and dodged the battle situation left and right. The endless attacks of the undead servants came from all directions, overwhelming the war fortress. No matter which direction it flew, all it saw were undead servants. Even an elephant will eventually perish once it is trapped in an endless sea of ants. This is the situation that the strong men who came from Dongji are facing now. They are facing an endless sea of undead. Not tens of thousands, not millions, but hundreds of billions. Now, unless there is a top-notch, perfect master who can lead them out of the siege, they will have hope of survival. As for the dog and rat ancestor, he was most proud of his poison, but the poison was not suitable for encirclement. If he wanted to leave, it would not be easy to stop him, but Lin Moyu would not give him this opportunity. Lin Moyu stood outside the battlefield. The roots of the small tree ignored the spatial blockade and penetrated the space with the power of time and space, opening up a channel because of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu swung out one slap after another. Each slap passed through the battlefield and suddenly appeared in front of the dog-rat ancestor, beating him so hard that he could no longer take care of himself. His own strength is not that strong, not much stronger than other perfect strong men. The reason why others are afraid of him is because of his poison. But now he is facing Lin Moyu, who is not afraid of his poison at all, and the ability he is proud of is useless. Slap after slap was landed on his face with incredible accuracy, making a crackling sound in the air and making him feel dizzy. He couldn't stop it, and he couldn't escape. His face was swollen and his head was several times bigger than usual. He had lost all his face. He roared, but the sound of his roar had become distorted. His mouth was smashed and he couldn't even make a sound. Only the roar of his soul echoed in the void, and Lin Moyu's response was an even more fierce slap in the face. Boom! Powerful energy fluctuations swept across a large area of the void, and countless undead servants were sucked into it and shattered on the spot. Several powerful and accomplished warriors from Dongji were blown away and seriously injured. A member of the Cold Toad clan controlled by the space-time soul python was finally killed after a desperate attack. Before his death, he blew himself up, injuring many people without distinguishing between friend and foe. Then the other two also suffered fatal attacks and exploded one after another. Even if the three of them were not afraid of death, they were facing hundreds of powerful and accomplished warriors, so death was inevitable. The eyes of the space-time soul python were shining brightly, and he had already chosen a new target. A strange power surged, and the three powerful beasts from Dongji were immediately controlled. They turned against them in an instant and began to attack their own people desperately. The sudden change shocked the powerful and accomplished people in Dongji. They didn't know what had happened or why it happened suddenly. How could he be my companion 1 second ago and my enemy the next? But now they have no time to think, they can only fight back, otherwise they will die. The three powerful and perfect warriors from Dongji attacked frantically, and the powerful warriors from Dongji reacted and began to besiege them. Relying on the advantage in numbers, they were quickly suppressed. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 explosions. After being suppressed, the 3 giant beasts quickly chose to self-destruct. These were the self-destructions of perfect and powerful men, sweeping across a large area of the void, injuring and blowing away everyone, and the battlefield was in chaos. Xiaoping took the opportunity to rush over and kill the most seriously injured guy, almost beheading him. The time and space soul python locked onto 3 targets again, its eyes gleaming with brilliance. Before the situation stabilized, 3 more powerful and perfect warriors from Dongji suddenly attacked and launched a fierce attack on their companions. This time, the 3 of them worked together and instantly killed a seriously injured guy. Then the 3 of them started their desperate attack again, but Zhang refused to defend himself. Why is it like this again? What on earth is going on? Why did they betray us? I know, he is the space-time soul python, the space-time soul python from the western extremes, he controls us. The time and space soul python was very famous, and almost all the powerful and perfect people knew it, but they didn't expect it to be him at first. 0, please give me flowers. The time and space soul python is a top-level perfect powerful being that lives in the westernmost part and rarely appears. He possesses the ability to control time, space, and souls, and is an extremely terrifying existence. Upon hearing that it was the space-time soul python, these powerful and accomplished beings became scattered in the air, their eyes filled with panic. Hurry! Remove the Ding Kong formation, and let's break out. Hurry up, hurry up! When faced with the space-time soul python, the first thing these powerful and accomplished people thought of was to escape. They didn't want to fight the space-time soul python after escaping from here. Whether they could defeat it or not would be another matter. If they couldn't defeat it, they would die, but if they were not careful, they would become puppets. That would mean they would never be reborn. There have been several precedents where my companions attack me uncontrollably. This is terrifying. 0. It takes time to activate the Ding Kong formation, and it also takes time to remove the formation. The time is not long, only about a few breaths, but these few breaths are enough to determine their life or death. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, so what if they knew? How many of you can escape? As he spoke, he continued to fan his wings. A formation disc flew out, and wings of chaos spread out behind it. The chaos array was activated, and the originally stable space became chaotic. The wings of chaos vibrated, and countless light spots flew out. The light spots turned into small elves, stirring the space into a paste. The fixed space array is a method of fixing space, making the teleportation array in this space ineffective and the spatial talent ineffective, so as to trap and kill Wang Dongjie and the other powerful people in the central region. Lin Moyu achieved the same effect by disrupting the space. The two methods are different, but they lead to the same goal. The Dingkong formation was gone, and the Luankong formation came, but they still couldn't escape. These powerful and accomplished people immediately discovered this, and the space became chaotic. The escape magic weapons in their hands were useless, and their spatial talents were useless. They couldn't leave even if they wanted to. It's that guy. His magic has disrupted the space. Kill him. Only by killing him can we escape. All the powerful and perfect men aimed at Lin Moyu at the same time. They wanted to kill Lin Moyu. Only by killing Lin Moyu could they have a chance to survive. Dozens of powerful and perfect warriors formed a team, broke through the encirclement of the undead servants, and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu chuckled. It's a good idea, but you're not qualified. Just tap your fingers and a few drops of jellyfish fly out. The jellyfish suddenly grew larger, transforming into a tsunami that swept over the river. The heaven and earth jellyfish is the true core of the Western Pure Land, and the Chaos Divine Water evolved from it. The effect of the Chaos Divine Water is many times weaker than that of the heaven and earth jellyfish, but the powerful and perfect people in the Western extremes still dare not touch the Chaos Divine Water. When Lin Moyu flew out of the Chaos Divine Water, he shocked a group of top-notch perfect warriors. Now Lin Moyu directly mobilized the heaven and earth jellyfish, transforming it into a tsunami, whose power was many times greater than that of the Chaos Divine Water. If these powerful and perfect beings were caught in it, their bodies and souls would be corroded by the corrosive effect of the jellyfish. Even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured, their realm would fall, and they would no longer be perfect. Retreat, retreat quickly. Some people screamed. They didn't recognize the jellyfish, but their instinct told them that these tsunamis were terrifying and could not be touched. They retreated quickly, but a few unlucky ones were still hit by the tsunami. Screams were heard, and the hard and strong skin of the 217 was corroded in an instant. The soul was also traumatized, and the breath dropped sharply. This scene made others shudder with fear. What kind of water is this? How can it be so horrible? Such a powerful corrosive force, could it be the Chaos Divine Water from the Western Pure Land? No, the Chaos Divine Water is not that powerful. I have never seen such terrifying water before. They were forced back by the tsunami and were once again surrounded by the undead servants. After a tsunami, Lin Moyu took back the heaven and earth jellyfish and transformed it into a water dragon that circled around him. He stretched out his hands and washed them in the water. This scene, seen by the powerful and accomplished man from Dongji, made him feel even more chilled. They couldn't understand Lin Moyu at all. They didn't know where this young guy came from and how he could be so scary. The time and space soul python obviously obeyed him, and as for the golden light flying around, they still didn't know what it looked like. The speed was too terrifying and they couldn't see clearly. There was also the unknown but extremely terrifying water, and those slaps in the face. The people of Dongji have fallen into despair, and it seems that there is no way out. The dog-rat ancestor looked extremely miserable after being beaten by Lin Moyu. His head was smashed to pieces and there was not a single piece of good flesh on his body. The dog and rat ancestor used the power of the boundary, and a boundary shadow appeared behind him, but Lin Moyu ignored it and slapped the boundary shadow. The shadow of the realm was forcibly dispersed, and Patriarch Sui Lan was severely injured at the same time. At this moment, the dog-rat ancestor seemed to have accepted his fate. He stopped barking and resisting. He curled up into a ball and seemed to be starting to give in. Would a perfect and powerful person give up? Lin Moyu naturally didn't believe it. They had all come from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their Tao hearts were so strong that they could not be compared with ordinary practitioners. Sure enough, after just a dozen breaths, a blue light burst out from the dog-rat ancestor's body. The blue light, like a ribbon of light, penetrated the encirclement of the undead servants and shot towards Lin Moyu. He seemed to be making a final counterattack before his death, intending to deal a fatal blow to Lin Moyu. But at the same time, the other end of the blue light flew towards the war fortress in Dongji. This was his real purpose. He wanted to escape back to the war fortress. The shrill voice of the Rat Patriarch echoed through the void at the same time. Everyone return to the fortress and fight your way out through it. His words seemed to wake everyone up, and all the Dongji people rushed towards the fortress. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the jellyfish surrounding him turned into water dragons and rushed towards the blue light. The blue light was quickly corroded and thick fog rose. Even the deadly poison of the dog-rat ancestor can only be corroded by the heaven and earth jellyfish. Thinking about breaking through the fortress? You're overthinking it. The water dragon also rushed towards the war fortress along the blue light, but with the blue light blocking it, the speed of the jellyfish was not too fast. Following the voice of the dog and rat ancestor, most of the people in Dongji fled back to the war fortress. In the short battle that lasted less than 10 minutes, 3/3 of the tens of thousands of Chaos Realm creatures coming from Dongji died. Among the 100 perfect warriors, more than 10 died, and with the 3 who were controlled, the number has reached double digits. The war between Dongji and Zhongyu hasn't even broken out yet, but the losses from just one surprise attack are already so huge that it's hard to imagine. The powerful and perfect ones are not pushovers. The death of more than a dozen of them at once is a big loss for Dongji. After everyone fled back to the war fortress, with the support of so many powerful people, the fortress began to operate at full capacity. Powerful attacks blasted out from the fortress, and a large number of undead servants were killed. The fortress flew towards the easternmost direction, and he wanted to break through and escape. The undead servants rushed forward to try to stop him, but the war fortress's attack was too powerful, and the undead servants could only slow down his breakout speed but could not really stop him. The Time and Space Soul Python, along with his 3 subordinates, also blocked the war fortress. The Great Formation on the war fortress was activated, forcibly resisting the attack of the Space-Time Soul Python. Xiaoping crashed into the war fortress again and again, but was helpless against it. The war fortress has now become a solid tortoise shell that cannot be easily broken. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry at all. With a thought, he asked the Space-Time Soul Python and Xiaoping to join him. The jellyfish had followed the blue light of the dog-rat ancestor to the fortress. The fortress's attack fell into the jellyfish and disappeared in an instant, like a drop in the ocean. The jellyfish landed on the war fortress, and the formation outside the fortress was impacted by the jellyfish and was quickly corroded. These formations are very powerful and can block the jellyfish for a period of time. They are considered top-notch formations. But in front of Lin Moyu, this formation is not good enough. Little tree! With a low shout, the little tree broke through the sky and space, passed directly through the formation of the war fortress, and landed on the war fortress. He used himself to open a passage for Lin Moyu. Of course, Lin Moyu would not go in by himself. What he went in was a ball of burning destruction. The fire of the burning world can refine the world, burn the soul, and ignore the body's defense. Now the world-burning fire came to the front of the war fortress, exploded and turned into a sea of fire, quickly enveloping the entire war fortress. The fire of the burning world penetrated into the fortress, and the sound of the 4th day came from the fortress of time. The souls of countless weaklings were burned, and they were in excruciating pain. Even those powerful and perfect people felt uncomfortable. Although the fire of the burning world could not burn their souls, it could make them feel the pain of the soul. The key point is that no matter what method they use, they cannot dispel the fire that burns the world. They can only constantly stimulate their soul power to improve their soul defense. Only in this way can they feel better. The screams echoed in the war fortress, and the speed of the war fortress's breakout slowed down by 3.9. The jellyfish of heaven and earth finally corroded the formation, turning into layers of water curtains that enveloped the war fortress. Lin Moyu made a cage for them, and they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. The materials used in the war fortress are very good, and the corrosion rate of the jellyfish has become slow. Good material, just what I need. Lin Moyu took a fancy to the materials of the war fortress and could take them back so that Ying Guan could cultivate his own realm. Amid the screams, some people from Dongji tried to rush out, and they did, but what came out was just a skeleton. The bones of the Chaos Realm Masters also emit golden light and seem indestructible. However, his body and soul had been completely corroded the moment he passed through the heaven and earth jellyfish. He died, and only his bones remained. Lin Moyu whispered, "If there is no other means, then die here." In just a dozen seconds, the outer layer of the war fortress had already shown signs of corrosion. Although the material was strong, it could not stop the jellyfish. The formation was damaged, the power of the war fortress was greatly reduced, and the speed of breaking out became slower and slower. If this continues, it won't be long before the war fortress collapses and the people inside will be corroded to death by the jellyfish. Lin Moyu believes that they have other means, it depends on how they choose. On the Wandong side, everyone was stunned. Especially the elders of Sihai sect, they are powerful and perfect, and they have the clearest view of this battle. They also couldn't understand some of Lin Moyu's methods, but they knew very well how terrifying these methods were. It's incredible that Lin Moyu could beat these guys into this state by himself. The key point is, Lin Moyu hardly moved, he just stood there and waved. Therefore, Lin Moyu's true combat power remains a mystery to this day. Elder Tianhua felt that even their sect leader would find it difficult to achieve this. The top perfect strongmen are indeed very powerful, but facing hundreds of beings at the same level, plus monsters like the dog-rat ancestor, 08 will also have a headache when fighting. In his understanding, his master would definitely win in the end, but there would definitely be some price to pay. Moreover, if the other party wants to escape, the leader of his own sect will definitely be unable to kill them all because he is unable to do so. He wouldn't be like Lin Moyu, who just stood there and beat them to a pulp without actually doing anything. Judging from the current situation, if nothing unexpected happens, all these people who came from Dongji will die here. The war fortress has fallen silent, and the large formation on it has been destroyed. The entire magic weapon has lost its majesty and its power is getting weaker and weaker. Finally, he stopped in the void and stopped moving. The powerful Dongji man inside also stopped moving, as if he had accepted his fate. But everyone knows that things are definitely not that simple. These perfect beings have practiced for countless years, and everyone has some trump cards and means to save their lives. With so many life-saving trump cards, there are always some ways to think of. It is almost impossible to let these guys close their eyes and wait for death. A moment later, a strange aura emanated from the war fortress. The chaotic space surprisingly began to stabilize quickly, and rays of light shot out from the war fortress. Wherever the light reached, the space was no longer chaotic. The effect of the chaotic sky formation was offset, and the war fortress began to rotate rapidly, spreading light everywhere. Then it suddenly disappeared, and then reappeared in a place far to the south. The huge war fortress actually teleported 1,000,000 miles away. Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, he has some tricks up his sleeve. There is a space-fixing formation inside the war fortress that can block the space and solidify it. At that time they wanted to escape, so they withdrew the Dingkong formation, but they didn't expect Lin Moyu to have the Luankong formation, which disrupted their retreat. Now they are unable to escape from the chaotic sky formation and can only activate the fixed sky formation again. Use the power of the fixed space formation to balance the chaotic space formation and make the space flat again. However, it is not easy to balance the power of the two formations, which means that there is a formation master in the war fortress, and he is a powerful formation master. The formation master adjusted the power of the Dingkong formation and achieved a balance of power between the two formations. Once the space is stable, war can even be escaped by teleportation. Now the space is still in the process of stabilizing. The teleportation distance of the war fortress is very short, and the direction is difficult to grasp. However, Lin Moyu didn't have much time left. Judging from the current speed, the space would stabilize in a few seconds at most. After analyzing their escape method, Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "Interesting." There was a hint of disdain in his words. The other party's formation master was not bad, but compared to himself. Lin Moyu lightly tapped his fingers, and several chaos runes flew out and scattered in the void. The chaotic space formation suddenly changed, and the space that had just stabilized became chaotic again. To stabilize the space, the two formations need to balance each other. Lin Moyu changed the chaotic space formation, breaking the balance, and the space became chaotic again. Whether it is a chaotic space or a solidified space, the war fortress cannot teleport. The light emitted from the war fortress soon changed again. He changed his own power along with the changes in the chaotic sky formation and continued to stabilize the space. Lin Moyu drew the chaos rune again, continuing to change the strength of the chaos formation. He did not use the wings of chaos, and even took them back, just relying on the chaos formation to play with the opponent. The opponent is a formation master, and so is he. Now it is a duel between formation masters, and he gives due respect to this opponent he has never met. This kind of respect belongs only to the formation master, no one else will understand. Lin Moyu adjusted the chaotic air formation again and again, and the opponent responded quickly. In less than a minute, the formation had been adjusted more than once. Several perfect elders of the Sihai sect were stunned. Tianhua muttered, "Elder Lin is actually a formation master." Someone said, "Elder Lin is not an ordinary formation master. He draws runes at the fastest speed I have ever seen." Someone immediately objected, "He's not drawing runes at all. Most runes are formed with a single thought, and only a few need to be drawn." Indeed, Lin Moyu can currently create most chaos runes with just a thought, and only a few complex runes need to be drawn. Drawing it only takes a moment. When his soul becomes stronger and he has a deeper understanding of the formation runes, all chaos runes can be drawn with just a thought. Elder Tianhua didn't know much about formations. Where will Elder Lin and the other formation master meet? Someone immediately said, "Elder Lin is stronger." Every time Elder Lin changes his formation, it only takes one breath, while the other party needs 3. The difference between the two is huge. Elder Lin is probably just teasing the other party now, and he's probably almost had enough. As a formation master, although he is not at the same level as Lin Moyu, he probably cannot see 323 as expected. After a while, Lin Moyu sighed, "Enough of fun." In an instant, chaos runes flew out like raindrops. Previously, there were only a few each time, but this time, thousands of chaos runes flew out in an instant. A thought can turn into a talisman. The faster Lin Moyu thinks, the faster the talisman can turn into a talisman. Thousands of chaos symbols turned into streams of light and flew into the void. In an instant, the entire space became a mess of thousands of pots of porridge. Trillions of miles of void were divided into thousands of areas, and the degree of spatial chaos in different areas was all different. In this case, it was impossible for the war fortress to escape by teleportation. At best, it can only teleport within its own space, but it cannot move away from its own space. If you want to escape, you can only fly. If you want to fly away, the undead servant, the time and space soul python, and Xiao Jin will not agree. Screams rang out one after another. Under the continuous burning of the world-burning fire, many Chaos Realm Masters in the fortress could not hold on and their souls were burned to ashes. A roar rang out from the war fortress, "Do you really want to fight me to the death?" If that's the case, it means that the other party doesn't have any better solutions. Even if there is a way, Wang Zhu is not sure of it. Lin Moyu ignored them. The undead servant and the space-time soul python attacked again, and the heaven and earth jellyfish began to penetrate and corrode. The people in the fortress also knew Lin Moyu's thoughts. They stopped shouting. A powerful aura rose in the fortress, and a giant emerged in the void. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. This giant was actually the Supreme Flame Master. Lin Moyu didn't understand why the shadow of Supreme Flame suddenly appeared in the war fortress. But he soon realized that as the shadow of Venerable Ji Yan emerged, a little fire appeared in the distance. The flames rapidly increased, and countless firebirds, fire dragons, and even volcanoes swept in from afar. The speed was extremely fast, and it had already surpassed the state of perfection. The illusions formed by the condensation of these flames cleared the way ahead, paving a road of fire. Wherever the flames passed, the space was burned and shattered. After the shattering, the space was no longer chaotic. How could it be chaotic if it was already shattered? Venerable Ji Yin walked on fire and came quickly from the broken void. Those flaming phantoms that cleared the way flew into the war fortress, and the war fortress seemed to be nourished and its strength was restored. The war fortress hummed and resonated with the supreme flame, forming a path of fire between them. So the war fortress is yours. Lin Moyu finally understood that the phantom activated by the war fortress was actually a summons for the supreme flame. The war fortress belongs to the supreme flame, and only the supreme flame can fully control the war fortress, no one else can. Now that the war fortress can no longer hold on, they summon the supreme flame. Behind Venerable Ji Yin, a streak of blood followed. Pan Sihai, the leader of Sihai sect, chased after him with murderous intent. Lin Moyu saw that Venerable Ji Yin had injuries on his body, which were obviously left in the battle with Pan Sihai, and Pan Sihai also had injuries on his body. Looking at the soul conditions of the two people, they are not much different. From this, we can judge that the two should be evenly matched. He thought of one thing. Now that Venerable Ji Yin was back, he would definitely take the war fortress away with him. Pan Sihai would definitely stop him, but he couldn't use his full strength here, as this would affect Guangdong Realm. In the end, it is very likely that they will have to watch Venerable Ji Yin and the people of Dongji escape. The fight had come to this point, how could Lin Moyu let them escape so easily? Even if you have to leave something behind. He said to the people of the Four Seas sect, first, look back to the Eastern Realm. Guangdongji is supported by a formation, so its ability to withstand the aftermath is stronger than that of the people in Sihai sect. But he was just giving a reminder, whether or not people listened was none of his business. As he spoke, he waved his hand at the rapidly approaching Venerable Ji Yin, and threw a huge slap in the face. This time he attacked with all his strength, and his power was even stronger than when he was the original Dograt ancestor. Court death. Venerable Ji Yin roared, and thousands of fire lines shot out from his body, hitting the giant palm like arrows. The giant palm shattered the line of fire like tofu, and hit Venerable Ji Yin under his shocked gaze. With a bang, the rapidly advancing supreme flame was forcibly thrown back 1,000 miles. Pan Sihai, who was chasing him from behind, shouted angrily, "Don't even think about escaping." These words made Lin Moyu want to laugh. Don't even think about escaping. The other person has clearly already escaped. If you hadn't stopped him, you wouldn't have caught up at all. Still yelling, "Don't even think about escaping, you're just trying to save face." Lin Moyu slapped him again, forcing Supreme Flame to respond, buying Pan Sihai less than 1/10 of a breath of time. This time is enough for Pan Sihai to catch up and entangle Venerable Ji Yin again. Lin Moyu said loudly at the same time, "Master Sihai, please hold him back. I will destroy this shop." Pan Sihai laughed heartily and said, "Go ahead, young man. I'll leave him to me." The sea of blood rolled and intertwined into a cage, forcibly detaining an area, and Venerable Ji Yin was inside it. Venerable Ji Yin looked at Lin Moyu with murderous intent. If it weren't for Lin Moyu's 2 slaps, Pan Sihai would have caught up with him. Lin Moyu ignored him and locked onto the war fortress. At this point, the war fortress was already on its last legs. Lin Moyu suddenly decided and gave the space-time soul python an order, blow it up. The time and space soul python immediately ordered its 3 puppets to rush to the war fortress. They stuck to the war fortress and then exploded. Even if the war fortress was a top-notch magic weapon, it would not be able to withstand the self-detonation of a perfect strong man. What's more, it was originally corroded by the jellyfish and its defense was greatly reduced. After 3 horrific explosions, 3 large holes were blown out in the war fortress, causing serious damage. This magic weapon was almost destroyed. In the explosion, countless creatures in Dongji were killed, But Lin Moyu knew that none of the 10 Con-Man strongmen died. But they didn't dare to come out. Now that the Time and Space Soul Python had no subordinates, the vacancy was vacant. Whoever came out would be a puppet delivered to the door. The Sky Soul Python revealed its true form, and its huge body wrapped around the fortress with all its strength. The fortress kept making unpleasant friction sounds, as if it would collapse at any time. Xiaoping was flying outside and watching eagerly. He didn't enter the fortress, so he didn't know what was going on inside. It was not safe to enter rashly. Sometimes when the Space Soul Python and the Heaven and Earth Jellyfish cooperate with each other, the collapse of the fortress is a matter of time, and he has plenty of opportunities to kill a lot of people. The undead servants were not afraid of death. They rushed into the fortress, wreaked havoc inside, and accelerated the collapse of the fortress. From the perspective of the undead servant, Lin Moyu saw the situation inside the fortress. There should be a large number of independent spaces inside, many of which have been blown up, and there are many households. All these corpses were brought out, and together with those who died in the previous war, there were thousands of corpses of those who had reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm, and 5 corpses of those who had reached the Perfection Realm. Xiaoshu, get to work, let's have a blast. At Lin Moyu's command, the small tree was already ready, its roots stretched out, breaking through time and space and going deep into the interior. The body exploded. He muttered something in a low voice, his thoughts rolling, and a large number of corpses in front of him turned into ashes. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion in the fortress, and the entire fortress shook even more violently. Each explosion was like the self-detonation of a Chaos Realm Master, and it happened inside the fortress. The fortress began to disintegrate rapidly from the inside. No matter how many independent spaces it had, it could not withstand such an attack. The small tree became Lin Moyu's eyes, constantly breaking through time and space, appearing in every corner of the fortress, and pointing the way for Lin Moyu. The corpses kept turning into ashes, and amid the continuous explosions, this powerful fortress finally collapsed. It played almost no role in this war, and it will play no role in the future. It will become the nourishment for Lin Moyu's cultivation of the realm, and will disappear forever. The fortress collapsed, and a large number of survivors rushed out, including more than 80 powerful masters, Qianli. They didn't want to come out, but they had to. Everyone's face was filled with fear and deep vigilance. No one knows whether they will be targeted by the space-time soul python and turned into a puppet in the next breath. Even if it's not you, you still have to be wary of your companions. As soon as they came out, they scattered and flew in all directions. The Time and Space Soul Python swept its eyes around, locked onto 3 targets, and completed the control in an instant. The 3 perfect strong men turned around and launched an attack on their companions. The powerful and perfect person who was lucky enough not to be controlled breathed a sigh of relief, glad that it was not him who was controlled. But then they couldn't laugh anymore. Lin Moyu raised his finger and gently pointed at them, as if calling their names, one by one. In front of Lin Moyu, the body of the perfect strong man turned into ashes. The body exploded. The explosion resounded throughout the void, and the powerful and perfect person named by Lin Moyu was blown to pieces on the spot, and his soul was annihilated. The sound of explosions continued. Now Lin Moyu's soul power was strong enough to easily lock onto these powerful masters. Anyone he named was killed in the continuous explosions. After their death, their bodies cannot be preserved and will be used by Lin Moyu as materials for the next explosion. Fighting to support the war, this is what Lin Moyu is best at, and it is also the enemy's most terrifying nightmare. When Lin Moyu decided to kill, he used all kinds of methods. Today, no one survived. In Wandong Realm, everyone inside and outside the formation was stunned. Before, Lin Moyu didn't do much, he just slapped the dog-rat ancestors so hard that he felt like dying. Although they all knew that Lin Moyu was strong, they never expected that Lin Moyu could be this strong. When he raised his hand to kill, the whole style of the painting changed completely. These seemingly powerful and perfect masters were like babies in front of Lin Moyu. Anyone named by Lin Moyu will perish in the explosion the next second. No one could understand Lin Moyu's methods, which were too terrifying. The void was in chaos, and even the strongest warriors could not break through the chaos and escape from the battlefield. They could only fly at the fastest speed. But no matter how fast it flies, it can't be faster than Lin Moyu's thoughts. The fingers kept clicking, and death kept coming. The soul-shaking explosion lasted less than 2 minutes, and all the powerful and accomplished warriors from Dongji fell, except for the 3 people controlled by the time and space soul python. The same thing happened to the dog-rat ancestor 817. This terrifying guy, whose body was full of poison and even his soul was poisonous, was also blown to death. This raid, which should have been successful, was declared a complete failure because of Lin Moyu's presence. The battle among the undead servants is still going on. The Spacetime Soul Python, along with 3 of his men and Xiao Peng, has joined the battle and started slaughtering the powerful Chaos Realm Masters in Dongji. They were already in despair. At this point in the battle, they knew they had no chance of surviving. Some people tried to self-destruct, but it was of no avail. There were simply too many undead servants, and a single self-destruction could kill thousands or even tens of thousands. Moreover, they were resurrected immediately after death without any injuries at all. Faced with such an enemy, who could not despair? Some undead servants flew over with the broken war fortress, and Lin Moyu waved his hand and put it into the storage space. Although this magic weapon is broken, the materials can still be recycled. Lin Moyu is now very frugal and will not waste anything. Roars and loud laughter came from a distance. When Venerable Ji Yin saw the battle situation, he found that all the powerful warriors were killed and his own magic weapon was destroyed and taken away. This was no longer a question of face, but of boundless hatred. The look he gave Lin Moyu was filled with murderous intent. Pan Sihai laughed heartily. Well done, well done. These guys all deserve to die. Ji Yin, you old immortal, stop yelling. You're next. After I kill you, I'll lead my men into Dongji and exterminate your forces, leaving no one alive. The Supreme Flame roared, I'll kill you first. Boom! The flames exploded, and the Supreme Flame transformed into a giant of fire. A sea of fire swept out and forced Pan Sihai back thousands of miles. The giant was 1,000,000 miles tall, standing in the void, and had 3 heads and 6 arms. In an instant, Venerable Ji Yin turned into 4 heads and 8 arms, and endless flames gathered in his hands, forming a series of flaming magic weapons. Pan Sihai flew back and shouted, this guy is going to fight to the death. This is his secret form, he's using it with all his might, fellow Taoist, be careful. Before he got close, Venerable Ji Yin waved his 6 arms at the same time and looked at Pan Sihai with 1 head. The magic weapons in their hands flashed and turned into countless fire dragons that rushed towards Pan Sihai. The void was shattered, the space was shattered into pieces, and the fire dragon blocked all of Pan Sihai's retreat routes. Blood Sea Banner, raise! Pan Sihai roared and reached out to grab a huge banner from the sea of blood below. In an instant, the sea of blood boiled, and countless wronged souls screamed and roared in the sea of blood. They rushed out of the sea of blood and collided with the fire dragon. The sea of blood exploded, and the wronged souls roared and screamed, piercing their souls. They either swallowed the fire dragon or were burned to death by it. The collision was more intense than ever. Pan Sihai waved the blood flag, and every time he waved it, the blood flag would grow a little bigger, and Pan Sihai himself would also grow bigger. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant of 1,000,000 miles, not much taller than the Supreme Lord Ji Yin. He used the blood flag as a weapon and fought with the Supreme Lord Ji Yin. Countless fire dragons swept in all directions, and an area of trillions of miles had turned into a sea of fire. Pan Sihai evolved a sea of blood, which constantly collided with the sea of fire. The blood flag continued to vibrate, and the soul attacks came one after another. The 2 strongest divisions of the Sihai sect, the Blood Sea Division and the Soul Division, inherited their heritage from this blood banner. Venerable Ji Yin was fighting desperately, and so did Pan Sihai. It was a battle of equal strength, and Pan Sihai seemed to have the upper hand. But as Lin Moyu watched, he felt something was wrong. He felt that things were not that simple. Although Venerable Ji Yan seemed to be fighting desperately, he actually still had some strength left. There was something wrong with the beating of Lord Ji Yan's soul. It was not the state when he was fighting for his life. Boom! Amidst the loud bang, Venerable Ji Yan and Pan Sihai had an ultimate confrontation. Endless flames engulfed Pan Sihai, and Pan Sihai was blown away with a muffled groan. A realm emerged behind him, and the power of the realm rolled out, extinguishing the flames. There was also flame burning on the blood flag, and many holes were burned in the blood flag, showing that it had been damaged. But Pan Sihai's eyes were shining. He smiled as he retreated. Finally, I won. Countless cracks appeared on the body of the Supreme Flame, and then his body with 4 heads and 8 arms exploded with a bang. He fell down powerlessly and crashed into the sea of fire. On the surface, Supreme Flame was defeated, but Lin Moyu frowned. At the edge of the sea of fire billions of miles away, a tiny streak of fire quickly flew into the void and headed towards the distance. The spark was so tiny that it barely caught anyone's attention, except Lin Moyu. Venerable Ji Yan seemed to be defeated, but in fact he was trying to escape, so Lin Moyu always felt something was wrong. With a thought, he passed the message to Xiaopeng, chase him, don't let him escape. Xiaopeng shot out in response, and the speed of the fire line was extremely fast, much faster than that of a perfect strong man. But compared to Xiaopeng, it is too slow. Xiaopeng chased all the way, and Lin Moyu followed slowly behind. Seeing this, Pan Sihai, who was laughing, was slightly stunned, and then realized something. He continued to wave the broken blood banner, and the sea of blood submerged the sea of fire. Then his face changed. He's not dead yet. He realized that he had been deceived by Venerable Ji Yan and immediately chased after him. The battle here has entered its final stage. Most of the creatures from Domji have died. Their huge bodies are floating in the void and are collected by the undead servants. Most of these creatures are exotic beasts, and they have many treasures on them. Once they are refined, they can become materials that can be used to cultivate the realm. What's more, they may have storage magic weapons on them, which may also contain materials. Lin Moyu is very obsessed with money now, so he will naturally not let it go. The people in Guangdong realm finally breathed a sigh of relief. They did not participate in the war at all, but instead watched a big show. Those cultivators below the Chaos Realm have witnessed what true strength is. For them, this battle can hone their Tao hearts and has extraordinary effects. Many people want to become stronger, and now they have a goal. Venerable Ji Yan fled very quickly, and after entering the normal space, the fire line began to cross the space. But Xiaopeng was faster. Even though he kept traveling through space, he still couldn't be faster than Xiaopeng. After escaping tens of trillions of miles, he was finally caught up by Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng continuously launched attacks towards the bloodline, and the bloodline was forcibly stopped. The bloodline was destroyed, and he instantly turned into the Supreme Flame. Venerable Ji Yan's breath was weak at this moment, and he was much weaker than before. Although he fought with Pan Sihai and severely injured Pan Sihai, he himself was also seriously injured. At this moment, the combat power of Venerable Ji Yan is less than 30% of his peak period. Xiaopeng's fighting power at this moment cannot match that of the Supreme Master Ji Yan in his prime, but he can still fight against the Supreme Master Ji Yan today. To stop the Supreme Flame, Xiaopeng followed Lin Moyu's instructions and just kept fighting without fighting desperately. He used his speed advantage to cling to Venerable Ji Yan tightly. No matter what means he used, he could not get rid of him. Venerable Ji Yan became more and more anxious as the fight went on. After all, this was the central region, not the eastern region. If he attracts other top experts, he will be dead. Get out of here! Venerable Ji Yan roared and forced Xiaopeng back again and again, but the next moment Xiaopeng came back again and continued to harass him. With his super speed, the current Supreme Flame has no way to deal with Xiaopeng. A breath came from afar, and Lin Moyu came through the air. With his powerful soul power, Lin Moyu's speed was also not slow, and he soon approached. When Supreme Master Ji Yin saw Lin Moyu, murderous intent filled his eyes. "How dare you chase me?" He thought of the troops he brought with him, the 10,000 Chaos Realm Masters, the 100 Perfection Masters, and the Dog Rat Ancestor, all of whom died at the hands of Lin Moyu. And his own magic weapon, the war fortress that he had painstakingly refined, was also taken away by Lin Moyu. The murderous intent kept rising, but reason told him that now was not the time to fight with Lin Moyu. What he had to do now was to escape from here. Xiaoping kept pestering him, making it difficult for him to escape. Now Lin Moyu was chasing him again. Venerable Ji Yin became furious and his body grew larger again, transforming into a giant with 4 heads and 8 arms. The flames turned into a sea, and countless fire dragons shook Xiaoping away, preventing him from getting close. Venerable Ji Yin was not fighting to the death, he transformed into a giant in order to escape. A breeze blew by, and Venerable Ji Yin, who was about to leave, was slightly stunned, and suddenly turned to look at Lin Moyu. "Kill you." There was madness flashing in his eyes, and his 4 pairs of eyes glowed red at the same time. He looked at Lin Moyu as if he saw an irreconcilable enemy. Venerable Ji Yin, who was originally thought to be escaping, suddenly turned around and stopped running. Instead, he waved his arms to drive the magic weapon, and countless fire dragons rushed out from the sea of fire and pounced on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had a cold and handsome expression as he threw out several punches in succession. His huge fists swept across the void, shattering the fire. Several corpses appeared around Lin Moyu, all of them were the corpses of perfect masters. He pointed his finger and shouted, "Corpses explode!" Boom! The fire giant exploded on the spot, half of its body was blown to pieces, and its 4 heads and 8 arms became 4 heads and 4 arms. Ji Yin Zun screamed, as if he was awakened by the explosion, and the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared. How could it be? He was clearly planning to escape, but why did he suddenly change his mind and actually attack Lin Moyu? He shouldn't have done it. Now was not the time to kill Lin Moyu because he couldn't kill her at all. Realizing that something was wrong, his thoughts suddenly became distorted. It must be Lin Moyu who did it. Fear struck his heart, and he had a feeling that he might die here. But he didn't want to die. How could it be possible that billions of years of cultivation would be destroyed in an instant? Now that we have fought, let's fight. Amidst the roar, he cultivated himself, and a sea of fire swept across the void. At this moment, he sublimated to the utmost, briefly regaining his peak combat power. "Even if I have to die, I will drag you down with me today. You think too much." Lin Moyu ignored him and clicked his fingers. The dozen or so corpses they brought with them quickly turned to ashes, and the sound of explosions was endless. Lin Moyu didn't give Supreme Flame any chance to attack. As soon as he finished shouting, he was blown to pieces. The body shattered, the fire giant disappeared, and the fire of the soul was extinguished in one explosion after another. The void vibrated and sounds echoed in the chaos. This wailing sound comes from chaos itself, and is the thoughts of heaven and earth for the top powerful ones. This also means that Venerable Ji Yin has actually touched the limit of the Great Tao. If he can go one step further, he will surpass the Great Tao and become a quasi-great Venerable. There are not many people like this, and they will be remembered by heaven and earth. When they fall, the heaven and earth will show their feelings, that's all. Pansy, who was rushing over, suddenly stopped. He heard the wailing of heaven and earth. This sound, which only they could hear, was enough to make people's hearts tremble. Extreme Flame has fallen. Pansy whispered something and quickened his pace to hurry over. With the death of Supreme Flame, the sea of fire gradually died down, leaving only a line of fire in the void. This line of fire is less than a finger thick and less than half a meter long. It is the true body of the Supreme Flame Master. The little tree said, "So that's it." Lin Moyu already had some guesses when he saw the fire line, and Xiaoshu's words now confirmed his guesses. Venerable Ji Yin also seems to be related to a certain existence in ancient times. 0. Request flowers. In fact, Many of today's top powerhouses have some connection with those guys from ancient times. Hun Dun-zi also responded, "This guy is really haunting me." Lin Moyu held the live wire in his palm. "What do you mean?" Xiao Shu said, "This guy is called Tianhua, and he's known as the fire ancestor of heaven and earth. He once declared that as long as there's fire between heaven and earth, he'll be immortal." Hun Dun-zi snorted with disdain, "Immortality is bullshit. He died not long after he said that. He's the fire ancestor of heaven and earth. Can he endure such a predicament? This guy is just an arrogant person. He wasn't the only kind of fire in the world at that time. What qualifications does he have to be called the fire ancestor of heaven and earth? In my opinion, the master's two fires are stronger than his. Lin Moyu has two special flames. One is the immortal fire from the Immortal Avenue, and the other is the world-burning destruction. I once asked Xiao Shu and Hun Dun-zi about the origins of these two kinds of flames. The answer they got was strange. In their era, there were several kinds of powerful flames, but they did not know about every one of them. Some flames became spirits, developed intelligence, and became very famous. Some flames are hidden between heaven and earth, never seen by anyone, only heard of occasionally. This is the case with the immortal fire. It is not well known, but it is spread and finally disappears. As for the fire that burns the world, no one has ever heard of it, but there is no doubt that the fire is powerful. In Hun Dun-zi's eyes, both the immortal fire and the world-burning fire were stronger than the most famous heavenly fire back then. Xiao Shu roughly told the information about Tianhua. At that time, Tianhua turned into a spirit and called himself the ancestor of heaven and earth fire. Later, he was killed by other powerful people. He claimed to be immortal, and indeed he was not completely dead. Countless years later, he recondensed and took shape in the world and became the supreme flame master. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, the fire ancestor of heaven and earth was already dead. When a person is reborn but has no memories of their past, they are a completely new individual and cannot be considered truly reborn. Memory is a symbol of identity. Without memory, there is a new life. Lin Moyu looked at the flame in his hand. This thing seems to contain some special power. Xiao Shu said, "He is the flame from the birth of the world. He is one of the fire seeds and is considered to be top-notch material. If the master absorbs and refines it, he will no longer be afraid of fire. If he integrates it into his realm, it can strengthen the foundation of his realm." Lin Moyu naturally chose the latter without any hesitation. "Absorbing and refining is not my path. I won't use it as material, on the contrary. The true form of the fire ancestor of heaven and earth, the flame that evolved naturally from heaven and earth, has the same effect as ancient ice and can transform the foundation of the realm. When the realm evolves to perfection, the power of the realm must be compressed, and then it can be used to strengthen the foundation of the realm. This kind of thing is harder to obtain than ordinary materials, and this time the harvest is not small." A powerful aura came from afar, and Pan Si-hai came walking on the sea of blood. Lin Moyu put the body of the heaven and earth fire ancestor into the storage space and waited for Pan Si-hai to arrive. Pan Si-hai came to Lin Moyu and bowed. "Pan Si-hai greets fellow Taoist." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Master Si-hai, thank you for your courtesy. I am Lin Moyu, just like you, a member of the Central Region Divine Alliance." Pan Si-hai raised his eyebrows. "So you are Elder Lin?" "My apologies." Lin Moyu asked curiously, "The Four Seas sect master knows me?" Pan Si-hai said, "Of course, you first repaired the cross-domain formation that 430 brought back from Dongji, and then Alliance leader Mu sent a message to us, saying that there was a new elder in the Central Domain Divine Alliance, and that was Elder Lin. It's just that only a few of us old guys know about this matter now, but it will soon spread throughout the entire Divine Alliance." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I see." Pan Si-hai said, "Master Lin is very promising and has reached such a high level at such a young age. It is inevitable that he will make further progress in the future." He was not stingy with his praise. In his eyes, Lin Moyu was terrifyingly young. At this age and with this level of cultivation, God knows what kind of achievements he can achieve in the future. Anyway, in his hundreds of millions of years of cultivation, he had never seen anyone like Lin Moyu. What a genius, evil monster, and freak, he is nothing in front of Lin Moyu. After a few pleasantries, Pan Si-hai asked, Elder Lin, was it you who killed old Ji Yan? Lin Moyu nodded, kill him. The 4C sect leaders should feel the heavens and earth resounding. Pan Si-hai was a little puzzled. That old guy cherishes his life very much. If he can't win, he will definitely run away. How could Elder Lin kill him? Then he seemed to realize that what he said was wrong and hurriedly explained, Pan has no other intentions, I'm just purely curious. To be honest, during the previous 2 battles, Pan and several fellow Taoists tried to surround and kill him, but he escaped every time. He would run away whenever there was any danger, which was very troublesome. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I have a little trick that can temporarily affect his thoughts. At that time, Venerable Ji Yin really wanted to escape, but Lin Moyu got there first, and Hun Dunzi used the power of the Chaos Spirit Pearl to influence his thoughts. Venerable Ji Yin is powerful and his soul is not weak, so the impact of chaos is limited. There is no way to reverse his thinking, and we can only act according to his thoughts and ideas. Taking advantage of his murderous intention towards Lin Moyu, we can temporarily let the murderous intention control his thoughts, causing his first choice to change. Instead of running away, he will kill Lin Moyu first. This change was gradual and imperceptible. At first, Venerable Ji Yin did not realize that he had made the wrong choice and cut off his only way of survival. Lin Moyu naturally couldn't explain anything to Pan Si-hai, and Pan Si-hai was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. Lin Moyu was very polite to him by being willing to tell him. Pan Si-hai laughed and said, Elder Lin's methods are indeed extraordinary. This time, they eliminated the Supreme Extreme Flame. This is a major event for our central region. The eastern region has lost a great general. If a war really breaks out later, we will definitely have the upper hand due to the decline of our strength. At the very least, the pressure we bear will be greatly reduced. Lin Moyu said, it's a coincidence that Venerable Ji Yin should have this calamity. I wonder if the 4C sect master's previous statement about slaughtering Venerable Ji Yin's entire clan is true. Pan Si-hai laughed heartily and said, that's what I think in my heart, but it's not that easy to actually do it. I don't even know where this guy's clan is. Not to mention me, I'm afraid that in Dongji, only that old fellow Jiuyu knows. Most of the previous words were jokes, and Pan Si-hai was just making some harsh remarks. Xiao Shu said, Zhen Yinzuan does not have any clan land. He is the fire ancestor of heaven and earth, born from the fire of heaven and earth, and has no clan members. Lin Moyu said to Xiao Shu, I thought he still had some tribe members, so there might be some debris or remains. Since there aren't any, forget it. An idea came to Lin Moyu's mind. Perhaps he should look for some people left over from ancient times. They might be able to provide some help in compressing the power of the realm. However, Lin Moyu is not a bloodthirsty person. Unless the other party has a grudge against him, Lin Moyu would not kill someone for no reason. Lin Moyu said, when I fought against the rat ancestor before, I vowed to slaughter his entire clan. I never break my promises. I wonder if the 4C sect master knows the location of the rat ancestor's clan. Pan Si-hai shook his head. This guy is also very good at hiding. Although he's not as good as old man Ji Yin, his clan's land is not easy to find either. As far as I know, even in Dongji, the rat clan is hated by people, so their territory should be in a corner. Since Elder Lin has said this, if we break into Dongji this time, I will try to find him, but the hope is not great. Lin Moyu nodded, then I'll leave it to the 4C sect master. The two chatted as they returned to Wangdong Realm. The battle was over, and the Wangdong Realm's formation slowly dismantled. Everyone left the formation. After more than 10 minutes, Wangdong Realm had returned to its former bustle. Lin Moyu collected the corpses of tens of thousands of Chaos Realm Masters and threw them into the storage space. He set a sea of fire inside and threw them in to refine them. Refine useful things, eliminate useless things, and turn corpses into materials. At the same time, Lin Moyu also took away all of their storage magic weapons, which amounted to thousands of pieces. These magic weapons were now ownerless, and the contents inside could be taken out at any time. This task was handed over to Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi, who were asked to open them one by one and take out the useful things. There are thousands of storage magic tools from the powerful masters in the Chaos Realm, so there must be a lot of things. One advantage of the Silver Rabbit clan is that no matter the quality of the item, as long as it is material, it can be used. Pan Sihai removed the control of the teleportation array. Lin Moyu was going to the North Pole, so he couldn't occupy the teleportation array anymore. He was lucky this time, because his act of saving face saved Wang Dongjie. Pan Sihai personally escorted Lin Moyu to the teleportation array. I will report everything that happened here to the Divine Alliance. I believe the Divine Alliance will give Elder Lin a corresponding reward. Lin Moyu said, this was not done by Lin alone. If the 4C sect master had not severely injured him, I would not have been able to kill him so easily. Pan Sihai laughed heartily. Elder Lin, you're so polite. I wish you a smooth trip to the Arctic and a safe return. Lin Moyu clasped his fists and thanked her. The teleportation array lit up, and Lin Moyu had already disappeared. The calamity of Guangdong Realm has passed. The original death calamity was resolved because of the appearance of Lin Moyu, and instead the person who brought the death calamity suffered the calamity. Fate is so unpredictable that no one knows what will happen in the future. Qingyu held the pill tightly in her hand. She knew that this pill was extremely precious. 2 days later, the aura of a breakthrough rose in the Guangdong Realm, and the power of chaos rolled down. Someone broke through to the Tao Lord level and entered the Chaos Realm. The void was covered with a layer of light white, and the chaos in the Northern Realm was brighter and colder than other places. The chaotic air here sometimes brings ice and snow, which is a unique landscape of Wangbei Realm. This place is very close to the North Pole, and this phenomenon will be more obvious when we reach Linbei City. The coldness of the chaotic Arctic affected this place, and even the desolate traces could not block all the coldness. It is said that there is a treasure in the Chaos North Pole. That treasure constantly emits coldness, not only covering the entire North Pole, but also affecting part of the central region through the desolate scar. Some people also say that the location of Huanghen was not here a long time ago. The area where Wangbaiji is located once belonged to the Arctic, so it is normal to be cold. Both versions have their believers, and Lin Moyu thinks both are possible. If there really is such a treasure in the Arctic, it must be in the hands of the great Lord of the Arctic. Lin Moyu came to Wanbei Realm and saw many people from the upper realm. Although they were all human, they were clearly different from the central region. Their hair was uniformly black, a black without any impurities, which stood out against the pure white. This kind of black is different from the human race in the central region, and it can be seen at a glance. It is said that their hair looks like this because their power is too pure. Ever since the people from the upper domain came to Wangbei Realm, the central domain Divine Alliance, in accordance with the agreement between them, gave up some of the authority over Wangbei Realm and Baop City. Except for some necessary personnel, most of the people in the central region have left. It can be said that this place is now under the management of the upper domain. This kind of thing has happened many times, and the old people in Wangbei Realm do not find it strange. They even have to thank the upper domain. If there were no people from the upper domain to help guard the place, they would be under great pressure and many people would die. As soon as Lin Moyu left the teleportation array, someone was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Lin Moyu, he immediately came forward and said, "Hello, Elder Lin. My name is Che Yi, and I've come here specifically to meet you. I'll take you to Linbei City." Che Yi received the message from Wu Tianzi and had been waiting here for a few days. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you for waiting for me, fellow Taoist. I was delayed in Guangdong Realm for a few days." Che Yi said, "The news of Guangdong Realm has spread throughout the Divine Alliance. Elder Lin's combat prowess is truly admirable. He single-handedly killed tens of thousands of powerful warriors from the Eastern Realm, and over 100 of them have reached perfection. To us, it's like a miracle. No wonder he was so polite to me. Che was also a powerful and accomplished person. Even if he was not an elder, he would not treat me like this after receiving the news from Mu Tianzi. In this world, strength is everything. If you are strong, you will naturally be respected. Even if this respect is only superficial, at least on the surface he will not dare to offend you. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Che. Let's go." Che said, "The warship is ready. Elder Lin, please follow me." He explained the current situation in Wangbei Realm. Because the North Pole could take action at any time, the people of the Upper Domain Divine Alliance took over Wangbei Realm, and Linbei City was temporarily closed. If you want to go from Wangbei Realm to Linbei City, you must use the warship specially used by the Central Domain Divine Alliance, so Mu Tianzi asked someone to wait here to guide Lin Moyu. On the way from the teleportation array to the warship, there were practitioners from the Upper Domain Divine Alliance. Their eyes were full of vigilance and seemed very nervous. Lin Moyu was puzzled. The war hadn't even started yet, so why was he so nervous? They look at themselves as if they were enemies. Che didn't explain. After entering the warship and flying out of Wangbei Realm, he said, "Elder Lin, please forgive me for laughing. This is how the people of the Upper Domain Divine Alliance are. Now that they have taken over this place, our identities as the Central Domain Divine Alliance are useless." Lin Moyu said, "I have also seen a few people from the Upper Domain Divine Alliance who seem to be like this." Che said, "The people of the Upper Domain Divine Alliance have two completely different personalities. One is extremely kind and treats everyone as a friend. The other is like what Elder Lin just saw, they are stern and look upon everyone as an enemy. They don't just treat us like this, they treat their own people like this too. Everything is done by the rules, they stick to their principles, and it's almost impossible to reason with them. This time we're going to Linbei City. Without this warship, even your status won't be of much use." Lin Moyu laughed in silence. It turned out to be like this. He guessed that the reason why the people of the Upper Domain Divine Alliance were like this was mainly because their power was too pure. The pure power influenced their Tao hearts, making them treat everything purely and simply. Che continued, "But it's fine this way. Everything should be done according to the rules. As long as it complies with the rules, they won't cause any trouble." Lin Moyu said, "I remember that someone from the Arctic once sneaked into Wangbei Realm and almost destroyed it." Che said, "Yes, there are humans in the Arctic. They sneaked in and stole a warship. The Northern Territory Divine Alliance only recognized the ship but not the people, so they were caught off guard by the intruders. After that, they added another rule. In addition to warships, they also had to identify people." Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head. These people from the Upper Domain Divine Alliance were really interesting. It is true that the land and water shaped the people. The warship was moving at a fast speed. It crossed the void again and soon arrived at Linbei City. Linbei City is also located in the cross-domain formation. The chaotic energy flows here, making the temperature of the entire Linbei City extremely low, and the city is covered with a layer of white snow. It wasn't snowing, but it was as white as snow. From a distance, Linbei City looked like a piece of white jade, very beautiful. The speed of the battleship gradually slowed down, and Lin Moyu saw the cross-domain formation that enveloped Linbei City. The cross-domain formation is very powerful. Its main formation not only has amazing defensive power, but also has the ability to counterattack. Even a top-level master like Pan Sihai can't damage the main formation of the cross-domain formation. Many people think that this is because the Great Master's formation is powerful. Only Lin Moyu knew that the real core that made the cross-domain formation so powerful was the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The core of the cross-domain formation arranged by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters is the source of its strength. It's just that the subformation is much weaker, otherwise the subformation of Dongji would not be broken by 520. The subarray also contains the core arranged by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The core will basically not be damaged, so the subarray has a chance to be repaired. Lin Moyu is now very familiar with the cross-domain formation. The cross-domain formation here is no different from the other ones. After he is teleported to the North Pole, he can refine the subformation and then refine the main formation from the subformation. There will be no perception of the entire process. After refining, as long as he does not move, the cross-domain formation will be exactly the same as usual without any change. After the warship completed its docking, the two men left. Che-Mo first went to communicate with the people from the Upper Domain Divine Alliance, who then repeatedly confirmed Lin Moyu's identity. Only after a thorough inspection were they allowed to use the cross-domain formation. Just as Che said, as long as it complies with the rules, it is not difficult to talk to the people of the Upper Domain Divine Alliance. The cross-domain formation was activated, and Lin Moyu headed from Linbei City to the North Pole with an icy aura. While teleporting through Huanghen, Lin Moyu saw Huanghen's appearance in the distorted picture. Huanghen was also affected by the Arctic and became a little different. The colors in the transmission were very simple, mainly white. The temperature continues to drop as we get closer and closer to the North Pole. The cold from the Arctic has already penetrated into the layers of space. When the transmission ended, Lin Moyu appeared in the void, and the cold air gathered in his hands and turned into a formation disk. Through this array plate, he can return to the sub-array. Just as he was about to go back, Lin Moyu felt an unusual chill and looked up to see an iceberg crashing down towards him. Lin Moyu was a little surprised to be attacked right after arriving in the Arctic. The iceberg that was falling head-on was quite powerful. Without thinking, he punched out to collide head-on with the iceberg. The iceberg shattered and Lin Moyu was blown thousands of miles away. Amidst the flying ice, a man rushed out from behind the iceberg. In his hand, he held a magic weapon in the shape of an iceberg. The magic weapon shone brightly, and suddenly thousands of icebergs appeared in the void. Kong, slamming down from all directions. The icebergs continued to appear one after another, leaving no room for Lin Moyu to dodge. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that he was being locked in, and there was no way to avoid it. He vaguely saw a road, and the guy who suddenly attacked him was standing on the road. A top-notch, perfect master. Lin Moyu's eyes were cold. The other party was a top-notch, perfect strong man with great strength. It felt that he was no less powerful than the Supreme Flame in his prime, and was only one step away from being a quasi-great master. Such strong people are rare, even in the entire Arctic there are only a few. Why did I encounter them as soon as I was teleported here? It's hard to say it's a coincidence. The most likely possibility is that the other party is waiting for me here on purpose. He threw punch after punch, continuously shattering the iceberg, and he himself was blown away, flying farther and farther. In just a few breaths, he was already very far away from the teleportation array, and the other party was obviously trying to blast him out of that area. Master, there's a problem with the space. Someone has tampered with it. You've entered the companion teleportation state. Xiaoshu suddenly spoke. Lin Moyu only vaguely felt that something was wrong with the space, but his perception was not as clear as Xiaoshu's. He tampered with the space and put himself into a semi-teleportation state. That is to say, although he seemed to be blown away by the iceberg for millions of miles, he actually had no idea how far he had flown. In the vast void, it would be very troublesome for him to return to the sub-array of the cross-domain array. Lin Moyu realized that the other party was waiting for him deliberately, and his purpose was not to kill him, but to drive him away from the area where the cross-domain formation was located, so that he could not refine the cross-domain formation. Why do this? Lin Moyu thought of a possibility, that is, the other party was the enemy of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters said that not everyone supports what they do. There are companions, onlookers, and opponents. Those who attack me are probably my opponents, but the top-level powerful ones usually don't know what the Great Lord of Natural Disasters and others have done. Basically, those who know about this are quasi-Grand Masters or Grand Masters. Lin Moyu looked at the man who kept attacking him, and gradually he noticed something unusual. This person seems to be a top-level perfect strong man, but his eyes are lifeless. Although he has a soul, he does not seem like a real living being. Moreover, the essence of its soul is so strong that it exceeds perfection. This is a clone, but I don't know if it's the clone of a quasi-great master or not the clone of a great master. Lin Moyu understood that this guy should be the incarnation of a quasi-great master in the Arctic, or the incarnation of the Arctic great master. As far as he knew, there were 2 quasi-great lords and only 1 great lord in the North Pole, so any 3 of them could be possible. But no matter who they were, they didn't intend to kill him, they just didn't want him to refine the formation. Use this method to destroy and disrupt the plan of the great lord of natural disasters. Since the other party doesn't want to kill me, I can just give it a try. It's just a clone, and I can defeat him. And as long as he could return to that area and enter the sub-array, the other party would not be able to stop him. Fight back. Just as the thought came to mind, the little tree suddenly shouted, "Master, be careful." All the icebergs suddenly stopped, and tens of thousands of icebergs of all sizes hovered in the void, forming a large formation. The formation was activated, evolving into a terrifying iceberg. This iceberg is so big that it far exceeds the boundary. I never thought that an iceberg could be so big. Compared with it, the vast mountains in the realm are like dust. This iceberg can shatter the boundary just by hitting it. Boom! After the iceberg was formed, it suddenly collapsed, and in an instant the entire space was shattered. Countless passages appeared in the space, and whirlpools emerged one after another. Behind the whirlpools led to the ancient wilderness, where Lin Moyu had been once. The other party forcibly shattered all space in order to send himself to the ancient wilderness and completely drive him out of the Arctic. The vortex generated a powerful suction force, like an invisible hand grabbing Lin Moyu. If there is no external force, Lin Moyu can completely resist this suction. But now there are powerful outsiders targeting us, and a new batch of icebergs has formed and may fall down at any time, blocking all escape routes. Lin Moyu wanted to use the corpse explosion, but found that the iceberg affected the space and also affected his soul, making it impossible for him to lock on. In this situation, it seems that the only way for him to go is to enter the vortex and head to the ancient wilderness. This is the path the other party hopes you will take, but it is not the path you want to take. Little tree! Lin Moyu let out a low cry, took out the boat and dived in. Here it comes! The little tree growled, and its roots shot out like lightning, breaking the boundaries of time and space, forcibly opening up a path of time and space in the shattered space. No matter where the other end of the space-time channel is, the Dewey boat will whiz in. Lin Moyu disappeared, and the next moment the iceberg disappeared with it. The top-level perfect expert looked at the place where Lin Moyu disappeared and the space-time channel that was rapidly disappearing, and frowned obviously. It's tricky. His mind moved slightly, he looked into the distance, then turned and left. Deep in the Arctic, 2 people are playing chess. The horizontal chessboard is huge, with the void as its boundary, and has over 1,000 vertical and horizontal lines. It is even larger than Mu Tianzi's chessboard with 999 vertical and horizontal lines. The cultivation levels of the 2 players playing chess were also higher than Mu Tianzi. One of them wore a dark blue robe and had blue hair, while the other was shirtless and had red hair. Both of them exuded a cold aura. The blue-haired man looked at the chessboard with a cold gaze and whispered, "That chess piece has escaped." The red-haired man was stunned at first. "Don't you just want to chase him away? Escape is just the right thing to do." The blue-haired man shook his head. Driving him away means making him leave the North Pole, not disappearing. Oh? The red-haired man was surprised. Even you don't know where he went? The blue-haired man shook his head. Maybe they've left the Arctic, or maybe they're still there. It's hard to say. The red-haired man laughed and said, "To be able to escape from you, you are quite capable. Wouldn't it be better to just kill him directly?" The blue-haired man said, "Then both you and I will die." The red-haired man was obviously unconvinced. "How is that possible?" The blue-haired man shook his head. "You won't understand how terrifying he is. Only those who have fought him will understand. Forget about anything else." If the great sword master who returned a while ago fought tooth and nail, she could kill you and severely injure me. The red-haired man said, I achieved enlightenment late, so I haven't fought against those people, but our realms are similar, so the gap shouldn't be that big. The blue-haired man said, the gap is huge. I can oppose his plan because I'm afraid of death, but I also can't kill his pawns because I don't want to die. Do you understand? The red-haired man said, so the best way is to trap them but not kill them. The blue-haired man still shook his head, I can't sleep either, I can only work. As he said this, he dropped a piece into the air and murmured, where have you been? Snowflakes were dancing in the air, and Lin Moyu discovered that some of them were special. They are mixed in with the wind and snow, and look no different from other snowflakes, but they don't fall down, nor do they drift away, but only circle in a specific area. They are hidden very well and cannot be seen at all unless you look carefully. If that were all, there was still a possibility of being discovered. But these snowflakes constantly emit a strange scent that can make people ignore them. If it weren't for my own sharp soul, it would be difficult to discover. Lin Moyu asked, see these snowflakes? The little tree shook its head. Which snowflake are you talking about? Hun Dunzi was even more puzzled. Aren't there snowflakes everywhere? They didn't find anything unusual. Although their souls were sharp enough, they were still a little behind him. Lin Moyu focused his attention on these special snowflakes so that Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi could see them. But even so, it took them a long time to realize the specialness of these snowflakes. Hun Dunzi whispered, these snowflakes are truly unique. I feel like I've never seen them before, yet it feels like I've seen them somewhere before. Xiao Shudao said, I have the same feeling. If I am not mistaken, they should have changed their appearance. They should not have been like this before. The appearance has changed, it was not like this before. If only Han Dunzi had such a feeling, it wouldn't mean anything. But Xiaoshu had the same feeling, so it was almost certain that these snowflakes were related to a guy from their era. Lin Moyu suddenly felt excited. If it was related to a guy from that era, could he get some top-notch materials to strengthen the foundation of his realm? In Lin Moyu's eyes, the snowflakes glowed faintly, a light that only he could see. The unique scent of snowflakes spread like invisible smoke in the wind and snow, carrying it across the entire continent. Lin Moyu slowly flew up, flying very slowly, getting closer to the snowflakes. No one noticed him. What Lin Moyu did seemed very ordinary, just flying in the snow. Coming in front of these snowflakes, Lin Moyu reached out to grab them and easily caught them in his hands. The snowflakes didn't feel cold at all when I touched them, but rather warm and moist. These were indeed no ordinary snowflakes. Lin Moyu concluded that he was not mistaken. With a thought, soul power surged into it and turned into soul fire for refining. The snowflake changed during the refining process, its shape changed, from a snowflake into a transparent bead the size of a fingernail. Then, with a slight sound, the bead shattered and disappeared into smoke and dust. At the same time, the wind and snow stopped, and Lin Moyu's face suddenly changed. He felt a trace of wool at the moment the bead broke. The wool was very weak, but he captured it clearly. The owner of the wool is exactly the same as the person who hit him with the iceberg before. Oops, we've been discovered. Without a second thought, Lin Moyu took a step out of the snowflake continent. Xiaoping responded and took him away in a golden light. From the moment the bead shattered to the moment Lin Moyu left, less than half a second passed. As Lin Moyu was moving, he decisively took out the cause-seeking ring. There is a result but no cause. Change the aura so that no one can track it. The backlash force hit Lin Moyu, and cracks appeared on his body and soul, but he was not broken, nor did he die. With his current level of body and soul, as long as the results are not too outrageous, he can stop the backlash. The fruit was planted successfully, the power of cause and effect descended, and Lin Moyu's aura changed again, completely different from before. Lin Moyu fled far away, and snowflakes began to move strangely on the mainland. The snowflake continent is very large, and there are many special snowflakes like the one Lin Moyu took away. Lin Moyu only took a small part of them. The area affected by this snowflake is only a small part. Now on the snowflake continent, other places are still experiencing windy and snowy weather, only this area has stopped snowing. The many creatures that were originally resting and sleeping inside woke up at the same time. They looked forward one by one and saw creatures that were not of the same race. The originally kind look changed, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Accompanied by roars, some giant beasts started to attack, and the area became chaotic for a while. The giant beasts collided with each other and fought in a ball. In the blink of an eye, this area was destroyed, and a large number of weak creatures died on the spot. In the distance, in the area still covered with ice and snow, no one took any action. Even after being awakened, they would just take a look from a distance, change their position, and continue sleeping. A strange sight appeared on the snowflake continent, where a fierce battle of life and death took place. The creatures in other places are lazy and don't want to care about anything. A crack appeared in the void, and the great lord of the North Pole, dressed in blue and with blue hair, descended. He frowned slightly and threw out a bead, which turned into snowflakes and fell onto his minister. The snow that had stopped falling started to blow up again, and the battle came to an abrupt end. The creatures who were fighting for life and death one second became good brothers the next second. The great Arctic Lord looked into the void. He obviously couldn't find any trace of Lin Moyu. He whispered, as expected, "You're still in the Arctic. You're really looking for trouble. I hope you take care of yourself. Don't ruin my business. Otherwise, no matter how dangerous it is, I will have no choice but to send you away." The sound became softer and softer, and he disappeared as soon as he took a step forward. The golden light flowed, and Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief after flying billions of miles in one breath. I didn't look too carefully at the one who used the iceberg to drive me away before. This time he looked carefully and was certain that the owner of this was a heavenly lord. There is only one great lord in the Arctic, and it is the great lord of the Arctic who wants to deal with me. Lin Moyu knew that if he wanted to confront the great Arctic lord head-on, he would be courting death. Even if the other party doesn't kill me, I will never be able to break through his blockade. But the great lord of natural disasters will never give up on his formation, so he needs to find another way. There must be a way. Lin Moyu thought about it and had a rough plan, but it still needed to be refined. At this time, the little tree whispered, "I finally know what that thing is." Hun Dunzi followed suit and said, "I know too. It's the Jingling Pearl." Xiao Shu said, "Not only the Jingling Pearl, but also the Huanling Pearl." Lin Moyu asked, "What are the Tranquil Spirit Pearl and the Phantom Spirit Pearl?" Xiao Shu said, "At that time, the heaven and earth simultaneously nurtured several spirit beads. In addition to the Chaos Spirit Pearl, there were other spirit beads. The Quiet Spirit Pearl and the Chaos Spirit Pearl were among them. However, these two spirit beads did not develop their own will. It should be said that they were obtained by someone before they developed their own will. Even if they had will, it would be wiped out." Hun Dunzi said, "I remember that the Tranquility Pearl and the Chaos Pearl were obtained by different people. I never thought that the two pearls would fall into the hands of the same person now." The two of them talked back and forth about the functions of the two spirit beads, and Lin Moyu also roughly understood what was going on. Then a chill rose from his back, and he found that the K in the Arctic was much deeper than he had imagined. What this great Arctic master did was far beyond imagination. Even Lin Moyu felt that the great Arctic Lord was behind this and had his own plans. Although the North Pole is huge, Lin Moyu is not completely lost. According to the memories of Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi, based on the location of that place back then, and then comparing it with the current Arctic region, we can roughly analyze where that place is. After Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi verified their calculations, they found that the place was not far from the center of the North Pole, about 1 trillion miles north of the center. The center point is the lowest temperature in the Arctic, and the same is true for trillions of miles around it. Even creatures in the Arctic cannot easily get close to it. At the same time, the center point continuously radiates an icy air, which contains the power of the Great Tao. It is a holy place for cultivation for some perfect and powerful people. The closer to the center point, the more powerful and perfect people there are. It is said that around the center point, more than 90% of the perfect strongmen in the Arctic gather, as well as some Chaos Realm masters with amazing talents and extraordinary strength. Lin Moyu is not afraid of low temperatures. With the strength of his body and soul, even the lowest temperature feels like warm wind. If even he can't withstand it, then there will be very few people in the entire chaotic ancient wilderness who can withstand it. After determining the direction, Xiao Zai took Lin Moyu and shot away. Lin Tin Moyu was sensing the location of the formation left by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters at the same time. He found that the formation left by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters was exactly at the center of the North Pole. Lin Moyu had already understood the intention of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters by arranging the formation at the center of the North Pole. These large formations are all used to attract some high-level forces in the chaos. The large formation arranged in the North Pole is naturally to absorb the power radiating from the center of the North Pole. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters will collect these forces, refine and compress them, and finally make them stronger, eventually forming a terrifying attack. This was the battle between the Great Lord of Natural Disasters and the Tao, and it was also the most fierce blow that the Great Lord of Natural Disasters left for the Tao. The Tao is very powerful, but the methods left behind by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters should not be underestimated. The North Pole is very far away. It took nearly 100 days of flying at Xiaoping's speed to get close to the center of the North Pole. This is because their previous location was not far from the center point. If it were any other Chaos Realm minor accomplishment, it would take at least tens of thousands of years to fly from one end of the North Pole to the other, and there was a high probability of encountering an accident along the way. There are still some dangers in the chaos, but these dangers were ignored by Lin Moyu. As if passing through a membrane, the temperature dropped sharply, and ice flowers suddenly appeared in the void. The chaotic energy actually froze into ice and turned into beautiful flowers, dancing in the void. The extremely low temperature causes the form of the chaotic energy to change. This phenomenon is very strange. The emergence of this phenomenon also means that they have officially entered the center of the Arctic. Here, the chaotic energy has become solid, and those at the minor and major stages of the Chaos Realm are no longer able to practice. Only those who have reached the perfect stage can practice here. Going further ahead, even those who have achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm cannot survive, as the extremely low temperature can freeze them to death. In the heart of the Arctic, even the avenues will be frozen, and even the most powerful ones will find it difficult to survive. Although there is no clear regional division in the center of the North Pole, the purpose of the elemental form is not to clearly divide the weaknesses of living beings. Lin Moyu held an ice flower in his hand. He could feel the flow of chaotic energy within the ice flower. The chaotic energy was only frozen on the surface, but as it got closer to the center of the far north, the ice flowers became more and more frozen, until even the chaotic energy inside was completely frozen. At this moment, he knew that he had come to a place where ordinary Chaos Realm masters could hardly survive. This place only belongs to a very small number of gifted Chaos Realm masters and those perfect beings. But he still didn't feel anything, just a slight chill, which was quite comfortable. His body is so strong that changes in the external environment have no effect on him. Lin Moyu also became an outlier here, a guy who had only achieved a minor level of success in the Chaos Realm, rampaging in this deadly area. Along the way, Lin Moyu also met some powerful and perfect people, and his appearance surprised those powerful and perfect people. But those people just glanced at Lin Moyu a few times and didn't come over to ask. Lin Moyu discovered some strange ice flowers here, which were the phantoms of Jinglingzhu. They appeared here, emitting strange fluctuations, affecting many powerful and perfect people. Even the Tao heart of a perfect strong man cannot withstand the jingling pearl, which shows how terrifying its effect is. According to Xiao Shu, the most terrifying thing about the jingling pearl is that it acts subtly and silently. Perhaps the creatures in the Arctic prefer quietness to movement, so the jingling pearl also takes advantage of this. Make them quieter. As the influence continues to permeate, the great Arctic Lord will be able to change some of their ideas. This change is similar to chronic hypnosis. It happens naturally and they don't even notice it themselves. It feels like all thoughts come naturally. If they go one step further, the great Lord of the North Pole will be able to control them to some extent. Lin Moyu didn't know how far the situation had progressed, but he thought the impact was already profound. It must have been a long time since the great Lord of the North Pole obtained the Tranquil Spirit Pearl and the Phantom Spirit Pearl. His plan was completed long ago, it was just a matter of time for him to launch it. Lin Moyu felt that it wouldn't take long. This great war between the polar regions was a rare opportunity for the great Lord of the North Pole. He can collect flesh, blood, and souls in the war, thus filling the final piece of the sacrifice. Xiaoping followed the directions indicated by Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi, moving back and forth in an area, looking for that place. That place is very special. It's not in the surface space, but there is a passage that leads to it. The space there is very solid, it's just not very large, but you can definitely feel it when you are there. The ice flowers there might be a little special. They're a little colder than other places. The difference isn't too big, but if you feel it carefully, you'll still notice the difference. The two told Xiaoping various requirements, and Xiaoping followed them to find the feeling along the way. It cannot be found with the naked eye, nor with soul power. It can only be found through the changes between the chaotic space and the heaven and earth. Not only Xiaoping is looking for it, but Lin Moyu and Xiaoshu are also looking for it. Finally, after searching for dozens of days, we finally found something. An area with a diameter of less than 100 meters, where the space is more stable than other places. In fact, the space of each area in the chaos is different, and this area is relatively special. There are also ice flowers floating there. Just as Xiaoshu said, the ice flowers will become colder when passing through this 100-meter range, and their speed will also change, becoming slower. It seemed as if there was an invisible force affecting the space in that area. Xiaoping shrank a little and came to that place. Then, at the center of this place, Lin Moyu saw an ice flower transformed from the jingling pearl. The ice flowers emitted strange fluctuations, affecting everyone and telling them not to get close, which resulted in no one in the area. When Lin Moyu moved this special ice flower away, he saw a space passage the size of a fingernail. The little tree said, "I finally found it. I can get in just by touching it." Lin Moyu was about to touch it, but suddenly stopped. A warning came from deep in his soul, "There is danger." The warning from his soul made Lin Moyu stop. Xiaoping asked curiously, "Father, is there something wrong?" Lin Moyu carefully felt his soul. Although his soul had a warning, it did not seem strong. In other words, there are dangers inside, but they are not fatal. What a pity. Lin Moyu sighed softly. If the danger could be more fatal, he could still make use of it. But if it's not fatal, it's meaningless. Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi said that there was no danger there, so the danger did not come from that mysterious place, but from other reasons. In all likelihood, it was a great or quasi-great figure in the Arctic who created an avatar or something, just like what he did when he first arrived in the Arctic. Lin Moyu shook his head. Nothing. There might be someone waiting for you when you get in. As he spoke, Xiaoping was puzzled, and he took Xiaoping into the soul world, and at the same time reached out and touched the vortex. The whole person was instantly pulled into a small vortex, passed through an extremely special spacetime channel, and flew out from the other end. As soon as he left the spacetime channel, before his vision had recovered, Moyu felt a huge force hitting him. Lin Moyu was not panicked at all even though his body was knocked away. The force was very strong, enough to seriously injure a powerful person, but for him, it was just a flesh wound at most. His body was so strong that even if a top-level expert wanted to kill him, it would take a lot of effort and would require the help of powerful magic weapons. While being blown away, his vision returned to normal and he saw several sharp cold rays exploding before his eyes. Lin Moyu was too lazy to dodge and let the cold light fall on him. "It's just that you were blown away, and it won't even hurt." Instead, he used this opportunity to look around the place and see clearly the guy who attacked him. This is an Iceman. His entire body seems to be made of ice. He has a human form, but he is not human. Lin Moyu didn't know whose avatar he was, whether it was the North Pole Great Venerable or some quasi-Great Venerable, but it didn't matter. He exuded the pressure of the top level of perfection, but his soul was not that powerful. It's not difficult to deal with him. As long as there is enough time, the fire of the burning world can burn him to death. The only trouble was that if he died, his master might find out. If a quasi-grand master or a great master came here, that would be troublesome. Xiao Shu said, "This place is isolated from the outside world. No matter what happens inside, no one outside will know." Hun Dunzi added, "Perhaps he is the only one who has the ability to know what happened here." Lin Moyu understood what the two meant. They were telling him that no matter whether they were the Great Venerable or the Quasi-Great Venerable, they would not be able to know what happened here. Even if their clones died here, they would not know. In that case, then kill him. His body finally stabilized, and just as he was about to take action, several attacks came from the side. A huge fist suddenly appeared, and by the time Lin Moyu noticed it, it had already landed heavily on him, and he was knocked away like a meteorite again. There are people, more than one person here. Lin Moyu remained calm. He turned his head and saw an illusory shadow. The shadow had no form, constantly changing, and then turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. It seems my previous thoughts were correct. Several top figures in the Arctic all have their sights set on this place. They all left clones here, which serves as a check and balance for each other, and also serves as a safeguard against outsiders. With such an avatar existing, even if a powerful and accomplished person like Jiuzun Zun came here, he would still be suppressed. If the person coming is a great or quasi-great master, he will be stopped outside. There's a Grand Master and 2 quasi-grand masters in the North Pole. It looks like there should be another one here. Lin Moyu was thinking in his heart. At this moment the space around him twisted, and the guy who just turned into wind and disappeared reappeared and punched out again. This time, Lin Moyu was not polite and returned the punch. The moment the two fists collided, the opponent's fist instantly vaporized, passed through Lin Moyu's fist, and condensed again, hitting Lin Moyu solidly. Lin Moyu's punch hit nothing, and the opponent's body vaporized as he punched. Lin Moyu was blown away again, his eyes cold. Interesting. The opponent's body gasification is only a superficial phenomenon. The real root is that he can switch between reality and illusion. Obviously, he has a very profound understanding of the principles of reality and illusion. Lin Moyu thought to himself, if a quasi-grand master were to become one by the way of reality and illusion, it would be difficult to deal with him in person. But if it's just a clone? While he was thinking, a cold light came again. Lin Moyu punched out to dispel the cold light, and then he flew backwards uncontrollably. The space here was very large, and he could no longer remember how far he had been blown away, but he still had not reached the edge of the sky. Gas rose around him again, and he turned from virtual to real, wanting to attack again. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the world-burning fire blazed fiercely, turning into a sea of fire that enveloped a large area. The guy who had just condensed into a solid body groaned and vaporized again. The fire of the burning world doesn't care whether you are real or fake, it will burn you all. Lin Moyu used this opportunity to steady himself. Standing in the sea of fire, he snorted coldly, "It's almost my turn." He pointed at the Iceman, and the corpse of a perfect and powerful man appeared beside him, and Japan turned into smoke and dust. The corpse exploded. Boom! The Iceman was blown to pieces on the spot. Not only his body was shattered, but his soul was also annihilated. Flash sale. Not surprisingly, this result was exactly what Lin Moyu expected. The other party is a clone, and although he seems powerful, he is just a clone after all, and his soul strength is far less than that of a true top-level perfection. Faced with the exploding corpse, his body might be able to withstand it, but his soul could not. In other words, his attack power is at the level of a top-level perfect warrior, but his defense power is still a little lacking. With one blow, Fun was killed. Lin Moyu smiled and took out the corpse of another perfect and powerful person. After the previous battle, he had more than 10 corpses in his hands, which made him very rich. Although the other party is now in a virtual state, it doesn't matter to Lin Moyu, as his soul has already locked onto him. When a corpse explodes, it doesn't matter whether it is real or fake, it will just explode. Lin Moyu raised his hand and pointed, the corpse exploded. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the other party completely turned into gas and disappeared. Since, Lima's, weak, then stay weak forever and don't change back. After killing the two clones with two simple strikes, Lin Moyu looked carefully at the space. It's really big, and there's another guy there. His eyes were as fast as lightning, and the eye of the undead opened, quickly finding a guy. That guy was a little far away. His soul flame was burning fiercely, much stronger than the previous two guys. Lin Moyu guessed in his heart, this person should be the incarnation of the Great North Pole Venerable, and the two just now should be the incarnations of the Quasi-Great Venerable. Although both the Grand Master and the Quasi-Grand Master have the word Grand Master in their names, they take different paths. It is hard to say who is stronger, but it is certain that Dazun is more perfect and has no shortcomings. Except for some special Quasi-Great Masters, at the soul level, some of the near-Great Masters are not as good as the real Great Masters. The Quasi-Grand Statue is also called the Defective Grand Statue. Lin Moyu flew over and saw the other party. A guy wearing a blue robe, his face couldn't be seen clearly, but the blue robe looked familiar. Blue robe, green robe, white robe. The robes they wear are different in color, but the patterns are exactly the same. Lin Moyu couldn't help but wonder if there was any connection between these three. The man in green robe is the Great Lord of the Central Region, the man in white robe is the Great Lord of the Upper Region, and the man in blue robe is the Great Lord of the North Pole. Could it be that the 8 Great Masters all wear robes like this? Just different colors? Lin Moyu felt that if this was true, there must be something particular about the robe, otherwise it would not be like this. The several Great Masters are of different races and have completely different preferences. How could they make the same choice? While thinking, Lin Moyu felt someone's eyes falling on him. Although she couldn't see the other person's face clearly, Lin Moyu could feel that he was looking at her. The next moment, the soul suddenly felt a chill, and a huge amount of cold air emerged from the soul world, quickly freezing the soul world. Fire! Lin Moyu let out a low roar, and the flame of his soul burned fiercely, dispelling the cold air. At that moment just now, I deeply felt the other party's murderous intent. If my soul wasn't strong enough, I would be dead now. The clone of the Great Arctic Lord launched a soul attack silently, which was much more powerful than the two guys he just killed. Lin Moyu wanted to lock onto the other party, but found that he couldn't. The other person is right in front of him, he can see him, but he cannot lock onto him at the soul level. This kind of situation has never happened again since he left the Pure Land of the Western Extremes. His soul level is too high. Lin Moyu realized that this was no longer a gap in soul power, but a gap in level. He was an invincible existence in the Chaos Realm, while the other party was standing at a higher level. My soul power may not be weaker than his, but I am standing one level lower than him. There are rules in Chaos, and the difference between levels is difficult to cross. The other party slowly stood up and waved his hand, and in an instant the sky and the earth turned blue. Blue rain fell, the sky and the earth froze, blue ice appeared on his body, and the biting cold came straight in. The ice from the Great Master broke through his physical defenses and was enough to freeze him to death. But his body was strong enough, so even if he froze to death, it would only take a long time. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, and Yi Yanyan and the Time and Space Soul Python appeared at the same time and killed the doctor in the blue rain. Yi Yanyan was a Quasi-Grand Master during his lifetime, a Quasi-Grand Master in the inner world of Chaos. He was a little worse than the real Great Master in Chaos, but he was still a Quasi-Grand Master after all. In Lin Moyu's opinion, a Quasi-Great Master is enough to deal with a clone of a Great Master. What's more, there is the Space-Time Soul Python and his 3 subordinates. Even if you can't kill it, you can still suppress it. But the reality was not so. The blue-robed man suddenly disappeared. Lin Moyu saw with his own eyes that his soul dispersed and his body merged into this world and into the blue rain. One of the abilities of the Great Venerable is to completely integrate oneself into the chaos. Wherever chaos is, the Venerable is everywhere. It is said that if chaos is indestructible, then the Great Lord will be indestructible. But in fact, the Great Lord will also die, at least the Tao can kill them. Lin Moyu understood the truth very well. Even if his body was fused with chaos, he could still kill those who needed to be killed. Yi Yanyan attacked Blue Rain fiercely and knocked it down with one blow, causing Blue Rain to be stunned. The space-time soul python stirred the space with its own power, and the Blue Rain was swept up and flowed upstream. The Blue Rain became even more powerful after the impact. The entire space was emitting blue light, and the temperature was getting lower and lower. Ice quickly appeared on Yi Yanyan and the others, and the Blue Rain was freezing them. They used their own strength to dispel the ice, but under the blue light, the freezing speed became faster and faster, and their dispersing speed gradually slowed down. Flames rose from Yi Yanyan's body, and fire dragons shot up into the sky. Blue lights intertwined in the air, and the fire dragon was strangled by the blue light. Yi Yanyan exploded again and again, but the effect was not good. He rushed into the sky alone, but was also forced back by the blue light. Yi Yanyan is known as the Quasi-Grand Venerable, a Quasi-Grand Venerable in the inner world, but he can't even deal with a clone of a Grand Venerable, which surprised Lin Moyu. The Time and Space Soul Python was even worse off. He was now frozen in ice, his strength was less than half of what it was before, and his movements had also slowed down. As for his 3 men, they were unable to move. The Great Master is the Great Master, and he is indeed difficult to deal with. 1. So it seems that when we first arrived at the North Pole, that clone was quite polite and had no intention of killing me. As for the Great Venerable's clone here, he had no scruples at all. The order he received at that time should have been to kill all those who broke in. Lin Moyu said to Xiao Shu, get him out and lock him up. If he couldn't lock onto Xiao Shu, he still had Xiao Shu. Even if Xiao Shu hadn't recovered to his peak, he was once a peak existence, no worse than Daozuan. His soul level is also the same as that of the Great Venerable. With his help in locking down the Great Venerable's clone, there will be no problem. Good. The little tree waited for a long time, and then its roots danced together and pierced through the void. Countless tree roots suddenly appeared at the source of the blue light, tearing through layers of blue light. The blue light strangled the small tree, and the roots were frozen. However, the power of time and space erupted from the small tree, causing the roots to continuously jump through time and space. It seemed to be here, but in fact, it was not here at all. The tree roots frozen by the blue light ended up being nothingness. The tree roots danced in the blue light, turning into whips that lashed the blue light. The 2 sides fought in the air, neither giving in. These blue lights are the source of the Great Master's clones, and every 10 blue lights contain a trace of soul power. The little tree wanted to break the blue light into pieces and force it to gather together again. Lin Moyu flicked his finger, and the world-burning fire rushed into the sky, turning into a sea of fire. The flames of the world burn the soul and can help the small tree. Under the siege of both sides, the blue light continued to shatter, and the soul reunited, finally turning into a blue-robed man again. Locked! Xiao Shu shouted excitedly as the blue-robed man appeared. At the same time, Lin Moyu pointed his finger and shouted, corpse explodes. Boom! The blue-robed man was blown to pieces on the spot. Most of his body was shattered, and his newly condensed soul was also destroyed on the spot. The clone of the Great Venerable was indeed stronger than the clone of the Quasi-Great Venerable, and the explosion of his corpse failed to kill him. But it doesn't matter, if it doesn't work once, try twice. Lin Moyu used corpse explosion again, and the second explosion hit him. This time, the Great Master's clone couldn't withstand it and was blown to pieces. The blue light dissipated, and a blue crystal appeared in midair. Ultra blue crystal. Lin Moyu grabbed the blue crystal in his hand and recognized it as a top-grade material called ultramarine. The Great Lord of the North Pole used it as the core to refine this clone, so this clone is very powerful. But now that the clone has been destroyed, the ultra blue crystal naturally belongs to him. Lin Moyu will not be polite to the great master. The extreme blue crystal is not as good as the ancient ice, but it is also a top-grade material. What he lacks now is materials, both good and bad. After dealing with the 3 clones, Lin Moyu could finally take a good look around the place. Such a large space is like an independent world. Perhaps this is an independent world similar to the inner world of chaos, a world with its own rules, as well as the rules of chaos. This place is relatively isolated from chaos, not completely isolated, but only relatively isolated. Not far away, mist rose, and a palace loomed. Lin Moyu flew over, entered the mist, and saw the palace. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. This palace seems to have been seen somewhere before. Hun Dunzi said, because its appearance can change, it can become any palace you have ever seen. For example, when I looked at it, it looked like an enormous bead. The little tree said, everyone sees it differently. To me, it's just a locked garden filled with chaos god kings. It turns out that this is the case. Everyone sees it differently. And when I looked over there, it was a palace. But I have been to many places and seen many landscapes, so why would it be a palace? Moreover, the appearance of this palace was both familiar and casual, as if I had seen it somewhere, yet it seemed not to me. He searched his memory, but couldn't recall it. There is a big gate in front of the palace. When attention is focused on the gate becomes tall and quickly occupies the entire site. At this moment, the palace became unimportant. What mattered was this gate. Open him, you must open him. It has everything I want. If I can open it, I can get everything I want. Countless thoughts were brewing in my mind, but all the thoughts could be summed up in one sentence: open this door, no matter what the cost, no matter how much effort it takes, even if it means death, I must open it. The soul didn't warn him, but Lin Moyu realized something was wrong. He shuddered and woke up. The thought that had come to him before was so natural, but it was because it was too natural that it seemed abnormal. I shouldn't have such thoughts. How could I have such thoughts? It is right to open the door, but it is impossible to risk your life to open the door. But that's what I thought just now. Lin Moyu thought of what Xiaoshu had said before: anyone who had been here would try every possible way to open the door. It seems that this is the reason. The door has a strange ability to change one's thinking, making opening the door a top priority and transcending life. This kind of change is much stronger than the jingling pearl. It is not subtle, but it is just a matter of direct control. Hun Dunzi suddenly flew out automatically and flew towards the gate. Bang! Hun Dunzi hit the door hard, making a dull sound. Hun Dunzi was shocked back, and the next moment he wanted to fly over again. Lin Moyu reached out and grabbed it. What are you going to do? Hun Dunzi struggled. Let me go, I want to knock it away. Lin Moyu said, you can't break it open. Hun Dunzi shouted loudly, I don't believe I can't break it open. Let me go and let me do it. Lin Moyu had no choice but to take Hun Dunzi into the soul world and take back his right to enter and exit freely. Hun Dunzi shouted loudly in the soul world, not wanting to rush out. But Lin Moyu used his soul power to transform into a cage and trapped Hun Dunzi tightly. He is the master of Hun Dunzi, and without his permission, Hun Dunzi cannot pass through at all. A drop of refined pure water flew out and turned into a waterfall, falling on Hun Dunzi. After being watered by the pure water, Hun Dunzi finally calmed down. Bang, bang, bang. The loud noise continued to ring out, ringing thousands of times in an instant. I saw countless tree roots be ********** G against the gate frantically, as if they wanted to smash it to pieces. Just as Hun Dunzi went crazy, Xiaoshu also went crazy. Lin Moyu covered his head with his hands, looking helpless. Before he could deal with the small tree, Yi Yanyan and the space-time soul python also rushed towards the gate. It was unknown what they saw, but without exception, they all tried to force the door open, and they were willing to risk their lives to do so. It is much easier to deal with them, and you can take them back at will. Then another drop of clean water turned into a waterfall and poured onto the small tree. Stimulated by the clean water, the small tree finally calmed down. Xiaoshu looked terrified and muttered, "How terrifying. Were those guys in this state back then?" Hun Dunzi also recovered at this moment. "That should be it. I only heard that they were crazy at first, but I didn't expect it to be like this." Lin Moyu asked, "How did you feel just now?" Xiaoshu thought for a moment and slowly shook his head. "I don't remember much. I just know that at that time, an idea told me that I must open that door. There was something very important behind the door, more important than my life." Hun Dunzi said, "I saw an independent world behind the door. If I can refine that world, I might be able to evolve a second Hun Dun. No, it should be the third chaos." He thought of Lin Moyu's storage space, which was the second chaos. What everyone sees and hears is different, and it seems to be what they desire most in their hearts. This door is indeed unusual, especially since even the resurrected are affected. I wonder if the undead servants will be affected. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and an undead servant flew out, facing the heavenly gate. After half a day, there was no movement from the undead servants. Request flowers 0. Lin Moyu confirmed that the undead servants would not be affected, only those intelligent creatures with their own thoughts would be affected. No wonder the man in blue robes sat with his back to the gate just now. He didn't dare to look at the gate at all. Xiaoshu said, "Master, try using ice crystals, maybe they can open the door." Lin Moyu nodded, "Okay." He took out the ice crystal, and suddenly a ray of light shot out from the gate and fell on the ice crystal, and the ice crystal automatically flew up and headed towards the gate. "It works." Lin Moyu was delighted. Although he had suppressed his inner desire for the door, the temptation from before was still there, and he still wanted to open the door. Now that the ice crystals are useful, he is naturally very happy. The ice crystals flew onto the gate and then merged into it. Accompanied by a slight sound, the door slowly opened. A strange breath rushed out from behind the door, and the desire that he had forcibly suppressed burst out again, and the temptation exploded to the extreme. Lin Moyu had an urge to go in immediately regardless of the consequences. But he forcibly suppressed his thoughts and remained motionless in the void. He also cut off the connection between the soul world and the outside world, preventing Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi from seeing the changes outside to prevent them from losing control again. The door was only opened a crack, just enough for him to pass through. Lin Moyu came to the crack in the door. He couldn't see what was going on inside through the crack, so he didn't go in immediately. Instead, he asked his undead servant to go in and explore the way first. As soon as the undead servant entered, he immediately lost contact with himself. The undead servants are not dead, they just lose contact. Losing contact had only happened before when his realm was low. Since he entered the chaos, such a thing has never happened. No matter how far the distance is, there is a strong connection between him and his undead servants. Now it happened again, which shows that the world behind the door is extremely special. Is it really another chaos? Lin Moyu reached out to touch the door, but his soul didn't send any warning, so he finally walked in. Now that we are here and the door is open, we must go in and take a look. After he went in, the door slowly closed. One day later, a blue figure appeared in front of the door. The great Beiji, dressed in a blue robe, had a solemn and gloomy expression. Someone went in. How did he get in? Who was it? Time goes back. He went back in time, but the traces of time and space here had long been wiped out by the small tree, and he saw nothing. The expression on the face of the great lord of the North Pole became even uglier. A strange space, the sense of strangeness comes from the principles, rules, atmosphere, etc. Lin Moyu discovered that, just as he had thought before, this was indeed an independent world. It is not a second chaos, but it is independent of chaos. It didn't seem as big as chaos. As far as the eye could see, Lin Moyu had already seen the boundary. It is even smaller than Chaos Child's inner world, but its rules, its avenues, and its aura are completely independent. The undead servant who came in before was right next to him, and no danger occurred. After he came in, he made contact with the undead servant. This place is completely isolated from the outside world. I can no longer sense the formation set up by the great Lord of natural disasters. If the gate only blocks the Great Venerable, the Tao can still explore inside, but this gate completely blocks even the Tao. But this place seems to be connected to chaos. What exactly is it? It's quite interesting. 850 Lin Moyu felt it carefully and was 80% sure that no one had been here before. He should be the first one. The environment here is so clean that there is no sense of any living creatures. He looked around and saw some materials floating not far away. There were thousands of them. He had never seen these materials before, but they all looked extraordinary. Thousands of materials of different sizes slowly rotate before my eyes. Their speed is constant and uniform, and they revolve around the same center point. This phenomenon is very similar to the star structure in the big world, where the planets revolve around the stars. Looking towards the center, Lin Moyu saw a mass of air trapped in the center. There seemed to be something tumbling inside the air mass, but it was not clearly visible from the outside. Just as he was about to go over and take a look, he heard the voices of Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi in his soul. Lin Moyu then realized that he had still closed his soul world and they could not see what was happening outside. The blockade was lifted immediately, and the next second, Han Dunzi's exaggerated cry was heard, "Wow, so many good things." Lin Moyu asked, "Do you recognize it?" Han Dunzi smiled and said, "I don't recognize all of them, but I can recognize most of them. They are all old friends." "Old friend?" Xiaoshu explained, "Back then, there were many people like us who were conceived by heaven and earth, and some of them were based on certain spiritual objects of heaven and earth. For example, the ancient beasts and the chaos spirit pearl, only a few of them can't find their true forms." Lin Moyu's mind raced. "Are you saying these materials are the original bodies from back then?" The little tree shook its head. "They are not. They are just materials, not nurtured by heaven and earth." Han Dunzi interrupted, "Those guys looked like this before they were conceived. Look at that piece of ancient ice, it's even bigger than the one you got, Master." Looking in the direction pointed by Han Dunzi, Mou saw a piece of ancient ice. This piece of ancient ice doesn't look big from a distance, but it is actually very huge. It is just compressed by some force. The ancient ice continent he obtained, if compressed, might only be as big as a fist, but the piece in front was at least 10 times larger. According to Han Dunzi, the original body of the ancient beast was once this big, but it was later shattered. They pointed at pieces of material, talking about their names and what they had become in the past. There is no exploration of the Tao here, and they can speak whatever they want. Based on what they said, Lin Moyu speculated on a possibility. At the beginning of the world, a lot of materials left here and entered chaos. At that time, chaos was giving birth to life, and the chaos was filled with the energy of the beginning of heaven. These materials absorbed the energy of the beginning of the world and, after being nurtured by chaos, became top-notch powerful creatures. The ancient beast came from here, and he is extremely special. The ice crystal he possesses is the key to this place. However, because the ice crystal was nurtured into a living being and was contaminated, the key's function was temporarily ineffective. But the ancient beast still wants to come back here. This is his instinct and his deepest impulse. Therefore, there is absolutely no doubt that this is the origin of countless creatures in the chaos. Lin Moyu analyzed more possibilities based on his own situation. The bodies of all powerful creatures came from here, and the energy of the beginning of heaven came from the deepest part of the ancient wilderness. The combination of the two formed the original chaotic pattern. It's just like my own storage space now, which contains a huge amount of Tianchu Qi, but not a single material. The Qi of the beginning of heaven also gave birth to many living beings, but these living beings had no entity and were different from the original chaos. He didn't know why before, but now he finally knows. What is missing from his storage space are these top-notch materials. If you have these materials, you can also become the body of those powerful creatures, making your storage space richer. After figuring it out, Lin Moyu immediately wanted to collect these materials. He flew towards the nearest piece of material, which was called Tianhong Stone. It had once given birth to a giant beast. The Western quality was the next day. Bang! Without noticing anything, Lin Moyu crashed into an invisible wall. Fortunately, he was flying fast, otherwise he would have been knocked away. This wall was invisible but intangible, completely transparent. Lin Moyu reached out and knocked on it, and found it was solid. He swung out the flame, and the flame fell on the wall and went out instantly, unable to stay. The flame contains a trace of the power of the Great Tao. The flame cannot stay, which means that the power of the Great Tao cannot stay on the wall. This place is independent of chaos and cannot attract the avenues of the outside world, so it can only use its own power. It was not until he used his power that Lin Moyu discovered that his own path to immortality had also been affected. This was something that had never happened before, whether in various independent spaces, even if blocked by a large formation, Chaos Child's inner world, or his own storage space. The immortal path has never been affected, and he has already integrated the immortal path into his body, so it should not be affected. Here, all the great ways are affected, and their power is less than 1/10. The immortal great way is only slightly better, but it has less than half of the usual power. The power of death flew out and fell on the wall like a big net. Lin Moyu wanted to try to dissolve the wall with the power of death. It was useless, the wall was not affected by the calendar of death at all. After trying it for a while and finding it useless, Lin Moyu used the Heaven and Earth Jellyfish. The dissolving ability of the Heaven and Earth Jellyfish is even greater than the corrosive power of the Death Power 2.6, but here, the Heaven and Earth Jellyfish is also obviously suppressed. The jellyfish landed on the invisible wall and slid away quickly, but it still had no effect. Lin Moyu asked Hun Dunzi to try it again with clean water. A large amount of clean water was poured onto the wall, but the invisible wall did not move at all. This completely transparent wall blocked the way. A large number of undead servants flew out and moved from the side, not leaving out any corner. Lin Moyu wanted to find out if there were any loopholes in the wall. As a result, the undead servant flew for a long time and had already flown across the entire space along the wall, looking at every corner, but still found nothing. The little tree also tried, but its time and space ability, which had always been ineffective, failed at this moment, and the little tree was unable to pass through the wall. Lin Moyu simply raised his fist. If he couldn't find a way to break it, he would try him. The B********* G sound continued. This invisible wall, which was unknown how thick and completely transparent, did not react at all under Lin Moyu's violent bombardment. Lin Moyu smashed it for a while, but finally had no choice but to give up. It is completely impossible to break it. No matter how hard you hit it with your fist, it won't budge at all. Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi both tried several methods, but the results were the same. Lin Moyu used methods such as the world-burning fire, but still failed to break this invisible wall. The invisible wall is impenetrable and stands there firmly, not letting anyone in. All the methods were useless, and Lin Moyu finally had no choice but to take out two trump cards, the thick cause ring and the scepter of natural disaster. Soul power surged into the cause-seeking ring. There is a result but no cause. I want to break through this wall. The seeking cause ring was shining, but there was no backlash. After a moment, the light of the seeking cause ring faded and disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Lin Moyu felt that he had sown fruit, but in vain, and he had failed to find the cause. This had never happened before. He even thought about it, dying hundreds or thousands of times. He would always succeed, and he could also strengthen his body and soul in the process. But he never imagined that he could fail. 11. This also meant that the existence of this wall was not subject to any cause and effect. The soul power surged, and Lin Moyu planted fruit again, not believing in evil. This time, the fruit he planted for himself was to get the nearest piece of sky-red stone. As a result, the cause-seeking ring lit up for more than 10 seconds and then went out again, indicating that the fruit planting had failed. Lin Moyu felt the changes in the cause-seeking loop in surprise and shock. He discovered that even the seeking cause ring was affected here and could not exert its full power. The seeking cause ring uses the causal path in the chaos, but because of his once powerful body, he has surpassed the causal path, so he possesses enormous power in the chaos and can create all kinds of miracles. But here, leaving the chaos, shouting with nature, Lin Moyu forced himself to find a reason. Perhaps this was the only way to explain it. Could the true form of this seeking cause ring also come from here? Looking at the cause-seeking ring, Lin Moyu had an idea, and thought that this possibility was very high. However, after leaving here, the Xuanyin ring was affected by the chaos and underwent a qualitative change, just like ice crystals, and actually has little to do with this place. The seeking cause ring is useless, so there is only one trump card left, the Scepter of Natural Disaster. The Scourge Scepter is extremely hard and can be used to smash objects or souls. But this time, Lin Moyu was not completely sure and could only give it a try. He raised the Scourge Scepter and smashed it down hard. Boom! Amidst a loud bang, an invisible wall suddenly appeared, and a huge force came from the Scepter of Calamity, and Lin Moyu was blown away uncontrollably. A large number of cracks appeared on the palm, then the flesh and blood burst open, and then the bones were shattered into pieces. The recoil force shattered the palm and spread upwards, then the entire arm exploded, followed by the body. Half of Lin Moyu's body was shattered, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and he looked extremely miserable. But this was child's play for Lin Moyu. He had been shattered to pieces countless times, but this time he was only half broken, no big deal. With a thought, the immortal flame burned fiercely, and the body glowed with golden light. A large amount of shattered flesh and blood flew back, and the body began to reorganize rapidly, and it was restored in the blink of an eye. He stretched out his hand and the Scourge Scepter, which had been knocked away, returned to his hand. My body couldn't even withstand it. The recoil force is extraordinary. Looking at the invisible wall, under the attack of the Scourge Scepter, the invisible wall briefly revealed its appearance. It was like a piece of crystal, a thin layer, like a huge sphere, extremely solid and guarding this area. The blow from the Scourge Scepter did not cause any damage to it. The invisible wall appeared for a moment and then disappeared again. It was there, invisible but tangible. I can tolerate the failure of the seeking cause ring, but it is really unacceptable that even the Scepter of Natural Disaster is ineffective. In the description of the Great Lord of Calamity, the Scepter of Calamity is listed as the 5th level of power, the highest level in the entire ancient chaos, and is the best. When I came here, I thought that if the ice crystal couldn't open this door, I would use the Scepter of Calamity to smash it in. Now it seems that I was wrong and thought things were too simple. This mysterious space is more mysterious than he had imagined. Even the Scepter of Calamity cannot break through this invisible crystal wall. Moreover, the force that was just thrown at him was basically rebounded from the Scepter of Calamity, causing nearly half of his body to be shattered. He returned to the invisible wall, picked up the Scepter of Scourge and started knocking on it. This time, there was no need to use much force, and the Scepter of Scourge fell on it, making a crisp sound. With every strike, Lin Moyu could feel the recoil from the Scourge Scepter. At least 90% of the strength he exerted was rebounded. Gradually, Lin Moyu increased his strength, improving it bit by bit until he reached the limit he could bear. He knocked for a long time, but not only did the invisible wall not break, it even disappeared. Lin Moyu already knew that only when the power reached a certain level would this invisible wall like crystal be revealed. But it only reveals it, and it is still a long way to go to break it. Stop knocking, you're so annoying, can't you let me sleep? Suddenly, an unhappy voice came from the Scepter of Scourge. The Hongming gem in the center was sparkling, and the sound came from him. Although all 5 gems have some instincts, only the last one, the Hongming gem, can speak and communicate. Lin Moyu said, I'm doing an experiment, and there's something you can't break. The Hongming gem cried out, it's your own fault, don't blame me. Lin Moyu said, how can I be weak? I just smashed it with all my strength, but it just wouldn't break. If you don't believe me, I'll smash it again to show you. Hongmeng 857 gem cried out, don't try. This is the wall of heaven and earth. With your current state, you want to smash it? Dream on. Lin Moyu asked, "What is the wall of heaven and earth? What realm do I need to reach to break it?" Hongming Gem said, "Wait until you surpass the Great Venerable, and why did you smash it? Did it provoke you?" Lin Moyu said, "No one recruited me, I just wanted the things inside." Hongming Gem laughed and said, "People die for money and birds die for food. Why are you so eager to die?" Lin Moyu was even more confused. "Please explain clearly." The Hongmeng Gem said, "You must know what lies behind the wall of heaven and earth. The moment you break it, you will die. I'm too lazy to explain the details to you, but just remember that you are not yet qualified to break it, let alone obtain what is inside." Lin Moyu did not doubt what Hongmeng Gem said. Although what he said was not pleasant to the ear, he was telling the truth. He thought for a moment, a long time ago, many things came out of it and entered the chaos. How can this be explained? Hongmeng Gem said, "What is there to explain? That was then, and now is now. At that time, the world wanted to give birth to life, so it spit out the treasures of the origin of the world. It vomited it out on its own initiative. But now, since the world no longer breeds life, it naturally stops vomiting." Lin Moyu suddenly asked, "What if the heaven and earth give birth to life again?" Hearing Lin Moyu's words, the Hongmeng Gem immediately laughed and said, "Are you kidding me? How could the heaven and earth give birth to a living being a second time? This opportunity only comes once, there won't be a second time. Even if heaven and earth wanted to, where would they get the heavenly chi? And heaven and earth wouldn't even think about it. They don't have consciousness, only rules. If you say that the world has a master, then I can think about it, but it's just a thought. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense, or you'll make people laugh at you." Lin Moyu ignored his sneer. He said that on purpose because he wanted to get some information from the Hongmeng Gem. The Hongmeng Gem knows a lot of things, but is never willing to speak out. It spends most of its time sleeping, remaining silent and basically motionless. If I hadn't smashed the wall of heaven and earth with all my strength this time, he probably still wouldn't wake up, let alone pay any attention to me. Lin Moyu said, "I didn't say it was here. My own world is filled with the primordial energy, and is currently nurturing living beings, but they are all rootless spirits. It just so happens that I have the materials here, so I want the world to nurture some living beings with bodies." "What?" The Hongmeng Gem suddenly screamed, and a little man appeared on the gem, looking at Lin Moyu in surprise. He clearly didn't believe it, his eyes filled with wonder. How could there be the chi of the beginning of heaven? This is impossible, this is impossible. Take me to see it quickly. Lin Moyu chuckled, opened the storage space, and put the scepter of calamity in. The voice of Hongmeng Gem in surprise came from the storage space. "It really is the chi of the beginning of heaven, a lot of chi of the beginning of heaven." After letting him look for a while, Lin Moyu took him out again. No matter what the Hongmeng Gem was like, the scepter of calamity was his after all and under his control. If I don't want him to enter the storage space, he can't enter. After leaving the storage space, the little man transformed by the Hongmeng Gem was still amazed. "You actually own a piece of heaven and earth. Although this piece of heaven and earth is still very weak, it is really a piece of heaven and earth." He sighed for a while, then flew to Lin Moyu, his eyes full of surprise and complexity. "Who are you? Why is there a world? This shouldn't be normal." Lin Moyu asked, "Can you tell me more about this?" The Hongmeng Gem hesitated for a moment, then finally said, all right, since you asked so sincerely, I will mercifully tell you. The ancient chaos is a whole, belonging to the same world, and now there is only this world. When the world was born, a lot of primordial energy appeared. The primordial energy can give birth to living beings. If there is no corresponding spiritual material of heaven and earth, what is born is rootless spirits, which have no body. Such a world is incomplete. Various materials and creatures will not appear within it, and the great Tao will be very simple. This kind of world is called a dead world. If there are spiritual materials of heaven and earth, they will combine with the energy of the beginning of heaven. According to the different properties of the precious materials, they can evolve into various great ways, perfecting heaven and earth. The heaven and earth become perfect. Such a heaven and earth is called the birth heaven and earth. Death of heaven and earth, life of heaven and earth. What Hong Ming Gem said had completely gone beyond the scope of the ancient chaos. It was obviously talking about something at a higher level and higher dimension. Lin Moyu asked, "So, there used to be many worlds, right?" The Hong Ming Gem said, "You said it was once, and it existed, but now it's gone. All the life and death worlds are gone. This ancient chaos you are in is the last and only one." At this point, Hong Ming Gem suddenly corrected himself. "No, it's not the only one now. You also have a world. It's still a dead world at present, but it may become a living world in the future." Lin Moyu asked, "I brought the realm from the chaos here into it. Can I make it a living world?" The Hong Ming Gem decisively rejected Lin Moyu's idea. "It's useless. If you want to become the creator of heaven and earth, you must be a spiritual material of heaven and earth." What is the spiritual material of heaven and earth? It is something that can fuse with the energy of the beginning of heaven, evolve into the great way, and give birth to life. Even after death, its power will continue to evolve. Hong Ming Gem explained a lot to Lin Moyu. Since going to the storage space, Hong Ming Gem's attitude has improved a lot. Its previous arrogance has disappeared, and it is willing to say a few more words. After his explanation, Lin Moyu finally understood one thing: everything he had known before was wrong. At the beginning of the evolution of heaven and earth, there was no great way. There was only the chi of the beginning of heaven, and the chi of the beginning of heaven is one of the roots of all great ways. When the chi of the beginning of heaven meets the spiritual materials of heaven and earth, the chi of the beginning of heaven merges with them, and according to the various properties of the spiritual materials of heaven and earth, various living creatures will be born. These beings are the Tao, and they can be seen as the embodiment of the Tao. When they are conceived and formed, it means that the avenue is formed. Even if they die afterwards, it will not harm the avenue, and may even be beneficial. However, the materials after their death will not completely disappear. The essence of the materials will be integrated into the avenue, thus evolving into new materials, which will continue to be derived, and the cycle will continue endlessly. In the past, the ancient chaos gave birth to countless living beings, which gave birth to countless great ways, turning the entire world into a living world. Finally, in the ancient chaos, a huge number of creatures and infinite materials appeared, and the entire world was able to circulate endlessly. It's actually like this. Lin Moyu finally understood, and the world became clearer in his eyes. I'm afraid that in the entire world, only the Hong Ming Gem can know these. Now I know it, and Xiaoshu, Han Dunzi, and Xiaoping also know it. They kept silent and just listened quietly. This information touched upon the fundamentals for them. Although it seemed useless, it might be useful someday in the future. Lin Moyu said, "The boundary can't turn my world into a living world. I need the materials in the wall of heaven and earth. Is there any way?" Hong Ming Gem sneered, "You wishful thinking, do you know where this place is?" This question is not the first time I have been asked. How could I possibly know? But I cannot get angry with this guy now. Lin Moyu showed an eager look, asking for advice. Please give me some pointers. Hong Ming Gem said, "The wall of heaven and earth refers to all, Qian Zhao, heaven and earth. Whether all the heaven and earth can become the living heaven and earth depends on whether it gave heaven and earth spiritual materials at the beginning of the evolution of heaven and earth. If it doesn't give, then it will be a dead world. If it gives, then there is a chance for it to become a living world. Once upon a time, a powerful being appeared in the world of life. The powerful being wanted to attack it, but ultimately gave up because he could not break the wall of the earth. Of course, the wall of heaven and earth is not absolutely unbreakable. If you can transcend heaven and earth and become the strongest, and can unleash my full power, then you will have a chance to break the wall of heaven and earth." At this point, he changed the subject, but by then, it seems you won't need these spiritual materials anymore, because you'll have become the most powerful being. And the Chaos Ancient Wasteland will have already been obtained by you. It's really strange. I've never seen anyone like you who owns the world. The strongest beings that appeared before were all born from a certain world, and after transcending the world, they controlled it in turn. You are really strange. What happened to Lin Moyu overturned the cognition of Hongming Gem. The reason why he was arrogant was that he felt he knew everything. He knew everything that had happened and the most fundamental principles of heaven and earth. But now, the world that Lin Moyu owns has shattered his arrogance. Lin Moyu asked, "Is there any way to turn my world into a living world?" No. Hongming Gem denied it outright. There was no way. Lin Moyu sighed, "Even you can't do it. It seems there's no other way. I always thought that the Scourge Scepter was omnipotent." Hongming Gem frowned suddenly, as if being insulted and looked down upon. "What do you mean by, I can't do it? It's you who can't do it. If you were the strongest, you would certainly be able to break the wall of the earth." Lin Moyu said, "But if I become the strongest, what do I need these spiritual materials of heaven and earth for? Wouldn't I already have my own world?" Hongming Gem was speechless for a moment. He had said these words, but now Lin Moyu was using them to describe himself. Lin Moyu continued, "It seems there's really no way out. I can only look at these heavenly and earthly spiritual materials, but I can't even grasp them. I was so confident before, thinking that as long as you were here, there was nothing I couldn't break. Forget it, let's just consider it a wasted trip." Lin Moyu looked at the spiritual materials on the wall of heaven and earth, looking disappointed as if he wanted them but couldn't get them. The disappointment was not only that he himself could not obtain it, but also that he was disappointed with the Scepter of Scourge. Looking at Lin Moyu's expression, Hongming Gem seemed to have lost someone. He suddenly said, "If you really get some heavenly spiritual materials, it's not completely impossible." Lin Moyu was delighted, but his expression remained unchanged. "Even if it's possible, it should be difficult." Hongming Gem said, "It is indeed a bit difficult, but you can give it a try. First, you need to go to Guyue and find the Gua corrupted spirit. Chaos and ancient desolation belong to the same universe. They are like the yin and yang of the universe, with chaos being the yang and ancient desolation being the yin. The ancient desolation corruption spirit represents the ultimate corrosive force within this universe. While it cannot be used to break through the walls of heaven and earth, it can soften them. After softening the wall of heaven and earth, I can create a tiny hole, and you can send the chi of the beginning of heaven through it. If you're lucky, your celestial energy will resonate with the world wall, and it will proactively send some spiritual materials to your world. This is the only method we can try. Now that the heaven and earth have collapsed, only one side remains. The wall of heaven and earth has sealed itself after sending the last spiritual material. It has become silent and will not send any more spiritual materials out. So whether you can wake it up depends on your luck. However, the ancient corrupted spirit is not easy to find, and the process is very dangerous, so you have to be careful." Lin Moyu asked, "What does the ancient desolate corrupt spirit look like?" Hongming Gem then told Lin Moyu in detail about the situation of the ancient corrupt spirit. The ancient wasteland corrupted spirit has no specific form. Its true name is corrupted spirit. It is called the ancient wasteland corrupted spirit because in this world, the place where it was born is called the ancient wasteland. If it were in another world before, it would have a different name. The corrupted spirit is similar to the spiritual material of heaven and earth. It is the ultimate force of corrosion in the world. It can corrode anything in the world, including magic weapons, souls, etc. It is different from the jellyfish. The jellyfish will dissolve, which only destroys the structure. At the same time, the jellyfish still has a trace of life force and can give birth to living things. The ancient corrupt spirit is also the ultimate corrosive force. It can only die and there is no possibility of life. Even the great master of heaven and earth may perish if he is touched by the corrupt spirit. As long as you don't transcend this world, it will be impossible to stop the corrupt spirits. But even such a terrifying thing can only weaken the wall of heaven and earth, and it needs to be used in conjunction with the scepter of natural disaster to create a small hole. Now that he knew the method, Lin Moyu decided to go to the ancient wilderness to look for the corrupt spirits. As long as it is within the heaven and earth, he believes he can find it because there is a causal loop. Hongming Gem said, "Since you are my master, I will help you again." As he spoke proudly, the Hongming Gem suddenly lit up, and then the Realm Gem also began to sparkle. The Hongming Gem manipulated the power of the Realm Gem and condensed 2 seals. One seal flew into Lin Moyu's hand, and the other 10 fell on the wall of the world. With this mark, you can open a passage here no matter where you are, but you only have one chance, so don't use it carelessly. Also, when you leave here, you will be teleported to a certain corner of the universe. Where exactly you will be transported depends on your luck. Good luck. Facing its own owner, the Hongming Gem still acted as it pleased and left after saying so. Lin Moyu didn't blame him. As long as he was still in his hands and was obedient, that was enough. Taking one last look at the wall of heaven and earth, which contained a vast amount of enviable spiritual materials, Lin Moyu was somewhat reluctant to leave. But he also knew that he had no way of getting these good things. Only by doing what the Hongming Gem said would he have a chance to turn his land into a virgin land. He had a vague feeling that once his world became a living world, it would be of great benefit to him. At least when facing the Tao, even if you are defeated, you can still escape. In this way, safety can be greatly improved. Before the battle, you can think of a way out for yourself so that you will have no worries when the battle comes. Just as I thought before fighting, I sent my wife into the storage space first. That way, even if I die, they will be fine. Lin Moyu flew towards the exit, which was a space-time channel, and no one knew where it led to. When they were near the exit, Xiaoshu suddenly said, "Master, please stop for a moment." Lin Moyu stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiaoshu said, "I feel many traces of time and space channels here." Lin Moyu understood what was going on. There were many worlds in the past, and these might be traces left behind by the foolish and powerful people in these worlds. Lin Moyu had no idea how many worlds there were at that time. The Hongming Gem only said there were many. In some worlds, the strongest beings appeared, and those strongest beings came here, leaving behind passages in time and space. Those strongest people must have thought about breaking through the wall of heaven and earth, but they all failed. There is only one way to come here. One is to enter through the portal left by the wall of heaven and earth, but there is more than one way to open the door. Either use a key, or become the strongest person and force the door open. Most of the strongest people open the door by force. They are powerful and arrogant, and they act according to their own way. As for the legend and the chaos, as long as you come here, there will be great benefits. Only Lin Moyu knows that there are no benefits at all. If I have to say there is any benefit, it is that it can broaden your horizons, see those spiritual materials of heaven and earth, and then drool. Xiaoshu said, "I wonder if it is possible to restore these time and space channels." Restore the space-time channel? Lin Moyu was a little surprised. Xiaoshu's idea was very bold. If these space-time channels can be restored, does that mean that we can travel to other worlds through them? But those worlds are gone, so where will the space-time passage lead to? Will there be any danger? Lin Moyu said, "You try it first, I will ask about the Hongming Gem." The little tree worked hard for its sudden idea. Millions of roots stretched out and came to the traces of the time and space channel that had been left behind, carefully feeling the information left behind that year. The existence of these time and space channels cannot be traced back, they are too ancient. The little tree is not sure, so he can only look for them one by one. Every trace of a space-time channel represents an existence that transcends heaven and earth and is the most powerful being. They may have already taken control of the world, or they may not have, but it is an indisputable fact that they have all come here. It can be said that they have discovered the ultimate secret of the entire heaven and earth. He must have come here for something, but what he was seeking has been buried in the years. Lin Moyu found the Hongming Gem again. There are many relics of time and space passages that once existed here. Hong Ming Jim's attitude towards Lin Moyu is much better now than it was at the beginning, but he still maintains his arrogance. Yes, many people have been here before. Lin Moyu immediately asked, "Where are these people?" Hong Ming Jim said, "They are all dead. The heaven and earth are gone, so how could these people not be alive?" Lin Moyu's heart trembled slightly. Aren't these beings already beyond heaven and earth? In his understanding, once they transcend heaven and earth, even if heaven and earth are destroyed, these people should not die. They are independent of heaven and earth, so what does the life and death of heaven and earth have to do with them? His words caused the Hong Ming Jim to sneer. "My master, do you understand what transcendence means?" Lin Moyu was not angry. He wanted to get some information out of Hong Ming Jim. He was very good-tempered. "Why don't you tell me something?" The Hong Ming Jim chuckled. "Since the master has asked sincerely, then I will tell you, all living beings are born and raised within the heaven and earth. They can never truly transcend the heaven and earth. Even if they become the strongest and control the world, thinking they are above it, when the world is destroyed, they will know that they are not really above it. They will die just the same. The reverse is also true. Once they control the heaven and earth, they become one with the heaven and earth. When they die, the heaven and earth will be destroyed as well." Lin Moyu could understand what the Hong Ming Jim said. It was just like those perfect and powerful people who had their own boundaries. When they die, the realm will collapse, and when the realm collapses, most of them will die, but there will occasionally be survivors. However, when this rule was expanded to the level of heaven and earth and those most powerful beings were already bound together, living and dying together. Lin Moyu asked, "Are there no exceptions?" Hong Ming Jim shook its head. "No exceptions. So many powerful people and so many worlds are gone, and no one knows what happened." Lin Moyu asked tentatively, "Why did they die?" Hong Ming Jewel said, "It seems to be for some reasons. I don't know what it is specifically. Anyway, people die for money and birds die for food. This principle cannot be escaped no matter where it is applied, at what level, no matter whether the realm is high or low." Lin Moyu felt a faint sense of sadness. If so many powerful people died, what was the point of his own cultivation? Are they after something? What is it? Is it something that can truly make them transcend? In the chaos, all the top existences perished for a flower and to transcend chaos. Even after transcending chaos, they all perished for some things. It seems that the operating rules of the entire world have not changed from the small world to the present world. This seems to be an iron law of heaven and earth, but what if I insist on breaking this iron law? An idea came to Lin Moyu's mind. He wanted to give it a try. Having already extracted some information from the Hong Ming Jim, Lin Moyu decided to stop while he was ahead and get to the point. "One more question. What will become of all these heavens and earths after they collapse?" The Hong Ming Jim laughed, a somewhat creepy smile. "That tree wants to restore the space-time channel, right? After the collapse of heaven and earth, what is left behind is naturally the wreckage of heaven and earth. As for what the remains of the universe look like, no one can tell for sure. Every universe is different." Lin Moyu openly admitted, "Is there any danger inside?" Hong Ming Jim said, "Perhaps there is. We will only know after we go in." "Master, do you want to go?" Lin Moyu nodded. "I want to go and see it." Hong Ming Jim said, "It's better to go and take a look. The worst that can happen is that you die in there. It's really nothing." Lin Moyu was speechless. What did he mean by the worst that could happen is death in there? If he died, how could it be okay? If I died in another world, would he also die there? The Hong Ming Jim saw through Lin Moyu's thoughts and said, "Master, there is no need to look at me like that. If you really die there, I will be fine. It doesn't matter where I stay." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Who is the master of this magic weapon? Lin Moyu really wanted to scold him, but then he thought better of it, because he had helped him many times before. But I still feel a little unwilling. Ever since I got the Hong Ming Jim, I feel like this scepter of calamity is no longer mine. It's really a headache. Lin Moyu asked, "Which world are you from?" In his opinion, the scepter of calamity should be the magic weapon of some powerful person, and it should not come from the ancient chaos. There is no such person in the ancient chaos. Hongming Gem chuckled. Master, guess what? Guess your head. Lin Moyu chuckled. I'm afraid you don't even know it yourself. Bang! The Hongming Gem clapped its hands. Master guessed right, I really didn't know. Lin Moyu was even more speechless. He could see that Hongming Gem was telling the truth, and he himself really didn't know. Although it does not know its own origin, this does not hinder the arrogance of the Hongming Gem. Lin Moyu didn't know where his arrogance came from, but he was just so arrogant and looked down on everyone. The chat with Hongming Gem was going well. Xiao Shu was still exploring the spacetime channel, so he just asked a few more questions. So what use are you to? The uses of the other 4 gems are already known, the Soul Gem, the Balance Gem, and the Elemental Gem, all of which have been used. The Boundary Gem has not been used yet, but Lin Moyu probably knows its use and will use it in the future. This is the Hongming Gem, the most special of the 5 gems. It is the only one with wisdom, and its use is completely unknown. Judging from its ability to manipulate other gems, the Hongming Gem should be the core of the Calamity Scepter, a being similar to a spirit weapon. The Hongming Gem laughed and said, I am very useful, but I cannot tell you what exactly I am useful for. Lin Moyu was completely unconvinced. Can you tell me? I'm afraid you don't know. Hongming Gem glared. Although you are my master, I will also get angry and turn hostile. Having said that, he didn't seem to have much confidence in what he said, and he was a little hesitant and embarrassed, which was different from before. Looking at his reaction, Lin Moyu knew that he was right. This guy didn't know his origins or his true purpose. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and whispered, as the master, I have the right to know some things. What is your true ability? Lin Moyu is the master after all. When he is serious, the Hongming Gem becomes obedient. But Hongming Gem was in a dilemma, its face twisted into a knot, and after a while, it replied awkwardly, I can help the master better control the Calamity Scepter and unleash its full power. But this also depends on the master's realm. If the master's realm is not high enough, the power of the Calamity Scepter cannot be activated. Also, some of my abilities have been sealed, and they can only be unlocked if certain conditions are met. Finally, they can talk nicely. This is more appropriate. Lin Moyu knows that once he sets the rules, this guy will be much more obedient in the future. Even if he is still so arrogant and proud, at least he will be well behaved in front of me. He continued to ask, what realm do I need to reach to truly unleash the power of the Calamity Scepter? What conditions must be met to trigger your ability? Hongming Gem said, it's not realm, but power, pure power. If it must be measured by realm, then at least one must be a great venerable to unleash a portion of the power of the Calamity Scepter. If you want to unleash the full power of the Calamity Scepter, you must surpass the great venerable in terms of strength. As for unlocking my abilities, I can't explain the specific conditions required. The master needs to find them on their own, but it should be related to strength. Ultimately, it's a question of strength. It's not a state of mind, but pure strength, which includes physical strength and soul strength. The two forces are the purest, not relying on any rules of the avenue, not relying on heaven and earth, but only relying on themselves. Realm has lost its meaning in the face of true power. It was like he was only at the minor stage of the Chaos Realm, but he was strong enough to kill a master of the Chaos Realm in seconds and suppress ordinary powerful masters. This is power, and the changes brought about by the new life are changes in the level of pure power. The change in power not only made him stronger, but also triggered changes in the depths of the ancient wilderness, causing his storage space to change and become another world. Lin Moyu said, okay, I understand, you should rest first, I will come to you if there is anything. The Hongming Gem flew back in. He seemed unhappy, as if his pride was suppressed by Lin Moyu. This is exactly the effect Lin Moyu wants. He wants to tell the Hongming Gem who its true owner is. Xiao Shu, how's the search going? The little tree was still busy, with tens of thousands of roots spread out in the void, and all traces left by the time and space channels were found. Looking around, there were 68 of them, scattered throughout the void like stars. 68 represents 68 strongest people. The number of strongest people back then must have been more than that, but only 68 left traces. Xiao Shu said, "I've almost found it. I just need to take one last step to see if I can rebuild the space-time channel." Lin Moyu left professional matters to professionals and did not give blind instructions. You all heard what he said just now. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. Lin Moyu did not hide the conversation with the Hongming gem from Xiao Shu. They all listened together. Xiao Shu said, "I don't know whether I should go or not, but I have a feeling that I should go." Hun Dunzi also said, "I think we should go there too. It's heaven and earth. Even if there are only corpses left, there are always good things inside." This greedy guy, Lin Moyu, thought of the 4 words "people die for money," which is very appropriate for Hun Dunzi. Ultimately, the decision of whether to go or not is up to you. Xiao Shu and Han Dun are just giving suggestions. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "If the passage can be rebuilt, then I should go there and see what other worlds are like. Maybe I can really gain something from it. But before you go in, Xiao Shu, try to explore inside to determine the degree of danger." Xiao Shu hummed, "I will." Bang! In the void, the traces of the space-time channel suddenly shattered, turned into smoke and dust, and then disappeared. This means that Xiao Shu failed to rebuild the space-time channel, perhaps because the time was too long, or perhaps something changed at the other end of the space-time channel. These traces of time and space are very ancient, so ancient that they far exceed the ancient chaos. The little tree can only try with caution. Find the path and then rebuild it, but the reconstruction may not be successful. Then there were continuous B************ G sounds, and the traces disappeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the traces were destroyed, all failed, and none succeeded. Xiao Shu was not discouraged. He remained very stable and continued to try one by one. Lin Moyu watched quietly. He could feel the surge of the power of time and space. With his understanding of the power of time and space, he could no longer understand what Xiao Shu was doing. The traces of time and space continued to shatter, and in a blink of an eye, there were less than 20 left. Finally, a trace of time and space began to glow, and a time and space channel was successfully rebuilt. Finally, it's won. Lin Moyu was slightly delighted, as all the effort was worthwhile if he could succeed. The successful establishment of a space-time channel gave Xiao Shu confidence, and he continued to work hard. Unfortunately, he never succeeded in creating space-time traces again. Until the last trace of time and space, a channel was successfully established again. Of the 68 ancient traces of time and space, only 2 ultimately rebuilt the time and space channel. The number seemed a little small, but Lin Moyu thought it was good enough. After all, it was such an ancient thing, and only small trees had this ability. After the reconstruction of the space-time channel, it is time to explore. The roots of the tree turn into the eyes of the small tree, and it follows the space-time channel to the end. Only a small tree can do this kind of thing. The 2 space-time channels are different, one is large and the other is small. The entrance of the smaller one is circular, with a diameter of about 5 meters. The other entrance is irregular in shape, with a maximum width of over 100 meters. The entrance to the passage was a replica of the previous one, and the little tree did not change it. This also meant that the creatures coming through were not of the same shape. "I'm going in," Xiao Shu suddenly said. His roots followed the space-time channel and reached the end at the same time, entering the wreckage of the 2 worlds. Suddenly, there was a light hum, and a large number of tree roots were retracted at the same time in the circular space-time channel. The recovered tree root was obviously broken, and the cross-section was smooth, as if it had been cut off by some sharp weapon. Given the tree's current strength, even a perfect warrior would need a sharp magical weapon to cut off its roots. Lin Moyu asked, "Are there any living beings there?" The little tree shook its head. "I'm not sure. I didn't see any living creatures. I was cut off as soon as I reached in. Hun Dunzi asked, "Is there no other information?" Xiaoshu shook his head and said, "No, the time is too short. I'll try again." 1.2. He tried several more times, but each time, the tree roots were cut off instantly. Cutting off the roots will not have much impact on the small tree, at most it will just cause some pain. Xiaoshu did not give up. Time and time again, he explored from different angles and frequencies. Finally, he got some information. The rules there are different from those of chaos. After I entered there, my power was completely suppressed, and even I underwent a qualitative change. It's not that the opponent is sharp, it's that I became weak there. And I still don't see any living creatures. It doesn't seem like this was cut by a living creature. That place is dangerous, very dangerous. Xiaoshu expressed what he felt for Lin Moyu's reference. Compared to the dangers of the circular passage, the large irregular passage seemed to be fine. Xiaoshu had already transmitted the images from there. The picture is full of desolation, different from the chaotic void. It is real desolation. There is smoke and dust everywhere. Those smoke and dust are the former world, countless materials, the flesh and blood of the strong, and all matter. When the world was shattered into pieces, billions of lives within the world perished. All kinds of natural treasures, all kinds of treasures that people once fought for, and all the fame and power that they once had, were destroyed in that instant. Tears suddenly flowed from Xiaoshu's eyes. Hun Dunzi asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" The little tree whispered, "I feel a kind of sadness." Lin Moyu said, "It should be the mourning of heaven and earth." He is the owner of the little tree, and he can feel what the little tree feels. Although I can't say that I can empathize with Xiaoshu, I can understand him enough. Indeed, that world was filled with sorrow, a lament coming from heaven and earth, and faintly there seemed to be the sorrow of countless living beings. Xiaoshu's body was shaking. Even though he had experienced the most chaotic war and witnessed cruel death, he could not withstand the impact from the countless creatures in the world. The circular passage connecting heaven and earth is dangerous. The world connected by the irregular channel is far away. Lin Moyu made a decision immediately. "Xiaoshu, let's go to this sad world, and there is no need to explore the other one anymore." The little tree nodded and stopped exploring the danger. His roots are regenerating rapidly and he will recover soon. Take out the boat for crossing the affliction, step into it, and then fly towards the passage. The space-time channel seems very long, but also very short. The time here becomes chaotic, affecting perception. The little tree retracted its roots and stopped exploring. This world was too sad, and even he could not bear it for too long. After a long time, he felt that he would go crazy and fall into sadness, unable to extricate himself. Lin Moyu knew very well that any emotion was a force, and when emotions reached their extreme, they would become extremely terrifying. When sadness reaches its extreme, it can affect others and make them sad as well. The little tree's Tao heart was strong enough, but it was still difficult to resist. As for himself, Lin Moyu has confidence in himself. In his opinion, extreme emotions can polish one's heart of Taoism and make it stronger, which is not necessarily a bad thing. The Dewey boat flew out of the space-time channel, and a strange breath penetrated into the Dewey boat, turning into a breeze, blowing through every corner of the Dewey boat. For a moment, a slight sound was heard from the boat, and then it began to vibrate violently. Lin Moyu immediately put away the boat. This was another world, and the existence of the boat did not conform to the rules here. Here, the defensive capability of the Dewey boat will be greatly reduced, and it will no longer be an indestructible treasure. The Dewey boat belongs to the ancient chaos and wilderness. Only in the ancient chaos and wilderness is the Dewey boat indestructible. The rules of heaven and earth determine everything, and every heaven and earth is different. This is not only true for the Dewey boat, but also for Lin Moyu. All the avenues disappeared and could no longer be sensed. During his cultivation, Lin Moyu had dabbled in many avenues, but his research was not in depth. Normally, starting a fire or making it rain was not a problem for him. But now, I can't feel any of it. Different worlds have different internal rules even for the same avenue. If the great way from the ancient chaos is brought here and used, it would be strange if it was useful, and it would be normal if it was not useful. Not to mention, now that this world has been shattered, the rules of his Tao have long been broken, making it even more impossible for him to use the Tao. But what surprised Lin Moyu was that his immortal path could still be used. Although it was affected to some extent and its power was suppressed, it was similar to the situation at the wall of heaven and earth and could still be used. It seems that the immortal avenue is indeed very special. Lin Moyu didn't say anything. He was clear-minded and had realized from the beginning that his path to immortality was extremely special. This specialness had always accompanied his cultivation career and continued to this day. Even now that he has come to another world, the immortal avenue can still provide him with powerful experience. But compared to the immortal path, it is still the body and soul. Both the body and soul were not affected and still maintained the same strength as the ancient chaos. This is the power that belongs entirely to you and is not bound by any great way or heaven or earth. Strong is strong, and it is an absolute value, not a relative value. This is the pure power mentioned by Hongmeng Gem. This world has no principles and no rules, which makes Lin Moyu better understand what power is. My power is gone. This is another world, with different power attributes. Our strength here is less than 30% of what it was before. What a sad world. I want to cry. Why are you crying? You're already grown up. It's not appropriate for you to be crying like that. Hun Dunzi and Xiao Shu were talking. They were hiding in the soul world and refused to come out. This place is not friendly to them. It is full of dangers amidst the sadness. If they are not careful, their spiritual hearts may be damaged. It is better to hide here. Lin Moyu moved his mind and summoned the Time Undead Servant and the Time and Space Soul Python. He can still open the storage space here and still summon the army of the undead. The power of the undead servants was also affected, and similar to the Undead Avenue, their combat power remained at about half. The Time and Space Soul Python is in a much worse situation. Here, his combat power is less than 20%, and only his physical body is of some use. Next was Xiaoping. As soon as he appeared, his size shrank rapidly, eventually shrinking to the size of a palm, and he couldn't get any bigger. This time, the golden-winged Daping really turned into the golden-winged Xiaoping. His power comes from his bloodline. Once the power of his bloodline disappears, Xiaoping becomes the weakest one in combat. Resting on Lin Moyu's palm, Xiaoping cried out anxiously, "Father, it's so uncomfortable here." As he spoke, tears couldn't stop flowing. In addition to his strength being suppressed, he was also affected by the heaven and earth, and was extremely hurt. All kinds of sad and painful past events quickly emerged in my mind and affected my soul. As long as you continue to stay here, it won't be long before your Tao heart is damaged. Lin Moyu only asked Xiaoping to give it a try. Seeing Xiaoping's situation, he knew the restrictions on various powers here. All the changes were within his expectations. After taking Xiaoping back to the soul world, Lin Moyu began to formally look around this broken world. The sorrow of the world and all living things merged together, turning into an omnipresent wind, flying with powder, smoke and dust. A wave of air automatically rose from Lin Moyu's body, blocking the powder and dust, but it couldn't block the hurt. However, his Tao heart was extremely strong, and the sadness had an impact on him, but he was still able to resist it. Lin Moyu left a mark at the end of the space-time channel and then flew forward. The thick smoke and dust blocked the view like fog. These smoke and dust may have once been extremely powerful treasures, or they may have been the corpses of some powerful people, but now they are all destroyed along with the world. The eye of the dead was always open, and Lin Moyu did not let his guard down. In this strange world, there might be some danger. The smoke and dust seemed endless. Lin Moyu flew for a long time but was unable to fly out of the range of the smoke and dust. He had released a large number of undead servants when he set out, and the undead servants did the same, and they also did not fly out of the smoke and dust. There seemed to be some problems with the time and space here. The collapse of heaven and earth affected the time and space. Lin Moyu could no longer calculate how long he had been here or how far he had flown. Fortunately, the mark I made still exists, otherwise I might have gotten lost. 1 second I was still rejoicing, and the next second the connection with the mark was suddenly severed. Whatever you worry about will come true. Lin Moyu has a bad feeling. How could my mark disappear out of the blue without any warning? After entering this world, I lost my sense of time. I don't know how much time has passed, but I have never encountered any danger. I thought there would be no danger, but unexpectedly my mark suddenly disappeared, which indicated that there was danger here. But where the danger lies is still unknown. Suddenly, several undead servants disappeared. Just like the mark, it disappeared for no reason. There was no movement at all before it disappeared. It just disappeared like that. After losing contact, Lin Moyu discovered that several positions belonging to the undead servants in the storage space were vacant, which meant that several undead servants were completely dead and had no chance of resurrection. The danger has come unknowingly, and the most troublesome thing is that I don't know the source of the danger. With a thought, the scepter of calamity appeared in his hand. Here, whether it is the boat for crossing the calamity or the ring for searching for the cause, they are all useless. The undead servants are obviously unable to resist danger, so his greatest reliance, besides his own strength, is the scepter of Scourge. Fortunately, the Scourge scepter was not suppressed here. The Scourge scepter was of a very high level. After all, it was something that could punch holes in the walls of heaven and earth. Based on this standard, the level of the scepter of calamity is even higher than those of the strongest. The Hongming gem lit up, revealing a small figure. You really came. You are quite brave. After a while, this guy returned to his previous arrogant state and forgot who his master was. Lin Moyu didn't care. This wreckage of heaven and earth is dangerous. Hongming gem said, of course there are dangers. Which piece of debris doesn't have dangers? There are more or less. Some dangers are obvious, while some are very hidden. In comparison, the obvious dangers are easier to deal with. Lin Moyu asked, so, I chose the wrong world? Hongming gem said, there is nothing wrong with it. Although your realm is very low, in other worlds, realm is the most useless. Your power is not weak, and you may be able to deal with the danger. I remember that in the past, the strongest people in each world would train a team specifically to search for treasures in the ruins of each world. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, why didn't you tell me before? Hongming gem snorted, Master, you didn't ask, and how would I know you would really go? I thought you were joking before. Lin Moyu was speechless. Going to the ruins of heaven and earth to search for treasures, what kind of treasures are you looking for? Things in different worlds are completely incompatible. No matter how good a treasure is in one world, it may become waste in another world. Hongming gem said, of course it is a good thing, and it is a good thing that can only appear in the debris of heaven and earth. Since the master knows nothing, I will talk to the master about it. The Hongming gem tells some things in detail. There is a core origin inside all the heaven and earth, which is called Tianchu. The chi that appeared when the heaven and earth were just born is called the chi of the beginning of heaven, and its source is the core of the beginning of heaven. There will be two situations after the collapse of heaven and earth. One is a complete collapse, in which case even the remains of heaven and earth will be gone, and there will be nothing left. However, the probability of this happening is not high. In another case, after the collapse of heaven and earth, there will be debris left behind, and in the debris there will be gathered the resentment of the countless creatures in heaven and earth, the resentment of heaven and earth itself, and the resentment of the most powerful being. They gather together for a long time and wander among the wreckage of heaven and earth. After years of evolution, they eventually become various dangers. Some dangers are obvious. The entire ruins of the world are like a Jedi. As long as you go in, you will face danger at all times. Some dangers are hidden. When you first enter, there seems to be no danger, but no one knows when the danger will come. It may be a long time later or it may be the next second. In the wreckage of the world with obvious dangers, the dangers are dispersed and balanced. As long as you can block the dangers, there will be no problem. However, in the hidden dangerous wreckage of heaven and earth, the danger is concentrated and powerful, and the time of its arrival is difficult to estimate. So relatively speaking, the hidden dangerous debris of heaven and earth is more troublesome. Hongmeng Gem said, those strongest ones organized their men and horses to search for the Tianchu core in the shattered wreckage of heaven and earth in order to strengthen their own heaven and earth. They can pay a huge price for this, even risking their lives against other powerful beings. But these are all things of the past. Now the world is shattered, and all that remains are just wreckage. Now there are only two worlds, one is the ancient chaos where the Master is, and the other is the Master's own world. Lin Moyu asked, then do you know why the world shattered? The Hongmeng Gem seemed a little unhappy. Didn't the Master ask me before? I don't know. Lin Moyu pretended not to know. Did I ask? I forgot. Hongmeng Gem snorted, forget it. Don't ask the same question again in the future. It will make the Master look stupid. Master, please think about how to find the Weichu core now. Lin Moyu asked, what if you can't find it? Hongmeng Gem said, if we can't find it, we'll be trapped here forever. It's also possible that the Master died here, and then it would be all over. Actually, that would be good too, as it would save us from going out and fighting. What kind of words are these? Lin Moyu was at a loss for words. Can't you say something nice? Hongmeng Gem said, I'm just telling the truth, fighting and killing really doesn't make any sense. Before he could finish his words, Lin Moyu's soul suddenly sent a warning, and he instinctively stepped back a distance. Lin Moyu saw a gray light falling from the sky, right where he had just stood. The gray light disappeared silently after landing, as if it had never appeared. The moment he saw the gray light, Lin Moyu's soul trembled slightly. His soul instinctively told him that the gray light was extremely dangerous. His previous marks and undead servants should have been destroyed by the web. There seemed to be a strange power in the gray light that could wipe out everything. Hongmeng Gem said, see, this is one of the dangers. This gray light is called Killing Light, which can wipe out everything. All people and objects that enter this world will be targeted and attacked by it, but it is difficult to predict when the attack, from Nuonyuo, will come. Lin Moyu said, if it's just this kind of attack, I can jump over it. Hongmeng Gem said, of course there is more. This is just the beginning. There will be changes in the future. And the Killing Light is only one of the dangers. There are others. I see that although this world has collapsed, it still has a lot of power left. There must be more than one danger. Even if everything in other worlds turns to dust, it's not as strong as this. This world must have been very powerful in the past, and the strongest people within it were also very powerful. Master, you must be careful. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, I understand. If it comes again, I will use you to block it. Hongmeng Gem looked nonchalant, that's no problem, but Master can't always rely on me. We still have to find the Tianchu core, otherwise Master really can't go back. Lin Moyu's mind moved, do you know how to find the Tianchu core? Hongmeng Gem laughed, since the Master asked sincerely, then I will tell you, it's actually not difficult to find. The core of Tianchu is the origin of the entire heaven and earth. Its location is fixed, which is the center of the entire heaven and earth. When the world was intact, it was so huge that it was extremely difficult to find its center. Just like the ancient chaos, it is impossible to determine where the center is. But when the heaven and earth collapsed and the entire world shrank, its size was even smaller than that of the big world. It was much easier to find it at this time. The only problem at the moment is the endless smoke and dust. The smoke and dust affect the vision and the perception of the soul. It is also not easy to find the Tianchu core in such an environment. If I were to explore it bit by bit, I don't know how much time it would take. The Hongmeng Gem provides a simple and effective method, which is to use the Qi of Tianchu to find the core of Tianchu. No matter what kind of world it is, no matter how different its rules and attributes are, the core of Tianchu is extremely similar and has the same origin. The chi of Tianchu can resonate with it and thus find its place. Hongming Gem said, "That's what those guys did before. Master also has Tianchu chi, so he can do the same. Most of the celestial energy will be consumed when the heaven and earth are first conceived. But some will remain in the core and become the most fundamental cornerstone of heaven and earth. When the strongest person is born in the world and controls 967 worlds, he can draw out the primordial energy in the core. Then, using the chi of the beginning of heaven as a starting point, search for the core of the beginning of heaven in the debris of heaven and earth, so as to obtain more chi of the beginning of heaven and strengthen one's own heaven and earth." This was a common practice at the time. Although Lin Moyu was not the strongest, his storage space was full of Tianchu chi, so he could just take some and use it. Lin Moyu asked, "If I find the Tianchu core, can it also strengthen my world?" Hongming Gem flatly denied it. "No, Master can't use it." Lin Moyu was surprised. "Why?" Hongming Gem said, "Master's world was born not long ago, and the energy of the beginning of heaven is still growing. It has not yet reached its upper limit, and does not need any external power at all. Besides, we don't even know whether the Master's world is alive or dead. If it is a dead world, then no amount of Tianchu chi will be of any use. The dead world won't last long. It will collapse on its own in 1 billion years at most. There's another reason." Seeing that Hongming Gem didn't continue, Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "What's the reason?" Hongming Gem said, "Although the Master can't use the Tianchu core, we can, so." Day. The we you mentioned refers to the other 4 gems. The Scepter of Calamity is a home, and the Hongming Gem is like a butler. Each gem can exist independently and can also interact with each other. Lin Moyu said, "No matter what, I have to leave here. Whether it is useful or not, he must find the Tianchu core, otherwise he cannot leave here." Suddenly, Lin Moyu retreated a distance, and 2 gray rays of light fell from the front and back. The sensitive soul sensed the arrival of the killing ray in advance and was able to avoid it in advance. But this time, Shaman came twice, one in front and one behind, both following his trail. Hongming Gem said, "Master, you are being targeted. The killing rays will become more and more frequent. However, it is not a big deal if it is just the killing rays. I just don't know if there will be other." Lin Moyu asked, "What else?" Hongming Gem said, "There are many. The killing rays come from the killing intentions of the heaven and earth and its creatures. In addition to killing intentions, there are also resentful rays formed by resentment, angry rays formed by anger, and bitter rays formed by pain. The destruction of heaven and earth, the heaven and earth itself plus the endless life and death, all kinds of emotions reaching their extremes, will form all kinds of things. I actually hope for something else." Judging from his tone, he seemed to be looking forward to it. Even as they were talking, hundreds more undead servants were wiped out by the killing ray. The resurrection ability of undead servants is useless here. Judging from the time of death of the undead servants, the frequency of killing is indeed accelerating. Lin Moyu did not delay any longer and drew out a trace of Tianchu chi. As the chi of the beginning of heaven emerged, it glowed faintly and flew towards the distance, leaving a bright line in the smoke-filled environment. Lin Moyu walked along the line. The speed of Tianchu chi was not fast, and it kept changing direction. Faintly, Lin Moyu felt that the energy of the beginning of heaven seemed to be resonating with something. The Hongming Gem said, "When the world collapsed, the core of Tianchu was damaged, and some of the Tianchu chi inside leaked out. In fact, there are remnants of the Chu chi here. These residues will affect the resonance and cause problems with the direction, but it's okay, we will find it in the end." As he spoke, the little man transformed from the Hongming Gem looked around with a pair of big eyes, as if looking for something. Lin Moyu didn't know what he was looking for and didn't ask any more questions. The celestial energy that he had released seemed to be gradually weakening, and the environment here would cause wear and tear on it. At the current rate of wear, it will be completely worn out in half a day. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, it seems that the people of the strongest going to the wreckage of heaven and earth to search for the Tianchu core is also an investment. If the investment fails, not only will they not find it, but they will also lose some of Zhu's Qingchu Qi. Hongming Gem said, Master is right. This is an investment, and investment failure is normal. Often, multiple teams of the strongest come to search for the same piece of debris, which will result in conflicts and may eventually lead to a war between the strongest. Lin Moyu asked, why doesn't the strongest person come in himself? Hongming Gem shook its head, they can't come in. They represent one side of the world. When they enter another, the world will collapse. The strongest is too strong. If he forcibly enters other worlds will collapse. Therefore, they need to train their own team and go to the ruins of heaven and earth to search for the Tianchu core. There are quite a lot of debris of heaven and earth. At that time, a large number of dead heavens and earths collapsed on their own, becoming the debris of heaven and earth. Half a day later, this strand of Tianchu Qi became weaker and weaker, and its speed also slowed down. Lin Moyu drew out another strand of Tianchu Qi and continued searching. Within half a day, the gray killing rays continued to fall, the frequency continued to increase, and the number increased. Lin Moyu relied on his keen soul to avoid them one step ahead. All the undead servants have been recalled. There is no point in keeping them here. They will only lead to their deaths. Hongming Gem said, I feel like we are getting closer. This piece of debris isn't too big. We've been searching for quite some time now, so we should be getting closer. Suddenly, a colorful light flashed before his eyes, and Lin Moyu was shocked. Illusions appeared before his eyes. Not good. With a thought, he forcibly dispelled the illusion and quickly retreated to the side. Just as he retreated, murderous rays fell. Lin Moyu kept moving and retreated quickly. The murderous rays fell like raindrops along his footsteps. As long as Lin Moyu retreats a step slower, he will be hit by the killing light. It's hard to say whether I'll live or die by then, and my new talent may not be useful here, so I can't gamble. Enshrouded in the colorful light, the illusion became increasingly intense and difficult to remove. At this moment, Hongming Gem excitedly shouted, It's Huanmong, little Hun Hun, come out and work. Small soul? What the hell is this? What are you doing here? The soul gem suddenly lit up, and then a small vortex appeared on it. Although the vortex was small, it had infinite suction force. All the colorful light in the sight was sucked into the vortex, and the illusion dissipated. The Hongming Gem is called Zaya Hun Hun, which is actually the soul gem. The soul gem swallowed up the colorful light and emitted a will, as if saying that it was not full yet. Hongming Gem smiled and said, No hurry, I won't watch it until tomorrow. Lin Moyu asked, What was that just now? Hongming Gem said, That is called illusion light, which is similar to killing light. It is mainly used to create illusions. It is evolved from the various thoughts of the world and its creatures before death. These thoughts have evolved over countless years, becoming powerful and pure. They are a supreme delicacy to little soul. Lin Moyu thought about how the soul gem had devoured souls before, and more than once, but later on, for some reason, it stopped eating as much. At that time, I thought the soul gem had fully recovered and no longer needed to devour foreign souls. Now it seems that it is just picky about food. After swallowing a ray of phantom light, the brightness of the soul gem increased significantly, and it seemed that it benefited from it. The Hongming Gem seemed very happy. Give me some more so that little Hun Hun can have enough to eat. He continued to follow the chi of beginning heaven and asked, If the soul gem can eat the illusionary desolate, how can the other gems become stronger? Hongming Gem said, Xiao Yuan naturally eats various elements. Ordinary elements are not enough. It needs the first trace of elements when the world was first formed. Once the core of the world is found, perhaps. See a little bit. The small domain is also very simple. The Tianchu core is its best food. As for Xiaoheng, it's more complicated. It needs to devour the wisp of vitality in the living world, and then devour the wisp of death energy in the dead world. It must devour both together to maintain balance. Lin Moyu asked, "What about you?" Hong Ming Jem shook his head. "I don't need these things." There was still arrogance in his words, and it was obvious that he looked down on her, but he didn't say what he wanted specifically. Lin Moyu said, "The Tianchu core is given to the realm gem, the first element of heaven and earth is given to the elemental gem, and the vitality of this world is temporarily stored to prepare the balanced gem. Things like young mango are given to the soul gem. Without the Tianchu core, this world will soon be completely destroyed, leaving not even a wreckage. It seems a bit of a waste." As soon as he thought about it, a ball of flame appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. The fire of burning the world can still be used here and has not been affected in any way. Just as Lin Moyu had expected, the level of the world burning fire was no weaker than that of the ancient chaos. He is a flame that even the great venerable cannot control, and he can still use it even if he crosses a world. Hong Ming Jem said, "How can the heaven and earth be useless? The master's world-burning fire can refine it. The remains of heaven and earth can be ranked second on this guy's food list." Lin Moyu asked, "Do you know its origin?" Hong Ming Jem said, "I'm not entirely sure, but I have some information about it. I know it's called the world-burning fire, and it's at a very high level. I also understand some of its functions." Lin Moyu asked, "What's second to heaven and earth debris?" Hong Ming Jem said, "Naturally, it is a normal living world. This is the best food. But unfortunately, there is no such world now. Even if you want to eat it, you can't. It is good enough to eat the remains of a world. Then the final value of this world has been divided up, everyone has a share, and no one needs to fight for it." There was another flash of colorful light before his eyes, and the illusion came again. As soon as the illusion appeared, the soul gem had already rolled up a vortex and swallowed it in one gulp. The illusion appeared in less than 1,000th of a second and then disappeared, but Lin Moyu still began to dodge. Regardless of whether the illusion worked or not, the killing light arrived as expected. Faced with this all-destroying force, Lin Moyu could only dodge. After walking for another half a day, flames appeared and the surrounding smoke and dust suddenly turned red. Lin Moyu suddenly felt upset, as if there was endless anger in his body that was about to burst out. He wanted to find someone to fight him to the death. But there was no enemy in front of him, and Lin Moyu had the urge to fight both sides. He wanted to fight with himself. The Hong Ming Jem whispered, "The fury is coming." The furious light gathered the rage of the heaven and earth and all living things. Countless lives had perished, and one could imagine how strong the rage in their souls was. The angry thoughts gathered together and formed into furious light. The rage can affect the Tao heart of living beings, making them fall into endless anger and become a puppet that only knows how to fight. The soul gem vortex spun rapidly again, and the angry light was sucked away as soon as it arrived. The red color around it quickly disappeared, and Lin Mapu's mood returned to normal. After eating the raging light, the soul gem emitted a feeling of satisfaction. He was very happy eating it and wanted to continue eating. Hong Ming Jem smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's more. Feel free to eat. As we get closer to the core of Tianchu, all kinds of dangers come one after another and become more and more frequent. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The most common ones were killing intent, but Lin Moyu avoided them all with his sharp soul. As soon as the phantom light and the angry light appear, they will be eaten by the soul gem and will be of little use." Then the sad light appeared again, which could make people fall into deep despair, but unfortunately it was only a flash in the pan, and Lin Moyu was sad for a 10,000th of a second. Soul gems can be eaten almost anything related to the soul. As for why it doesn't eat the killed ons, it's because it's picky and doesn't like the killed ons because there are too many impurities in them. In response to this, Lin Moyu could only smile and express his understanding. Finally, after 3 days of moving forward, the resonance of the chi of the beginning of heaven reached its peak, and they found the core of the beginning of heaven in the wreckage of this world. The Tianchu core floated in the air, and there was no smoke or dust within a radius of 1 kilometer around it. Lin Moyu felt the chi of the beginning of heaven, which was 80% similar to his own. After sensing it carefully, he found that it was not as pure as his own. 0. The core of Tianchu looked like an irregular sphere, on which water was flowing, fire was burning, and wind was blowing. On every small surface, there is an element tumbling. And inside it, there is still a large amount of Tianchu Qi, which seems to contain vigorous vitality. If I didn't know that this was the wreckage of heaven and earth, I would even think that Wei Di was not dead. The Hongmeng gem said, "This trace of vitality is the original vitality of the world. This is the living world. Even if it is destroyed, the vitality will not change. If it is a dead world, then after the world is destroyed, this trace of vitality will turn into death." Lin Moyu frowned and said, "The vitality of the world will not change. Does that mean he still has a chance to come back to life?" Hongmeng Gem said, "It is possible in theory, but not in practice. At least no one has done it yet. Master, you don't have to think about doing it. Master already has his own world. It's good enough to cultivate it well." Lin Moyu chuckled. He knew he shouldn't have too much hope, or else he would be too ambitious. When it arrived here, the elemental gem began to take action. All the strands of elements outside the Tianchu core were absorbed by it, leaving nothing behind. Then it was the realm gem. The realm gem wanted the Tianchu core, and the balance gem also took action at the same time. When the realm gem was refining the Tianchu core, he drew out the 10 strands of vitality. For the time being, he did not absorb the vitality, but gave it to Lin Moyu to keep and absorb it together after obtaining the death energy. Looking at the ray of life in his hand, Lin Moyu's expression became strange. The ray of vitality coming from the core of Tianchu is the first ray of vitality between heaven and earth, majestic and vast. This is the foundation for the evolution of life in heaven and earth. Without it, life cannot evolve. Lin Moyu looked at the vitality in his hand and felt that it was so similar to his own path to immortality. It's just that this ray of vitality is more majestic and powerful, but its essence is exactly the same as the life force in the immortal avenue. How so? Lin Moyu was a little confused. Lights of various colors flashed, illuminating the surroundings into a colorful world. Killing ray, rage ray, illusion ray, sorrow ray. The dangers formed by various emotions came at the same time. The core of Tianchu was threatened, and the entire world was in motion. Various rays of light fell at the same time, like a violent storm. In this situation, it was not easy for Moyu to dodge. But Hongmeng Gem snorted coldly, "Don't disturb us while we eat." He waved his little hand, and the Calamity Scepter burst out with a strong 910 aura, blocking the killing ray. And all the illusory and angry rays that came with the killing light were swallowed up by the Soul Gem, leaving nothing behind. Lin Moyu just watched quietly without saying anything. He knew that the Hongmeng Gem was very powerful, it just depended on whether he was willing to move. He was too lazy to move when he was in danger. Now that someone disturbed the family while they were eating, he moved. Lin Moyu was speechless about this little guy, but he just let him be. Hongmeng Gem knew the limits. There were shouts in my ears, as if countless voices were echoing. Although the resentful light was swallowed by the Soul Gem, the resentment contained in it still spread out. Not only resentment, but also sadness, anger, and other emotions all erupted at this moment. Lin Moyu heard the screams of countless creatures, the creatures that once belonged to this world, becoming powerless before death. When the heaven and earth collapse and all things are shattered, even an existence like the Great Venerable cannot escape injustice. Even the strongest will die, let alone others. But why did the world collapse like this? What exactly happened? Why did those powerful worlds and the strongest people with supreme power fall one after another? This is a terrible secret that no one has been able to uncover for countless years. Just like in the ancient chaos, no one has ever been able to enter the wall of heaven and earth for countless years. Today, the ancient chaos is the only remaining living world, and I am the only one who knows this secret. The Tao heart turned into a lone boat in the tsunami-like emotions, sailing upstream against the wind and waves. Waves of emotional impact became the whetstone of the Tao heart, making it stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu's gaze became more and more determined. His heart was as solid as a rock, no longer moved by external things. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly I heard the voice of Hongming Jim. "Master, it's your turn. The core of Tianchu has been completely devoured, and only an empty shell remains of this remnant of heaven and earth. It won't take many years for it to completely collapse and turn into smoke and dust." The soul gems, elemental gems, and realm gems were all full, especially the realm gem, which had eaten the entire Tianchu core. The gem was sparkling and a large number of lines appeared on it. These lines formed something similar to a rune, but Lin Moyu didn't recognize it and didn't know what it was. But he was sure that it would be useful. He waved his hand and threw out the world-burning fire, which quickly spread and enveloped the entire world. If it was before, with the Tianchu core, the fire of the world would be useless. But now it is different. The fire of burning the world is about to refine this world. "Let's eat something good," Lin Moyu murmured softly. On his path of cultivation, the burning world fire had exerted great effort, but he didn't eat much. This time, he was finally able to eat some good food. I don't know whether the fire that burns the world can go further and become more powerful after refining the remains of this world. Unfortunately, there is no intact living world for it to refine now, and it seems difficult for the fire of burning the world to reach its peak. Unless one day, all the ancient chaos was refined by it, but this thought could only flash through his mind and be regarded as his own fantasy. I was born in the ancient chaos. Even though I have my own independent world, I cannot deny that I am a creature of the ancient chaos. If I refine the ancient chaos, I will die, no matter what else. It is almost impossible for the burning world fire to refine a complete world of life. The heaven and earth were shrouded in the burning world fire. Lin Moyu could feel that the burning world fire was transforming. This was no longer a simple feast, but a transformation meal of the burning world fire. When the transformation is complete, the fire of burning the world will inevitably become stronger, and then one's own combat power will also become stronger. His power was getting stronger and stronger, but his realm remained unchanged, still at the minor stage of chaos. After I return from this trip, I'll probably make some progress in my realm. Lin Moyu muttered to himself that he had been in the chaos realm for a long time and it was time to improve. Hongming Jim said, "The realm is not important, the cause is the fundamental." Lin Moyu said, "That being said, some things still require a certain level of realm to accomplish." Hongming Jim thought for a moment and said, "Yes, some things do require the support of realm, but it would be even better if we could make the power stronger when the realm is not high. When your realm is low, it is suitable for laying the foundation. Only when the foundation is solid enough, the upper limit will be higher. However, it is not easy to increase your strength at a low realm." Suddenly, strands of fire flew in from all directions and merged into his body. The flames flowed through the body and then penetrated into the soul, and the whole person, including the soul, became warm. The soul and body, which were already strong enough, began to grow stronger again. This is... Lin Moyu was a little surprised. This had never happened before. When he looked at the Hongming Gem, he got an expression that said, "Don't look at me, I don't know anything." Lin Moyu felt carefully and found that these lines of fire came from the fire that burned the world. When the world-burning fire refines the heaven and earth, it feeds back some of the most essential power of the heaven and earth to itself. This world was once very powerful. Even though it has collapsed, a large amount of essence remains. Some of these essences have now been obtained by himself, turning into pure power to strengthen his body and soul. The world-burning fire continued to feed back to him, and when it was over, Lin Moyu felt that his strength had at least doubled. His body and soul were both doubled. Before, he could kill a Chaos Realm Great Perfection Cultivator with one palm strike and suppress a Chaos Realm Perfection Cultivator. Now he felt that he could kill a Chaos Realm Perfectionist with one punch, and he could even go head-to-head with the top Perfectionist. The strength of his body and soul has surpassed the Chaos Realm. Lin Moyu even has the illusion that he can fight against the Great Venerable without using the power of the Great Tao and magic. Of course, this is just wishful thinking. The Great Master is using the power of the Great Tao in every move he makes, and I will still be suppressed in an instant. But what if we take the Great Master to another world? The power of the Great Tao cannot be mobilized. Relying solely on the strength of his body and soul, do he have a chance to kill the Great Venerable? Thinking about it, it seems possible. If so, if I really want to fight to the death, I can get the Great Master into my own storage space, change the rules of the avenue, and then find a way to kill the Great Master. Lin Moyu thought further and further away, then shook his head, thinking that he was really overthinking. It was unknown how long the world-burning fire had been refining, but the remains of heaven and earth were finally refined. A space-time channel appeared before his eyes, and the Hongming gem immediately urged, "Go in quickly, the world is turning to dust." The world turns to dust, which means that not even a trace of the whole world exists anymore. It completely turns into smoke and dust and disappears completely. If there are still living beings in the world when it turns to dust, they will turn to dust along with the world, with no chance of survival. And even if you can survive the transformation into dust, no one knows where you will end up. Anyway, according to the Hongming gem, no one has ever survived the transformation of heaven and earth into dust. Before the world turns to dust, a space-time channel will appear. This is the last life left by the world. The time and space channel allows visitors to return. Lin Moyu has the mark of heaven and earth of the ancient chaos, so he will return to the ancient chaos. The space-time channel rebuilt by Xiaoshu was wiped out by the killers at the very beginning. Lin Moyu entered the space channel at the urging of the Hongming gem, and the burning world fire also returned at the same time. The moment he entered the space-time channel, Lin Moyu glanced at the world. What little was left of it, the last remnants, were turning into smoke and dust and dissipating. Beyond the smoke and dust is endless emptiness, a void as deep as the abyss. Just one glance at it makes you feel like your soul is being sucked in. Just by looking at it, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the soul. "Don't look, you will die," shouted the Hongming gem. Lin Moyu wanted to close his eyes immediately, but suddenly he saw something. Instead of closing his eyes, he opened them wide and tried his best to see. 14 It was just a moment, not even a tenth of a second, and the soul exploded. The space-time channel closed, and Lin Moyu traveled through time and space with his broken soul. Purple light flashed, and the broken soul reassembled. But the speed of reassembly is very slow, as if there is an invisible force preventing the soul from being reborn. On the Scourge Scepter, the soul gem sparkled, and the ochre power flowed into Lin Moyu's soul, helping it to be reborn. With the help of the Soul Stone, Lin Moyu finally completed his rebirth. The Hongming gem reproached him, "Master is disobedient. I told you not to look, but you still looked." Lin Moyu ignored him and thought about the scene he had seen before. "I saw a figure. That figure was very familiar. It was the system that had disappeared for a long time. After so many years, I still clearly remember the scene when the system left the soul void. Although I was still very weak at that time, that scene was forever imprinted in my soul and I will never forget it." Later, in the big world, the system appeared again and saved him once again. This seemed to be a backup plan arranged by the system, as if the system knew that I would be in danger at that time. The system was never seen again, nor was there any news about it. However, Lin Moyu was certain that his coming from that world to this small world and awakening of his god-level talent must be related to the system. Unexpectedly, I see it here again. No doubt about it, it's him. He actually appeared here. He actually came here. This is an uninhabitable area, a forbidden zone for life, and yet the system appears here. The level of the system is still beyond my imagination. The somewhat angry voice of Hongming Gem came from my ears. "Are you listening at all? I've never seen a master as disobedient as you. That's a life-restricted zone. Even the strongest can't survive in it. Anyone else will die just by looking at it. Master, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a new talent? What if the talent doesn't work? You'll really die." Lin Moyu grasped the key point of Hongming Gem's words. Even the strongest people could not survive in it, but the system could. In this way, the existence of the system requires thousands of powerful people. What exactly is the system? Why does it follow me? And what am I? Lin Moyu interrupted the Hongming Gem's complaints and asked, what exactly is the Life Forbidden Zone? The Hongming Gem stared at Lin Moyu with big eyes, as if asking, are you sick? The Life Forbidden Zone is the Life Forbidden Wind. Lin Moyu asked, every area has a source. The Life Forbidden Zone is just a name. Where does it come from? Hongming Gem said, how should I know? Lin Moyu pressed on, then how do you know so much? From the reaction of the Hongming Gem just now, Lin Moyu heard some unexpected meanings. The Hongming Gem was obviously very familiar with the Life Forbidden Zone. Lin Moyu was 90% sure that the Hongming Gem had been there and had stayed there for a long time. Facing Lin Moyu's question, Hongming Gem shut up and there was no sound for a long time. His reaction further confirmed Lin Moyu's suspicions. Lin Moyu said calmly, tell me, did you see anything in there? Hongming Gem hesitated, and under Lin Moyu's gaze, he finally gritted his teeth and said, since you asked sincerely, Master, I will tell you something. Actually, this shouldn't be said. The consequences are too serious and will cause trouble. Lin Moyu said, go ahead and tell me. No matter how big the consequences are, I'll take them on. If it was before, I wouldn't have said anything, but now that I've seen the system, I have to know. No matter how big the cause and effect is, it doesn't matter. This is not the cause and effect from the ancient chaos. As long as you don't come back, cause and effect can't do anything to you. When you have the ability to enter the so-called forbidden zone of life, you don't have to be afraid of cause and effect. The system certainly wouldn't appear here for no reason. There must be a reason for its appearance. Lin Moyu has a feeling that everything the system does has its purpose. Hongming Gem talked about some of his experiences. He was indeed stranded in the forbidden zone of life. As for why he ended up there, he didn't know. In the forbidden zone of life, he could only drift around, unable to control his own direction. He had been drifting for so long, for who knows how long, that he had lost the probability of time. In the forbidden zone of life, there is no concept of space and he has no idea of direction. During this process, he saw many things, including the world turning into dust, the extinction of all living things, and the fall of the strong. Once, a powerful being discovered him 110 and wanted to capture him, but the powerful being rushed out of the world and was wiped out by the forbidden zone of life before he could get close to him. The forbidden zone of life was a name he gave himself. He felt that this name was very appropriate for a place where even the strongest beings could not survive. At that time, there were still some worlds existing in the life forbidden zone. But later, for some unknown reason, these worlds were all destroyed. Some turned directly to dust, while others became wreckage. Nothing was spared. At that time, there were also extremely powerful beings who attempted to escape from the world. Besides the extremely powerful, there were also some weaker beings who did the same. But the moment they entered the forbidden zone of life, they all died, reduced to ashes, leaving not even a corpse behind. Not only is it forbidden to enter the life forbidden zone, you are not even allowed to look at it. If you are the strongest, then you can barely see it. Most of the information that Hongming Gem had previously known came from his experience of wandering in the forbidden zone of life. He has great abilities, like a listening beast, and can hear and see what is happening in the world, but he cannot interfere. So he knows a lot, but this is also his pity. He has no freedom and can see and hear but cannot speak. Lin Moyu asked, in the forbidden zone of life, besides you, is there nothing else? Hongming Gem said, there is still the heaven and earth, but nothing else. However, the wall of heaven and earth should also be in the life forbidden zone, but I have no evidence. Master, did you see something just now? Lin Moyu said, I saw someone I know. He didn't tell the system. This was the biggest secret in his heart and he would not tell anyone except himself. Impossible. Hongming Gem suddenly jumped up, his entire body looking furious. This is impossible. There can't be any living creatures in the life forbidden zone. His reaction was so great that it was obvious that what he saw and heard in the forbidden zone of life at that time had already formed an inherent cognition. Lin Moyu knew that his words had broken his cognition, which was why he was so excited. Not only the Hongming gem, but when I saw the system, my heart was also moved, but the reaction was not this big. I didn't say it was a living being. Since you can survive in the Forbidden Zone, why can't others? The Forbidden Zone is so vast. Even though you've been there for countless years, can you guarantee that you've seen every corner? And you don't know how you got in. Is it possible that someone entered the restricted area after you left? Lin Moyu's words made Hongming Gem stunned on the spot. Yes, Lin Moyu just said that he saw an acquaintance, but he didn't say that the acquaintance must be a living being. The Hongming Gem quickly calmed down. Master is right. Perhaps there really are people who can survive in the forbidden zone of life like me. Having said that, Hui Hongming Gem obviously didn't quite believe it. Lin Moyu's heart moved. Are you trying to say that you are unique and no one else can survive in the forbidden zone of life except you? Hongming Gem shook his head. I didn't say that. Although he didn't say so, that's what he thought. Lin Moyu didn't continue to argue with him about this issue. The Hongming Gem has its own inherent cognition, and he is sure that he did not see it wrongly and did see the system. What kind of existence is the system? It may not really be a living being, but it is definitely on the same level as the Hongming Gem, or even surpassing the Hongming Gem. Moreover, Moyu did not completely agree with the so-called life forbidden zone. In his understanding, there is no such thing as a life forbidden zone. It is just a matter of whether the power is strong enough. Just like myself in the past, when facing some dangerous secret places, I could die at any time. Some places are forbidden areas for me, and I will die if I enter. But now it seems that if he wants to go to those places, it is no different from strolling in the back garden. What he once considered dangerous now seemed as gentle as a gentle breeze and drizzle. Therefore, the life-restricted zone mentioned by Hongming Gem is only because it is not strong enough. One day I'll be able to step inside, find the system, and get to the bottom of this. The space-time channel carried him forward naturally, and gradually, a familiar breath came from the front. That is the breath of ancient chaos, now that he has returned. Xiaoshu and the other two, who had been hiding in the soul world for a long time, began to become active again. They had almost lost their combat experience in the wreckage of heaven and earth. That feeling of powerlessness made them feel extremely uncomfortable, and the threat of death forced them to stay in the soul world. Over-reliance on the rules of the Tao is a shortcoming of many powerful creatures. They may be very strong in their own world, but once they leave their own world, their combat power will be reduced to 1/10. The teams trained by the strongest people back then to explore the remains of heaven and earth only pursued the power of body and soul, and did not rely on the Great Way. In Lin Moyu's view, this is the fundamental, this is the right path to travel all over the world. The space-time channel was finally coming to an end. The scepter of calamity was put away, and it was better to take it easy in the chaos. The reactivated Xiaoping flew out, landed at Lin Moyu's feet, and continued to serve as his mount. Father, what's in that place? Lin Moyu had sealed off his soul world before, and the three of them knew nothing about his experiences in the wreckage of heaven and earth, and his conversations with the Hongming Gem. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I gained some benefits from the wreckage of heaven and earth, and my strength has become stronger. Xiaoping said without thinking too much about what Lin Moyu meant. Finally, I'm back. That place was too dangerous. Lin Moyu nodded. It's certainly dangerous, but it's also a great place. I'll definitely go if I get a chance. Xiaoshu suddenly spoke up, Master, there is one more. There was still a visibly dangerous piece of debris. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, I'll go there someday. It's not that he doesn't want to go, but he's still digesting the gems on the Scepter of Scourge. They can't finish it in a short period of time, and if we go there now, it will be a waste. Now is not the same as before. There are only 2 pieces of debris from heaven and earth that can be found, so we have to use them sparingly. Anyway, I have the mark of the wall of heaven and earth, so I can go back at any time. Hongming Gem said that the mark can only be used once, but that was just talk. When the time comes, I can just trick Hongming Gem and ask him to make a new mark for me. You can also study the mark yourself, maybe you can replicate it, then you won't need the Hongming Gem. When the space-time tunnel reached the end, Lin Moyu suddenly frowned. Be careful. The moment he rushed out of the space-time channel, a huge aura came and dense attacks flashed before his eyes. Without being able to see clearly, Xiaoping turned into a golden light and flew towards the distance, instantly escaping the attack range. Along the way, many attacks fell on him, but they were all smashed by Xiaoping. The golden light is not only the embodiment of speed, but also Xiaoping's protective light. Although these attacks were dense, they were not strong. They barely reached the minor success level of the Chaos Realm and only tickled Xiaoping. Xiaoping regained his sight and was a little surprised. This isn't the North Pole. The environment in the Arctic is completely different from here. It is not cold here, so it is certainly not the Arctic. Lin Moyu said, this should be Antarctica. He has been to the East Pole, the West Pole, and the North Pole, but not the South Pole. The environment here is somewhat unfamiliar, different from the other 3 poles, except for Antarctica. Moreover, before he set out, only Antarctica and the Central region had officially broken out into war. After returning from the wreckage of the world, they not only entered Antarctica, but also rushed directly into the battlefield. Xiaoping asked, what should we do? Lin Moyu glanced across the battlefield, uttered a soft huh and then smiled. What a coincidence. Xiaoping said, Father met someone he knew. Lin Moyu looked towards the battlefield. Yeah, it's been a while. Let me go over and say hello. Following Lin Moyu's gaze, on the battlefield, Zhulong, Li De, was showing his great power and fighting against several people. After not seeing each other for many years, Zhulong has now reached the level of minor success in the Chaos Realm, and has taken a big step forward in the minor success in the Chaos Realm. In Lin Moyu's opinion, Zhulong is not far from reaching the peak of the Chaos Realm. The reason why the cultivation speed is so fast is probably inseparable from the old man in green robe. Lin Moyu knows that after Zhulong transcended, he became the old man in green robe's subordinate. The subordinates of the Great Master always receive some preferential treatment. But now Zhulong's situation seems not to be good, and a group of guys who are also at the small success stage of the Chaos Realm are besieging him. Their individual strength is not as good as Zhulong, but after joining forces, they can fight against Zhulong. Zhulong tried to break out several times but failed. It wouldn't be a problem for the time being, but if the fighting continued, it would be hard to say. Lin Moyu believed that Zhulong must have a trump card. After all, he was a subordinate of the Great Master and would not die so easily. A flash of golden light passed by, and 3 of the men besieging Zhulong were instantly decapitated and killed on the spot. Golden light flashed twice, and 6 of the 7 guys besieging Zhulong died. Zhulong was stunned, and his opponent was also stunned. None of them could see clearly what happened. In Zhulong's opinion, how did his opponent die? His opponents were puzzled as to why their comrades had died. Xiaoping's golden light converged and stopped not far away. Lin Moyu smiled faintly and said, "There's one left for you." Seeing Lin Moyu, Zhulong immediately reacted. He let out a dragon roar and shouted excitedly, "Good!" As he spoke, he burst out with all his strength and launched a fierce attack on the last opponent. The attacks were like rain, only attacking and not defending. Zhulong seemed to be fighting for his life. By the time the other party reacted, he was already unable to fight back. Lin Moyu saw that there was a pair of golden magic weapons on the claws of Zhulong, and golden flames were coming out of the magic weapons. Once you was not weak. This set of magic weapons is obviously a treasure, stronger than the top magic weapons in the Chaos Realm. With this set of magic weapons, Zhulong can easily walk sideways in the Chaos Realm. It seems that the old man in green robe treats him quite well. Lin Moyu said in his heart. In just a moment, Zhulong tore his opponent into pieces and then transformed into a human form and flew over. Before he could speak, a shout came from the distance, "Die!" A gray cloud appeared in the void, and then it exploded, and an overwhelming attack came like a tsunami. Zhulong's expression changed. Chaos Realm Great Completion, be careful. Lin Moyu didn't care at all. Xiaoping, I have a conversation with Zhulong at 4:30, don't let anyone disturb us. Xiaoping responded and rushed out, turning into golden light. In an instant, golden light filled the sky, forcibly swallowing up all attacks, even going upstream. Zhulong was stunned. So strong? Lin Moyu smiled and said, don't worry about him. He's just a Chaos Realm Master. He can be dealt with in a few moves. Let's chat for a while. Why are you here? Zhulong said, the Master asked me to come. The Master said that I have been a rule manager for too many years. It is too slow to make breakthroughs by practicing alone. I need to make breakthroughs in actual combat. Just when the war broke out in Antarctica, I came here. Lin Moyu asked, isn't the old man in green robe afraid that you will die here? Zhulong said, my master gave me something to save my life, so I shouldn't die. The old man in green robe is still protective of his people. Since he has accepted Zhulong as his subordinate, he will protect him and will not let him die easily. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, I can see that you are almost reaching the Chaos Realm. Your cultivation speed is very fast. It seems that the old man in green robe has given you a lot of benefits. Zhulong looked a little strange, with the corners of his mouth twitching from time to time. He wanted to say something but didn't say it. The master he was referring to was the old man in green robe whom Lin Moyu always called. It was extremely disrespectful for such a great master to be addressed like that by Lin Moyu. However, in Lin Moyu's words, it seems to be taken for granted. In response, he could only smile awkwardly, not knowing whether to agree or not. After a while, he said, you are practicing faster, and that guy. Lin Moyu said, he is a different species, don't worry about him, I have something to ask you. There was no need for such formalities when talking to Zhulong. They were all familiar with each other. Lin Moyu got straight to the point. Do you know how many wives I have? Have you met any of them in all these years following the old man in green robes? Zhulong thought for a moment and said, I have followed the master for many years and have met some people, but I have never met your wife. Lin Moyu continued to ask, where is the Taoist partner of the old man in green robe? Have you seen him? Zhulong said, I haven't seen it, but I have heard of it. Lin Moyu said, tell me everything you know. It was normal that he had never seen his wife. Lin Moyu guessed early on that his wife must have been taken away by the Taoist partner of the green-robed old man. I have no idea who the green-robed old man's Taoist partner is, or whether he is also a great master. Maybe I can get some information from Zhulong today. Zhulong hesitated, I shouldn't talk about the Lord's affairs. Lin Moyu said, it's okay, that guy won't do anything to you. If he really wants to blame you, just say that I forced you to say it. If it really doesn't work, let's put on a show. I'll beat you half to death first, and then you'll have to tell me, and then I'll heal you. Zhulong was stunned. How could he do this? Isn't this telling yourself clearly that you have to say it today whether you want to or not? Looking at Xiaoping, who was killing everyone not far away, Zhulong made a quick decision and said, since I've decided to tell you, I won't hide it. I don't know much anyway. BFBJ, I haven't seen the mistress, but I overheard some of it when the master was playing chess with someone and they started chatting. The mistress seems to be doing something very important and mysterious. I don't know what it is exactly. But during our casual chat, I mentioned that the mistress has several disciples, all of whom are women. If I'm not mistaken, they are your wives. Besides that, I also met someone else, your sister. Lin Mohan was once the great sword master. Among all the quasi-great masters, she was the top one, not inferior to the great masters. She was also an acquaintance of Ziran Jin and the green-robed old man in the group of the great master of natural disaster. Lin Moyu continued to ask, do you know what realm the mistress is in? Zhulong shook his head, I don't know, but the mistress must be very strong. The master seemed to have some respect when talking about her. Respect? Lin Moyu scoffed. I'm afraid it's henpecked. Zhulong was startled and shook his head quickly. I don't know anything. I didn't hear anything. There are some things Lin Moyu can say, but he can't. Lin Moyu continued, Did your sister talk to the old man in green robe about anything? Zhulong said, We've talked about it a lot, but I didn't hear it. At that time, your sister sealed the space with sword power. If I had dared to move, I would have died. Thinking of the scene at that time, Zhulong burst into tears. It was not like he wanted to eavesdrop, so if he could stop him and send him away, that would be enough. Thousands of swords are pointed at you, and the tips of the swords are piercing your skin. If you are not careful, thousands of swords will pierce your heart. That feeling is so painful and pleasurable. Lin Mohan would do this, which is very consistent with her personality. Lin Moyu said, Don't be afraid, my sister is quite reasonable. As long as you obey her, she won't kill you casually. Do you know anything else? Zhulong shook his head and said, I don't know anything else. I haven't been with the master for very long. The master is very busy, running around everywhere. He only has time to play chess with friends occasionally. Lin Moyu asked, Is the man playing chess wearing a white robe? Zhulong shook his head. No, the one in the white robe is the great venerable Baizhong from the upper domain. Although he drinks tea, he is just average at playing chess. The one who likes to play chess is a great lord in black. I don't know him, but I feel that he has a murderous aura and is a bit scary. Just watching them play chess made me feel like I was going to die. I couldn't even bear to watch. The black-robed Great Master, Lin Moyu, heard a new message. There are currently 8 Great Masters in the chaos. If there is one in each of the 3 poles and 4 domains, then it is also a clan position. If the green-robed old man's Taoist partner is also a Great Master, then all 8 of them are complete. As for the black-robed Great Master with a murderous aura, Lin Moyu had a rough guess that he was most likely a Great Master from the lower realm. The upper, middle, and lower domains are allies. The Great Lord of the upper domain likes to wear a white robe and is called Baizhong. The people in the lower realm are powerful, so it is normal for the Great Venerable to have a murderous aura. Now that I think about it, it all seems to fit. The information provided by Zhulong may seem useless, but it is very important to Lin Moyu. He knew about the situation of several wives. They should have become disciples of the Taoist partner of the old man in green robe. He had heard the Taoist partner's words at that time, which were very domineering. In chaos, dominance requires confidence. Her strength should be quite strong, and she is most likely a great master. In this way, the green-robed old man now has 4 great masters, accounting for half of the great masters. The other 4 great masters should be from the 4 poles. Even if they are not in the same group as Qing Pao and his group, they will not all be hostile to them. They may be neutral. In addition to the Grand Masters, there are also quasi-Grand Masters. Lin Moyu believes that the old man in green robes will not be much worse in terms of quasi-Grand Masters. In this way, the group led by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters should have the advantage in strength, and the Great Lord of Natural Disasters layout can be implemented smoothly. Everything must be based on strength. In Zhulong's narration, the most crucial piece of information is what the green-robed old man's Taoist partner is doing. She was doing something very important, but Zhulong didn't know what it was. She had said at the beginning that her formation was still short of people, and that the formation must be useful. From this perspective, what she is about to do is indeed very important, but she just hopes that there will be no danger. If something happens to my wife. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu unconsciously felt murderous intent. Lin Moyu's murderous intent was so strong that it chilled people's hearts. Zhulong shouted, Hey, what did you think of? Lin Moyu instantly put away his murderous intent. Nothing, the battle here is basically over. Where are you going next? Zhulong said, I now belong to the Central Region Divine Alliance. This battle is only a tiny part of the entire war. I will return to my base and wait for the next action. What about you? Because of Xiaoping's intervention, the battle ended a little early, and most of the strong men in Antarctica were killed by Xiaoping. Many people from the Central Region Divine Alliance had no opponents, and the battle was basically over. The appearance of Xiaoping is like a tiger suddenly appearing between two groups of fighting sheep. This tiger is friends with one of the groups of sheep, so the result can be imagined. Lin Moyu said, I came to Antarctica by accident, and I happened to have something to do. Is your base far from the interdomain formation? Zhulong said, not close. The location of the cross-domain formation is strictly confidential. We all came from the magic weapon and have been far away from the cross-domain formation since we arrived in the South Pole. Lin Moyu understood that this was also done for safety reasons. In that case, I'll do something else first. Zhulong said, okay, then you have to be careful. Some old guys in Antarctica have woken up. If you want to go deep into Antarctica, you may encounter them. Lin Moyu said, it's okay, as long as the Great Master doesn't take action, I will be fine. Zhulong warned again, one more thing, the Great Venerable of the South Pole seems to be on bad terms with the Lord, what if he attacks you? Lin Moyu laughed and said, then I'll shout for help and see if anyone comes to save me. His words made Zhulong laugh, your joke is not funny at all. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and Xiaoping flew to Lin Moyu's feet. Let's go. Xiaoping turned into a golden light and flew away. Zhulong looked around and saw chopped-off corpses everywhere. Most of these people are at the minor stage of Chaos Realm, some are at the half-step stage of Chaos Realm, and a few are at the major stage of Chaos Realm. In the end, he failed to stop Xiaoping's attack and fell. Zhulong shouted, clean up the battlefield, let's go. The golden light flowed, dragging out a long thin line, passing through the void in Antarctica. The space in Antarctica is not as hot as that in the East Pole, nor as cold as that in the West Pole, and certainly not as frozen as that in the North Pole. Among the four poles, the most central and peaceful is the South Pole. The area near the East Pole and the South Pole is slightly hotter, and the creatures there mainly follow the path of fire. The area near the westernmost point is slightly colder, and the creatures mainly live in the water system. Lin Moyu is currently in an area close to the central region, where all the avenues are present and the area is central and peaceful, somewhat similar to the central region. Different regions adapt to different avenues. On the surface, this is the characteristic of Antarctica. But if you explore deeper, you will find that the real Antarctica is actually at the southernmost tip of Antarctica, close to the ancient wilderness area. It is the most primitive place in Antarctica, unaffected by any polar region and retaining all its own characteristics. In Lin Moyu's view, Antarctica has gathered all its essence into that area, and that area is also the gathering place of Antarctica's most primitive creatures. The Antarctic creatures that had fought with Zhulong and his men before were actually not the most primitive Antarctic creatures. They were all more or less influenced by other polar regions. In the eyes of real Antarctic creatures, they are cannon fodder. There are two types of real Antarctic creatures. One is the Zerg, a huge race composed of various insect creatures. In Antarctica, their status is much higher than that of animals. Please give me flowers. The other category belongs to the ruling class of Antarctica. Just like the human race in the central region, they call themselves spiritual insect people. Spirit insect people are a special kind of creatures, a mixture of human blood and various insect bloodlines. They are half human, half insect, born with the appearance of humans. Like the natural Tao body of humans, they have an astonishing speed of cultivation and an extremely high upper limit, and are not bound by blood. At the same time, because of their insect blood, they are not as naturally weak as humans. Many spirit insects are naturally powerful and have strong cultivation from birth, which can save them thousands or even tens of thousands of years compared to humans. The most important thing is that the spirit insect people have extremely high intelligence, and depending on their bloodline, they can also control some insect creatures. With the insect spirits as their center, insect creatures gather together and become the most powerful force in Antarctica. The insect spirits are the true rulers of Antarctica. Lin Moyu was going to the southernmost tip of Antarctica, close to the ancient wilderness. According to his perception, the great lord of natural disasters placed the formation there. I have read the information provided by Mutienza before, which contains some records about Antarctica. There is an insect monument in Antarctica. The monument can be said to be the origin of Antarctic insect creatures. It contains magical power and can give birth to insect creatures. Lin Moyu guessed that the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters was right next to the insect monument. Every formation needed to absorb some special power, and this insect monument might be the target of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters formation at that time. But the insect monument is of great importance. There is a Great Lord in Antarctica. How could he allow the Great Lord of Natural Disaster to use formations to absorb the power of the Minister's monument? No matter how powerful the Great Lord of Natural Disasters was, his formation was just a formation. Over the years, even if the Great Lord of Antarctica could not break it, it would be no problem for him to destroy the formation. But the formation has remained until now, and no one knows why. There are quite a few strange things, and you need to see them with your own eyes to understand why. There is no teleportation array in Antarctica. If you fly from one end to the other, it will take at least 1,000 years at Xiaoping speed. However, there is a wormhole in Antarctica, and the function of the wormhole is somewhat similar to that of a teleportation array. Wormholes are formed by the corpses of space worms. When a space worm dies, its head and tail are placed in two places respectively. After a period of time, a wormhole will be formed between the head and tail. By passing through a wormhole, you can travel great distances. This is how Antarctic creatures travel quickly, and its effect is no less than that of a teleportation array. The little tree quickly found a wormhole, and after roughly determining the direction, he rushed towards it without speeding up. There are creatures from Antarctica guarding the outside of the wormhole. There are thresholds for using the wormhole. The spiritual insects in Antarctica have set some rules, and the conditions must be met before the wormhole can be used. But the wormhole does not need to be activated like the teleportation array, you just need to enter it. The guards outside the wormhole are there to prevent anyone from breaking in. Xiaoping rushed towards the wormhole with golden light, and the guards outside the wormhole were awakened, but before they could see clearly, Xiaoping had already rushed into the wormhole. Several guards who had reached the peak of the Chaos Realm were unable to react at all. They looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. By the time they reacted, Xiaoping was nowhere to be found, and even the remaining golden light had disappeared. The two guards who had reached the peak of the Chaos Realm looked at each other for a few seconds, then closed their eyes again as if nothing had happened. It was better to have less trouble than more. In the wormhole, Lin Moyu could feel the distortion of space. They were traveling through space in a peculiar way. Xiao Shudao, the space worm, has formed independent space channels at both ends. It folds the space inside its body. Our current speed is slightly faster than that of an ordinary teleportation array. Hun Dunzi asked, "Did we have such bugs back then?" Little Tree shook his head. "I've never heard of it. There were so many strange creatures back then, how could I possibly know them all? All they knew were the relatively famous and powerful beings in those days. There were also many weak ones who became cannon fodder, and some even died as soon as the war started. Maybe these guys have some special abilities, but they're useless. Like space worms, they can only be used as wormholes after death, and are useless otherwise. There are billions of species of insects in Antarctica, too numerous to count." Hun Dunzi said, "Among the insects at that time, the strongest one was probably called the ancient desolate ancestor insect." Xiao Shu said, "At that time, there were two insects that were somewhat famous. One of them was the ancient desolate ancestor insect, and the other was called the chaos sky insect. However, these two guys died early, killed by the Golden Sun Divine Lord. It is said that they were refined after their death and turned into a powerful magic weapon." Hun Dunzi said, "I know this. When the Golden Sun God's magic weapon was almost finished, his enemies came to find him and he died. The magic weapon was not completely refined, and no one knows what it was used for." Xiao Shu said, "Although these two bugs aren't very powerful, they have both absorbed the energy of the beginning heaven. The magic weapon refined with them should be quite good. After leaving the wreckage of heaven and earth, the two little guys finally recovered and started chatting. The events of that year were described in a series of scenes that were very vivid. From what they said, we could learn that at that time the entire ancient chaos was in a state of endless war and chaos. The weak are either killed or eaten, and after being killed, they are used to refine magic weapons and have a miserable end. The end of the strong is often not good, they just die later, but they still die in the end. Insect creatures, in their eyes, are extremely weak and insignificant. Even the two most powerful bugs were easily killed by Chen Cheng's magic weapon. Now that new insect creatures have emerged in Antarctica, no matter how strong they are, they can't be that strong. What made them feel interesting was the spirit insect people. Insect creatures were indeed nothing, but when they were combined with the blood of the human race, some changes occurred. Soon the wormhole came to an end, and Xiaoping accelerated and flew out of the wormhole. There was no guard at the exit of the wormhole, and Xiaoping disappeared into the void with golden light. Xiaoshu kept looking for the wormhole, while Xiaoping rushed straight in, completely ignoring the guards. These Zerg guards seemed to like taking naps very much. They would lie low and motionless when they had nothing to do. Xiaoping took advantage of his speed and could often rush into the wormhole before they could react. Most guards would choose to mind their own business, but as they got closer to the southernmost tip of Antarctica, the tribal guards began to become alert. Finally, on the way to the wormhole, Lin Moyu saw a team. This team, consisting of dozens of Chaos Realm adult insects, was guarding the wormhole firmly, obviously waiting for him. The soul keenly sensed something strange, as if there was a strange aura spreading in the void. This is a breath that only the soul can smell. It is extremely fast and can pass through billions of miles of void in an instant. This is how the Zerg transmit information. It's amazing. From the information provided by Mutienza, the Zerg in Antarctica have their own unique way of communication, which can spread information on a large scale and facilitate field distribution. This ability is not possessed by humans, and cannot be imitated even if one wants to. Lin Moyu felt it personally this time. The omnipresent aura was very strange, and the aura contained in it could only be understood by the Zerg themselves. Bump into it. Lin Moyu gave the order, and Xiaoping accelerated instantly, his speed bursting out several times faster than before. A golden light flashed, knocking the insects away and rushing into the wormhole. This is the shortcoming of the wormhole. It cannot restrict others. Unlike the teleportation array, if an enemy attacks, you can directly choose to close it, but the hole cannot be closed. There's only one way to stop the enemy. While traveling through the wormhole, the space suddenly shook violently. Lin Moyu frowned. They're going to destroy the exit, Xiaoshu. There is only one way to close a wormhole, which is to destroy one of the ends of the space worm, and the wormhole will naturally collapse. Once a wormhole collapses, everything inside the wormhole will be thrown out and fall into the chaotic space. No one knows where it will end up. The little tree was prepared, and when Lin Moyu shouted, the roots had already sprouted out. He passed through the void, forcibly opened a space channel in the wormhole, and Lin Moyu rushed in. The wormhole collapsed, causing space turbulence, and everything inside was scattered. Lin Moyu entered the space channel one step ahead and came out from the other end. Based on his perception of the formation, Lin Moyu pointed in a direction, and Xiaoping turned into light and flew away again. Lin Moyu has entered the core area of Antarctica. The breath of Zerg is everywhere here. A large amount of information is constantly spreading and being accepted by countless Zerg. Lin Moyu was not thrown into the chaotic space by the wormhole, and was soon known to its clan. Someone broke in, and the Zerg immediately took action. Countless Zergs were awakened from their slumber and began to search for Lin Moyu. I can't hide it. Lin Moyu had a headache. The Zerg's abilities still exceeded his imagination. Soul Flame 5.4 is everywhere in sight. These soul flames are very small, and even the weakest ones are only at the true God level. They are only as big as a fingernail, but they can monitor the void and transmit their own location. These little bugs were in a completely dormant state before, even their soul flames were extinguished, and their bodies merged with the void, and I didn't even notice it. When they woke up, they found that they had been surrounded by them. He was now in the Zerg lair. Once exposed, he would be surrounded. I'm not afraid of that, but it will be troublesome. I came here to find the big formation, not to fight against the entire Zerg. What's more, they have the Great Lord and the Quasi-Heavenly Lord behind them. Chaos, I leave it to you. Chaos Seed appeared in his hand, emitting a faint glow. The power of the Chaos Spirit Pearl was drawn, and countless illusions were created. For a moment, Lin Moyu felt the message transmitted in the void, and was confused. In the core area of Antarctica, the heartland of the Zerg, messages transmitted between Zerg are everywhere. A huge network has formed here. Lin Moyu thought of the Zerg he had seen in the small world and the big world. They also had a similar network, and no matter how far apart they were, they could transmit information in real time. However, at that time, it was only the control of the insect mother over the insects she produced, while the insects in Antarctica were communicating with each other as a whole, and they would not interfere with each other. This form seemed very advanced to Lin Moyu, and from the soul level, it had reached an extreme. However, it was also determined that a soul communication network of such a large scale must have a core. Just like the Zerg we have seen before, the Zerg Queen is their core. The core of the Antarctic Zerg. It should be that insect monument. Lin Moyu thought to himself, he felt that it was probably right, that's it. Hun Dunzi pushed the effect of the Chaos Spirit Pearl to its extreme. This was the first time he used all his strength to push the chaotic effect after swallowing the Chaos Spirit Pearl. The greatest function of the Chaos Spirit Pearl is to influence souls and allow them to see what they want. Lin Moyu had no idea what those bugs were thinking, but after using the Chaos Spirit Pearl, the soul information network in the void suddenly became chaotic. As the range of the Chaos Spirit Pearl grows larger and larger, the range of chaos continues to expand. This chaos also spread along the soul network, and more insects were affected. The Chaos Orb has no damaging effect. The chaotic effect it causes is silent, and the affected Zergs will not realize that anything is wrong with them. After using the Chaos Spirit Pearl, Xiaoping was no longer blocked and passed through several wormholes in succession without encountering any problems. The Zerg guards who came to intercept him all ignored Lin Moyu. Everything has two sides. Although the soul communication network is very convenient, it can also be exploited by others. We are getting closer and closer to the formation. I hope this journey goes smoothly and that the Great Lord from Antarctica won't cause any trouble. The Great Masters seem to have their own agreements, and even restrained each other. Under normal circumstances, the Great Venerable would not take action against ordinary practitioners unless the repairer offended him or violated the rules. In other words, the Great Master needs a reason to take action, and this reason must be legitimate and not involve cause and effect. But if the Great Venerable lets go of cause and effect and doesn't care about face, it's not impossible for him to take action. So in the end it all depends on luck. Lin Moyu believes in his own luck. After passing through nearly 100 wormholes, they finally approached the formation set up by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. From a distance, Lin Moyu saw a large stele, which was the insect stele. It is unknown what material the insect monument is made of, but it looks as smooth as jade, very bright and clean, and there is liquid flowing inside. The entire insect monument is extremely huge, comparable to a giant realm, and can be seen clearly from billions of miles away. This is the largest object Lin Moyu has ever seen. Even for Xiaoping, it would probably take many days to fly from the bottom of the insect monument to the top. How fast is Xiaoping? Its maximum speed can exceed tens of millions of miles per second. Lin Moyu remembered that in the world before he traveled through time, the fastest speed there was the speed of light, which could reach 300,000 kilometers per second. Xiaoping's speed can reach 100 times the speed of light. If Xiaoping could be stronger, his speed could be further increased. He could even use secret techniques to increase his speed exponentially. There are countless patterns carved on the insect monument, and each pattern represents a kind of insect. Any type of insect that has ever existed in the Antarctic Zerg will appear on the insect monument. Therefore, the Zerg regard the Zerg monument as their sacred object, believing that they were born from the Zerg monument. In the eyes of all Antarctic Zerg, the Zerg monument is sacred and cannot be desecrated. But the funny thing is that the real rulers of Antarctica are the spirit insects. They have the blood of both the Zerg and the human race. They are not pure Zerg. There is no picture of them on the Zerg monument. Unfortunately, they ruled Antarctica, were in charge of the Zerg monument, and through it, they controlled the entire Zerg race. It is said that there was once a conflict between the spiritual insect people and the Zerg, but in the end the spiritual insect people won, and from then on the Zerg were completely controlled by the spiritual insect people. When he saw the insect monument, Lin Moyu knew the source of the Zerg soul network, which was: all information must pass through the insect monument. Without the insect monument, there would be no soul communication network. Hun Dun-Zi suddenly shouted, "The insect monument is the thing that the Golden Sun Divine Lord refined." Xiaoshu also responded, "That's right, the Golden Sun God killed the ancient wasteland ancestor worm and the Chaos Sky Worm, and refined their corpses into insect monuments. Unfortunately, he was killed before he was completely refined." Hun Dun-Zi said, "He died, but this magic weapon survived." Xiaoshu denied Hun Dun-Zi's statement. It shouldn't be that simple. Jinri Shinjun is also a top-tier expert. Killing him is not that easy. What do you think of the things in the insect tablet? Hun Dun-Zi looked at it for a while, then said, "I can't believe it." Xiaoshu said, "Think carefully about what the Golden Sun God's true form is." Hun Dun-Zi tried hard to recall the Golden Sun God's true form. If I remember correctly, it was an egg. The little tree said, "Yes, what's in the egg?" Hun Dun-Zi instinctively said, "Isn't that just egg yolk and egg white?" He suddenly realized, the night body in the insect monument you mentioned is the Golden Sun God. Xiaoshu said, "That should be the case." The Golden Sun God was indeed killed that year, but he didn't die completely. He cast off his outer shell and entered the insect monument, and escaped with the insect monument. Hun Dun-Zi finally understood. Could it be that the half-finished magic weapon that the Golden Sun God refined back then has also disappeared? So that's how it is. It was such a mess back then that no one bothered to investigate. In order to kill the god of Jinri, he did not pursue him further, and finally let the god of Jinjiu 963 escape. If the Golden Sun God hadn't died completely, would he have been alive until now? Will the Tao allow such a person to survive? Lin Moyu listened to the conversation between the two, his expression gradually becoming serious. His eyes fell on the insect monument, while sensing the location of the formation. The formation is right behind the insect monument and is closely connected to it. He had previously thought that there should be some distance between the insect monument and the formation, but he never expected that the insect monument could be so large. Xiaoping flew towards the flying monument and had been flying for half a day, but the distance between them did not seem to be shortened significantly. All I can say is that the insect monument is so huge that it can be seen clearly from a very far distance, but it is not easy to get close to it. It's like an ordinary person seeing a mountain from afar, but having to run for a long time to get close to it. Fortunately, with the Chaos Spirit Pearl here, the surrounding Zerg did not come to cause trouble for him and they ignored him. Xiaoping flew for another 2 days and seemed to have reached another area. A large number of perfect-level Zerg began to appear around. The Chaos Spirit Pearl was still effective against them, but the effect was obviously not as good as before. Sometimes they would look over with confusion in their eyes, but in the end they would not take action. At this time, they were closer to the insect monument, and the pattern on it became clearer. Lin Moyu could clearly feel the unique aura coming from the insect monument. Until 3 days later, Lin Moyu suddenly said, "Xiaoping, stop." Xiaoping was very obedient and stopped immediately. "Dad, what happened?" Lin Moyu ignored him and looked up at the insect monument. Xiaoping followed Lin Moyu's gaze and saw the lifelike in countless insects on the insect monument, and then he saw what was on top of the insect monument. Someone. Xiaoping couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. There was a person sitting on the insect monument. He was as small as a speck of dust on the huge insect monument, but the moment Xiaoping saw him, he felt a creepy feeling. He could no longer move his eyes away. All sights were drawn to him. Even the minister's monument disappeared. He seemed to have become the center of this area, without a doubt. It's the great master. Xiaoping said this instinctively. Now the only one who could make him feel this way was Dazuan. If it were an ordinary top-level powerful person, Xiaoping would not be afraid even if he could not defeat him. Only the great master could make him feel terrified. Lin Moyu said calmly, Golden Great Master of Antarctica. He did not have the same feeling as Xiaoping. The extremely powerful soul power gave him an illusion that the Great Venerable was also like this. Moreover, I have dealt with Dazuan before and have long lost interest in him. The Golden Great Lord of the South Pole wore a golden robe. The style of the robe was exactly the same as that of other great lords, except for the color. Jin Dazuan turned around and his eyes met Lin Moyu's. In an instant, his size rapidly enlarged in Lin Moyu's eyes, and an invisible force enveloped Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu did not resist. He felt that this power was not threatening, and his soul did not send any warning either. Believing in his own soul, Lin Moyu chose to accept it. The void seemed to twist, and his vision blurred slightly, and Lin Moyu found that he had come to the Great Venerable. In just a moment, they crossed the long distance and arrived at the center of the monument. Lin Moyu put Xiaoping away and saluted Jin Dazuan. Lin Moyu, the human from the central region, greets Jin Dazuan. He was neither humble nor arrogant, and his tone was respectful, as well as a sense of equality. You're welcome, please sit down. Jin Dazuan didn't care about it, but gestured for Lin Moyu to sit down. There was no tea table in front of him, it was empty. Under him was the insect monument, and he seemed to be closely connected with the insect monument, inseparable. Lin Moyu had a feeling that he had been sitting here for countless years. Thinking of the conversation between Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi, Lin Moyu suddenly had an idea in his mind. Could this Jin Dazuan in front of him be the Jinri god from back then? But if it was really him, how did he escape the pursuit of the Tao and become a great master? Lin Moyu sat down with doubt in his eyes and asked tentatively, Are you waiting for Lin here? He couldn't ask directly, so he could only probe from the side and look for the answer in the other person's words and expressions. Jin Dazuan said, I am waiting for the successor of the will of natural disasters. Is it you? Lin Moyu said, That should be correct. Are you an enemy or a friend? Jin Dazuan's expression was calm, without a trace of emotion, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. We are friends. Lin Moyu asked, Are you planning to kill me? Jin Dazuan said, His plan is complete. Even if I kill you, there will be others who will come after you. Besides, I need you to do something. If you succeed, he and I will be neither enemies nor friends. If you fail, I will kill you. Lin Moyu didn't say anything, as if he was considering whether what Jin Dazuan said was true or false. Jin Dazuan's tone was indifferent, without any emotion, and his expression remained unchanged. Lin Moyu faintly heard the murderous intent, the real murderous intent. He was not joking. Jin Dazuan continued, Don't think I'm joking, and don't think I have any reservations. I know you have a Dazuan behind you, and there's more than one, but so what? I'm right here, do they dare to come? If it weren't for the promise made by the young man Tianzai, it would have been wishful thinking for him to set up the formation here. There was finally a hint of emotion in Jin Dazuan's words, and Lin Moyu accurately captured the tiny emotion. He had no respect for the great lord of natural disasters. It seemed that the great lord of natural disasters, the top existence among the great lords, was nothing more than that in his eyes. The most important thing is that Jin Dazuan calls Tianzai Dazuan Tianzai Xiaozuan. There was indeed a Dazuan before Tianzai Dazuan, but after becoming a Dazuan, they would give each other face and address each other as equals. Being addressed as such by Jin Dazuan only meant that his seniority was higher than Tian Tianzuan. This is not as simple as living longer. A higher generation means that he lives in a different era. Just like Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi before, although they were polite to Xiaoping, they always treated Xiaoping as a junior. It wasn't until Xiaoping awakened the bloodline of the golden-winged Daping that their attitude changed. Because the golden-winged Daping is a person of the same generation as them, it has nothing to do with strength, it is just a matter of background. The same is true for Jin Daozuan now. An unintentional word reveals a lot of information. Lin Moyu looked at Jin Daozuan, and after hesitating for a moment, he asked tentatively, God Lord? The aura of the great Jin was boiling violently, and the sounds of countless insects chirping could be heard in the void, which was extremely harsh. Lin Moyu's soul sent an alarm, telling him that the person in front of him was extremely dangerous. Jin Daozuan was the golden sun god back then, and Lin Moyu was 100% sure of his identity. He suppressed his inner shock, stared at Jin Daozuan, and maintained a calm tone. Why are you so excited? Are you afraid? Jin Daozuan's expression kept changing, and in his eyes, it seemed as if countless insects were crawling past. He is a spiritual insect man, half insect and half human. As a great master, he controls the insect monument and countless insect tribes, and is the true master of Antarctica. Once he gets angry, the entire Antarctica will be plunged into disaster. The Zerg army will be able to turn the 4 poles and 3 regions into a sea of blood. Lin Moyu looked at him without giving in, showing no fear at all. How could a few words turn a great master into this state? The great master's heart of Taoism is too worthless. The reason for this can only mean one thing: he is acting, deliberately acting for himself. Let himself think that he can easily deal with Khan. But since that's the case, I'll just play along with him to the end. At the same time, he remained extremely calm. The more he did so, Ma Zhao Zhao, the less Jin Daozuan would be able to figure out his background. In the subsequent conversation, he would also gain more information and gain more advantages. Jin Daozuan finally calmed down after a long while and asked, How did you know? Lin Moyu said, I guessed it. I have heard your story before. You are indeed extraordinary to have lived to this day and become a great master. Jin Daozuan said, You don't know the price I paid for this. Lin Moyu said, Although the price you paid was high, you didn't gain more. Tell me, what do you want me to do? By the way, I really want to know the promise that the great Lord of Natural Disasters made to you here. Jin Daozuan said, as expected of the inheritor of the will of the natural disaster child, this guy may be very powerful, but I do not admire him. I have also seen those who are stronger than him. What truly impressed me about the young man, the natural disaster, was his planning, his will, and his control over the situation. He said that a successor to his will would come here, and that would be me. Jin Daozuan told Lin Moyu what Tianzai Daozuan had done that year, and also told him what he wanted Lin Moyu to do, so that Lin Moyu understood the whole story. Jin Daozuan is very powerful. He is a strong man who has lived from ancient times to the present. He controls the insect monument, and his strength is not weaker than that of natural disaster Daozuan. If he didn't allow it, the great Lord of Natural Disasters would not be able to set up the formation here, let alone connect the formation with the insect monument. However, Jin Daozuan was bound by his own will. When he was the Golden Sun God, he personally killed the ancient wasteland ancestral worm and the chaos sky worm, fused their blood and corpses into one, and refined a magic weapon. The function of this magic weapon is to use the blood of the two as the foundation, cooperate with some rare magic weapons, and add his own blood, and then evolve the Zerg, create living beings, and form its own lineage. If he succeeds, he will have an extremely terrifying army, which will be able to sweep across the ancient chaos without any problem. That was the environment at the time, and the conditions existed back then. However, at the last moment when he was refining the magic weapon, he was found by his enemies and killed. Before his death, he sent his soul, bloodline, and everything into the nearly completed insect monument, and with his last bit of strength, he escaped with the insect monument. He had also lost consciousness at that time. The insect monument wandered in the unknown void for who knows how long. Fortunately, he had not been discovered. If a powerful being had discovered him during this process, they could have refined him, and he would have been doomed. After regaining consciousness, Lord Jin reused his own soul as fire and his bloodline as guide to complete the final refining. The insect monument was completed, and he became the master of the insect monument, and used the insect monument as a foundation to transform himself. But at that moment he discovered that the rules of heaven and earth had changed, and a ruler hidden behind the scenes had emerged in this world. He was the first person to discover the existence of Tao. He knew that his era had passed, the ancient war had ended, everyone had fallen, the strong men of that time were gone, and only he, a half-crippled man, survived. Perhaps because of the magic weapon's transformation, the Golden Sun God was not discovered by the Tao, so he named himself Jin, and then became stronger and stronger with the help of the insect tablet. During this process, he killed many powerful people and integrated their blood into the insect monument. The monument also evolved as he imagined, and eventually became the insect race, and he himself became the Golden Great Lord. Later on, some people discovered the existence of the Tao, but without exception, they all died. The Tao has always been hidden behind the scenes. No one knows what he is doing, and no one dares to investigate. The Golden Sun God was even more so. He kept his head down, fearing that he would be discovered by the Tao. Until the Great Lord of Natural Disasters discovered the Tao, but the Great Lord of Natural Disasters did not act immediately. Instead, he used many means and spent countless years to arrange a grand plan. At that time, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters came to the South Pole and found him, wanting to use the power of the Central Steel to set up a large formation here. Naturally, he would not agree, and even fought with the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The result was that he won half the game by a small margin. In Antarctica, especially in front of the insect monument, even the Great Lord of Natural Disasters could do nothing to him. But it is unlikely that he would be able to kill the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters gave the Great Lord of Gold a condition that he could not refuse, which was that after this formation was set up, there would be someone who would inherit his will in the future, and that person would be able to help the Great Lord of Gold escape from the insect monument. After becoming the Great Master, Jin Dazuin's greatest wish was to escape from the insect monument. It was the insect monument that made him successful, and it was also the insect monument that saved him, allowing him to survive. But after losing his freedom, what he wanted most was to escape from the insect monument. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters did not speak casually, but instead sought calculations from the Quasi-Great Lord who was best at the Way of Destiny at that time. For this reason, the Quasi-Great Lord of Destiny was about to experience a great catastrophe. Jin Dazuin believed it, and he agreed to the request of Tianzai Dazuin, allowing him to set up the formation. In a flash, countless years passed, and he finally waited for Lin Moyu. If Lin Moyu fails to fulfill the promise of the Great Lord of Natural Disaster, he will definitely kill Lin Moyu. Why keep useless people? This was his true thought, but he didn't expect that Lin Moyu actually knew his identity. At that moment, he was indeed a little panicked, but he was much better than he showed. He was indeed acting, wanting to see how Lin Moyu would react when faced with his murderous intent. If Lin Moyu is afraid of death, then I will have a bargaining chip next time. But the problem is, Lin Moyu didn't react at all, and all his efforts were in vain. Lin Moyu asked, "Did he tell you how to help you escape from the insect monument?" Jin Dazuin shook his head. He never said that. He only said that his heir had a way. You believe all this? Lin Moyu was surprised. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters was really talking nonsense. Even if that Quasi-Great Lord had deduced it using the Way of Fate, it would still be the same. If it were him, he would definitely not believe it. Fate is constantly changing. Even the fate of the next day may have various accidents, let alone things that happen countless years later. Grand Venerable Jin disagreed. I trust not the little boy of natural disasters, but that Quasi-Grand Venerable Tianyun. His calculations couldn't be wrong. If anyone had even vaguely grasped my identity at the time, it was him. And that little natural disaster kid's planning ability is really good. I also want to see if he has a chance to kill that guy. Freedom, perhaps that is complete freedom. There are many kinds of freedom. Breaking away from the insect monument is one kind of freedom, but the existence of the Tao is like a sharp blade hanging over your head, ready to chop you down at any moment. Only when the Tao dies can there be true freedom. This is exactly the result that Great Venerable Jin wanted. For all these reasons, he agreed to Great Venerable Qianzai's request to set up the formation. Jin Dazuan said, "What I can tell you now is that if you can help me escape from the insect monument, I will let you go regardless of whether you know my identity or not. If you can't do it, I will still kill you. Only the dead can keep secrets." Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "Let me check it out." Jin Dazuan hummed, "Let's see." He clapped his hand on the insect monument, and it suddenly glowed faintly. The insect patterns on it lit up one by one and then quickly went out. Afterwards, the aura of the entire insect monument subsided, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep, and the void also became completely quiet. There was no sound around, even the soul communication between the clans had stopped. Not only that, even the Zerg fighting on the front line suddenly fell silent, remained motionless, and allowed themselves to be killed without any resistance. The Zerg monument is the core of the Zerg. Once it stops, all Zergs will stop. Therefore, controlling the Zerg monument means controlling the entire Zerg race. Jin Dazuan said, "Take a look, I hope you can see some clues." There was something hidden in his words. He was the one who refined the insect monument, and he knew everything about it. He didn't believe that Lin Moyu saw more than his master. The soul power probed into the insect monument. The inner world of the monument was extremely deep. It would take some time for Lin Moyu to explore it clearly. While exploring, Lin Moyu asked, "Have you ever asked anyone for help over the years?" Jin Dazuan said, "They are not worthy of helping this old man." Lin Moyu looked strange, thinking, even though you are in this state, you still say others are unworthy. It seems you're really giving yourself face. As his soul power penetrated deeper and deeper, Lin Moyu suddenly discovered something. The insect monument was very large, and Lin Moyu's soul power was constantly exploring deeper, which took quite a while. At this time, the insect monument stopped temporarily, but the power inside had not been completely extinguished. Lin Moyu saw countless golden masters wandering around in the insect monument. Both power and will take shape? Lin Moyu knew that this was the power and will of Jin Dazuan. No matter which one it was, it had already taken shape. These golden great lords carry part of the original body's power and will, and can be used as avatars. Jin Dazuan usually sits here and does not go out. When he occasionally wants to go out, he lets these clones go and he himself remains motionless. The area around the insect monument is a restricted area with no insects. Further away, there are countless insects guarding the area. Jin Dazuan sits on the insect monument all year round. It's not that he doesn't want to go there himself, but that he can't go there. The insect monument is too big to be moved easily. If it needs to be moved, it will require the full force of Jin Dazuan to take action. For countless years, apart from the battle with the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, the Great Lord Jin had never fought with his full strength again. Among the 8 great masters today, 7 are his descendants, and they know very little about such a mysterious predecessor as Jin Dazuan. Passing through countless clones, he quietly went deep into the insect monument. Then he saw countless insects. They were strange-looking insects, and they were being bred. The insect monument can breed insects. In addition to the insects that reproduce on their own in Antarctica, those powerful ancestral insects are all bred by it. In the eyes of the Zerg, being born from the Zerg monument is the highest honor. Any new member who comes out of the insect monument will be a Taoist master as soon as he comes out, and will definitely be in the Chaos realm after adulthood. He is extremely powerful and his upper limit is also higher than that of ordinary insects. Passing through the gestational area, Lin Moyu saw the boiling ocean, which was pale yellow and emitted an indescribable smell. The smell spread through the soul power, making Lin Moyu feel nauseous. Insect eggs flew up from this yellow ocean and rose into the gestation area. It turns out the true origin of the worm eggs is in this sea. The soul force continued to move downward, deep into the yellow ocean, and saw the situation inside. There are countless formations inside the yellow ocean. These formations continuously absorb chaotic energy from the outside and exchange chaotic energy with each other, forming various combinations. The combination is completely random. Sometimes it succeeds, sometimes it fails. If successful, the fusion of power will produce new power, and then a drop of blood will fly over from the yellow ocean, merge into it, and form a new insect egg. The blood comes from various corpses in the ocean. There are countless corpses of giant beasts of all shapes and sizes. The corpses of countless giant beasts provide blood all year round, and each type of blood is different. The chaotic energy sucked in from the outside was split and then fused. Once it was successfully fused with blood, it formed various Zerg eggs. Some are strong, some are weak. There are countless combinations of this type, so there are also countless types of Zerg that are bred. Play permutations and combinations. Lin Moyu sighed softly, saying that it was truly amazing that Lord Jinri could come up with this method back then. The blood of those top beings back then was more valuable, and the power of the ancient chaos was more primitive and powerful. If the insect monument had appeared at that time, it must be said that the idea of Lord Jinri might really be possible. But now, the power of the ancient chaos is not as strong as before, and there are not so many powerful birthdays to provide bloodlines. The Zerg that was born can only dominate Antarctica. This is fate. Lin Moyu's thoughts passed through the ocean and continued downwards, and he began to enter the core part of the middle monument. He believed that no one had ever been here except Jing Daozuan himself. If he wanted to destroy the insect monument, he only needed to destroy its core. No matter how powerful the insect monument is, its core is not that strong. However, if he dared to do so, Jing Daozuan would kill him immediately. Lin Moyu saw Jing Daozuan again, but this time it was not his clones, but the mark left by Jing Daozuan in the insect monument. His marks are everywhere here, endless and occupying every corner of the core of the central monument. As long as his will remains, no one can occupy the insect monument. Even when in danger, he can abandon his physical body and escape again using the insect monument as his body. It will not be difficult to condense a new body in the future, and the realm will not be damaged too much. No matter when, Jing Daozuan always found a way out for himself. With Jing Daozuan's strength, as long as he is given the opportunity, he can completely shatter the void and enter the ancient wilderness through the vortex in the deepest part of the void. Once he entered the ancient wilderness, even if the Tao wanted to hunt him down, it would take a lot of effort. Here, Lin Moyu saw a big net. This big net connects all the Golden Lords together, leaving no one behind. Moreover, a thin line stretched out from the big net, silently locking up Jing Daozuan's body. But Jing Daozuan seemed to know nothing about this. The moment he saw the big net, Lin Moyu knew he had found the reason. *10. That should be it. Lin Moyu was about 70% sure, but he still wanted to confirm it, so he asked loudly, "Senior, did you see the large net at the core of the insect monument?" Jing Daozuan looked puzzled. What big net? Sure enough, he didn't know. He was in the net, but he couldn't see the big net. He only knew that he and the insect monument were connected to each other, and he thought there was something wrong with his refining process. After all, he lost his physical body at that time, and only after he survived by chance did he refine the insect monument and then transform into a human form with the insect monument as the core. That's right, it's normal for him to think so, and other people might think so too. If this is really the reason, as a great master, he should have come up with a solution after so many years. But he couldn't find a solution, so there must be other reasons. Now seeing this big net, Lin Moyu has become more confident that the problem lies with this net. When Lin Moyu told Jing Daozuan about the net he saw inside the insect monument, Jing Daozuan seemed a little unconvinced. He was a great master, so how could he see something that even he couldn't see? Lin Moyu didn't know why he could see it, but he just saw it. No need to explain too much, the next thing to do is to get rid of this big net. Lin Moyu did not touch the net. Since this net could seal Jean Dazuan's will and obscure his perception, it must be extraordinary. If I touch it rashly, something unexpected might happen. He transmitted the information that his soul saw back to Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi. Hun Dunzi was not sure. Is this the spider web? Xiaoshu looked at it for a long time, still unsure. Lin Moyu told them about Jean Dazuan's situation. Hun Dunzi said, "That's not right. The spider god web doesn't have that ability. It can indeed stick to souls, but it's impossible to avoid being discovered." Xiaoshu suddenly said, "If there's one more thing to go with it, it will be fine. I remember that the 10,000-legged spider was killed by the ancient wasteland ancestor insect." Hun Dunzi nodded. "Yeah, isn't this something everyone knows?" Xiaoshu said, "Then do you know that the hidden spirit pearl was obtained by Chaos Tianzhong?" "Ah." Hun Dunzi was stunned for a moment. "Are you talking about the hidden spirit pearl?" Xiaoshu said, "Yes, it's a pity that he didn't have time to refine it back then, otherwise he wouldn't have been killed by the golden sun god." Hun Dunzi said, "No wonder, then it is correct, it is the hidden spirit pearl." Lin Moyu smiled. "An old man in the family is like a treasure, not to mention that he has 2 old little ones." Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi survived the chaos that year and died very late. They were aware of many of the things that happened during that time. It seemed that information was not blocked back then, the distinction between chaos and ancient wilderness was not so obvious, and news spread very quickly. Especially the little tree, whose roots were spread across most of the chaos at that time, and the amount of information he obtained was astonishing. In their descriptions, Lin Moyu has roughly sketched out the chaos that occurred that year. The weak die first, the stronger you are, the longer you tend to live. In Lin Moyu's view, it is in line with the rules of heaven and earth. Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi lived long enough because of their great strength. Although Hun Dunzi was not good at fighting, he cultivated 9 great masters and 9 quasi-great masters in his inner world at that time. Although these 18 strong men could not compare with those top strong men after leaving the inner world, because there were enough of them, they became the foundation of Hun Dunzi's survival and 373 life. Unfortunately, as time went on, the number of survivors decreased and their strength grew stronger, and they could not escape the fate. Hun Dunzi and Xiaoshu explained the situation that Jean Dazuan was facing in detail. Jean Dazuan used to be the golden sun god. The golden sun god was not weak, but in their eyes, he was still not strong enough, so he died earlier than them. And there are many things that Jean Dazuan doesn't know. The ancient wasteland ancestor insect once killed an alien species called the 10,000-legged spider, and refined the 10,000-legged spider into the spider god web. The spider god web can bind the soul and prevent people from escaping, making it easier for the ancient wasteland ancestor insect to hunt and kill. It's just that not many people know about this, and it just so happens that Hun Dunzi and Xiaoshu both know about it. At that time, in the ancient chaos, some spiritual beads were bred, each with different effects, such as the chaotic spiritual beads, the phantom spiritual beads, etc. Among them there is a bead called hidden spirit bead, which has no intelligence and has a simple function, which is to hide. Both the soul and the body can be hidden by the hidden spirit pearl, making it difficult for ordinary people to discover. The hidden spirit pearl itself had no combat power, so it was not valued by anyone. Later, it was used by Chaos Calendar. After obtaining the hidden spirit pearl, the Chaos Skyworm used the power of the hidden spirit pearl to successfully launch sneak attacks on many powerful people. But he was too anxious and did not completely refine the hidden spirit pearl. The main reason was that refining the hidden spirit pearl was difficult and took a lot of time. In the end, the Chaos Skyworm was killed by Lord Jean Ri, but the hidden spirit pearl and the spider god web were integrated into the bodies of the Chaos Skyworm and the ancient wasteland ancestor worm respectively, which Lord Jean Yu obviously didn't know. Lord Jean Ri refined them into an insect monument, and the hidden spirit pearl and the spider god web were naturally integrated into the insect monument. If Lord Jeanri could successfully refine the insect monument might be able to possess the abilities of both the hidden spirit pearl and the spider god web. By then, Possessing the abilities of concealment, restraint, nurturing, and evolution, the insect monument will become a terrifying treasure. Jin Yushinjuan's vision is not impossible to achieve. Unfortunately, Lord Jinri was also killed. He abandoned his physical body and fled with the unfinished insect tablet. Although he saved his life, his refining was interrupted and the Golden Sun God lost his physical body, but the insect monument became imperfect from then on. At that time, the soul of Lord Jinri had been caught in the spider god's web and was firmly bound to the insect monument, making it difficult to separate. Countless years later, he woke up, completed the refining of the insect tablet, and transformed himself with the help of the insect tablet. But he had no idea that he had been trapped in the spider god's web, and because of the existence of the hidden spirit pearl, he did not notice the spider god's web and could not find the reason at all. While those involved are often confused, those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. Lin Moyu completely understood the cause of the matter. It is actually not difficult to solve this problem now. Although the hidden spirit pearl and the spider god web are in the insect monument, they are not completely integrated. As long as we find the hidden spirit pearl and refine it, the spider god web will be fully revealed, and then the golden sun god will be able to discover it. With his ability, it shouldn't be difficult to solve the spider web once he finds it. Xiao Shu said, in fact, the hidden spirit pearl is very useful, but most people don't know how to use it correctly. Master, you must get it. Lin Moyu asked, can I use this to avoid its detection? Xiao Shu hummed, as long as the master integrates the hidden spirit pearl into the soul world, then it will not be able to detect the master's soul world. The hidden spirit pearl has a single function, which is to hide. The simpler its function, the more amazing its effect is. Even the Tao could not detect the hidden spirit pearl. Xiao Shu had tried to find it before, but due to the characteristics of the hidden spirit pearl, he never found it. Unexpectedly, it was finally obtained by the Chaos Skyworm. If the Chaos Skyworm could have the patience to completely refine the hidden spirit pearl, it would be almost impossible for the Golden Sun God to kill him. The hidden spirit bead is now inside the insect monument. Although the space inside the insect monument is very large, you can always find it as long as you look carefully. Lin Moyu began to search along the spider web. The spider web had a specific structure and followed certain patterns. Every corner of the spider god's web is filled with the imprint of Jin Daozuan's soul. Even if I refine the hidden spirit pearl, it will probably take him quite a while to escape. After so many years, they've almost become one, which gives him a headache. Lin Moyu was thinking in his heart, but it was not his concern. As they searched, the spider god's web began to fade, and even the soul mark of Jin Daozuan began to fade. Lin Moyu knew that he was close to the hidden spirit pearl. In the end, the spider god's web completely disappeared, and so did the great venerable soul mark. In the perception, the past is nothingness, there is nothing. But in fact, there are traces of Jin Daozuan's soul everywhere, as well as the invisible spider web. You cannot touch the spider god's web. Once you touch it, your soul power will be stuck to the spider god's web and it will be difficult to escape. It may even be affected by the hidden spirit pearl, completely losing the possibility of finding it. The difficulty has become infinitely high. If someone else were to do this, they would be helpless. After a moment of thought, Lin Moyu came up with a solution. This is chaos, not some other world, and here you can use the cause-seeking loop. With Jin Daozuan right in front of him, Lin Moyu chose to use the seeking cause ring in his soul world. There is effect but no cause. Lin Moyu began to plant fruits so that he could find the hidden spirit pearl without touching the spider god web. A tremendous backlash force came, and the strength of the backlash was beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. The body and soul began to show a lot of cracks, and under the continuous impact of the backlash force, it lasted for several seconds, and then exploded with a bang, shattering into pieces. Jin Daozuan was stunned. What was going on? Why did Lin Moyu explode for no reason? Even though he was a great master, he had never seen such a thing. For a moment, Jin Daozuan didn't know what to do. He didn't take any action and chose to wait and see. The next second, purple light flashed, and the flesh and blood merged together again. Lin Moyu recovered in the blink of an eye, and what happened before seemed like an illusion. After being reborn, Lin Moyu still had many cracks on his body, but he was not shattered into pieces. Now Lin Moyu's body and soul are both extremely strong, and the surging backlash force has only killed him once. If it were in the past, he would have died at least dozens of times. The special nature of the hidden spirit pearl is beyond imagination. It can even block part of the cause and effect. Otherwise, if it was just a result of finding the hidden spirit pearl, I wouldn't have died now. Jin Dazuan looked at him strangely. Are you okay? Lin Moyu smiled and said, It's okay, I can handle some minor troubles. Jin Dazuan nodded. I'm glad you're all right. Be careful. Although I've stopped the insect monument, there's still danger inside. Lin Moyu knew that Jin Dazuan must have made many attempts over the years, but all of them failed without exception. The danger in the insect monument comes from the invisible spider web, which is something he cannot solve. Jin Dazuan was not concerned about himself, he was just worried that he would fail and continue to be trapped and unable to escape. Lin Moyu said, I will be careful, but I have to tell you in advance that your soul might be burned. It will be painful, so please bear with it. Good. As long as the problem can be solved, Jin Dazuan said that the pain is nothing. After finding the cause and sowing the fruit, Lin Moyu began to continue exploring boldly and confidently. He believed in the seeking cause ring. No matter how he came, he would not touch the spider god web, and he would definitely find the hidden spirit pearl. This thing once stood on the avenue of cause and effect. In the ancient chaos, seeking the cause ring was a thing that defied heaven. As long as he can afford the price, he can accomplish most things. Lin Moyu was exploring the insect monument and had a vague feeling that he was getting closer and closer to the hidden spirit pearl. There seemed to be nothing in the inner space of the insect monument, but his keen soul told him that he had encountered many soul marks of Jin Dazuan along the way. These marks contain a trace of the aura of Jin Dazuan, so they can be sensed when they come into contact. Suddenly, Lin Moyu felt something in his heart, and a voice told him that it was time to stop. This is the message from the avenue of cause and effect. He has arrived in front of the hidden spirit pearl. Lin Moyu's soul power condensed and took shape here. He glanced around, but there seemed to be nothing around him, and he could not perceive anything. You can't go wrong if you look for the cause. It's right here. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and strands of world-burning fire flew out, transforming into countless lines of fire, sweeping across the fields like whips. Wherever the line of fire passed, the soul mark of Jin Dazuan was reflected. The burning world fire will have some impact on the soul imprint, but Lin Moyu's control is fine, so the impact is not significant. It had no effect on the spider god's web. The thin threads formed by the world-burning fire passed through the spider god's web, and they couldn't even be seen. Outside the insect monument, Jin Dazuan frowned slightly. The soul mark was swept by the fire of burning the world, and it felt a slight stinging, not comfortable, but not painful at all. Lin Moyu had informed Jin Dazuan beforehand, so he endured it. The range of the burning world fire was getting larger and larger, and the density was getting higher and higher. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, the burning world fire twisted and was blocked by an object. Based on the distortion of the world-burning fire, Lin Moyu determined that this object was the hidden spirit pearl. The hidden spirit pearl cannot be sensed or seen, but it exists and can be touched. Swept by the world-burning fire, the outline of the hidden spirit pearl suddenly appeared. Lin Moyu's soul quickly rushed over and came in front of the hidden spirit pearl. The invisible hidden spirit pearl was right in front of him, but Lin Moyu did not reach out to take it immediately. Outside the hidden spirit pearl, there must be a spider god web wrapped around it. Once you touch the spider god web, things will become troublesome. The hidden spirit pearl has merged with the spider god web, and it is not easy to separate them. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and took out a drop of heaven and earth jellyfish. When Jin Dazuan saw the jellyfish, he instinctively sensed danger. He carefully identified it, and a long-lost memory surfaced. Is this a jellyfish? Lin Moyu nodded. Senior, you can really recognize it. Jean Dazuan chuckled. Of course I recognize it. This jellyfish is a good thing, but it's very rare. You are lucky enough to get it. The role of jellyfish is indeed very significant. The chaotic holy water produced by it alone has attracted many powerful and perfect people in the westernmost part of the world. But now, its function is to dissolve the spider god's web. Send the jellyfish into the insect monument and follow the soul power to the hidden spirit bead. The jellyfish flew over and wrapped the hidden spirit pearl inside, and the spider web outside the hidden spirit pearl was quickly melted. The connection between the hidden spirit pearl and the spider god web was suddenly severed, and in an instant, large webs appeared all around. Without the help of the hidden spirit pearl, the spider web could not hide itself. The nets were densely packed all around, and there was only one way to get here. Lin Moyu had come here using the only correct way without being able to see. This is the effect of the cause-seeking loop. As long as the fruit is planted successfully, the result is already determined. The spider god web emerged without the protection of the hidden spirit pearl. Jean Dazuan finally sensed something and whispered, "Is this what's trapped me?" Lin Moyu said, "You should have heard of the spider web." Jean Dazuan whispered, "So it's this. Why didn't I feel it before?" Lin Moyu said, "Because of the hidden spirit pearl." Jean Dazuan suddenly realized and said to himself, "I didn't expect it to be them. No wonder I couldn't detect it for countless years." Lin Moyu ignored his sigh. "I'm refining the hidden spirit pearl now. Once I'm done, I should be able to take action to deal with the spider god web." He doesn't want the spider god web, but he must get the hidden spirit pearl. No room for negotiation. With Jean Dazuan's ability, it's not that he can't refine the hidden spirit pearl, but the refining process will take a longer time. During this period, the spider god web will reconnect with the hidden spirit pearl, and then all of Jean Dazuan's efforts will be in vain. Jean Dazuan also knew this, so he was very generous. Refine it and get this thing out. In his eyes, the hidden spirit pearl was of no use, and the most important thing now was to escape from this predicament. Lin Moyu wrapped the hidden spirit pearl with the heaven and earth jellyfish, then injected his soul power into it, leaving his mark on it and completing the initial refining. The process went smoothly. Lin Moyu's soul power was strong enough, and the hidden spirit pearl was quickly branded with Lin Moyu's mark. Lin Moyu discovered that the hidden spirit pearl was actually ownerless. The chaos skyworm that once refined it has fallen, and Jean Dazuan has no idea of its existence, let alone how to refine it. This made his refining more convenient, and the initial refining was completed in just half a day. As for complete refining, Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. Now was not the time. After completing the initial refining, I finally saw the true appearance of the hidden spirit pearl. This is an almost completely transparent bead with complex and mysterious patterns inside and outside. These patterns are natural and very mysterious. Lin Moyu took the hidden spirit pearl out of the insect monument. He could see the hidden spirit pearl, but Jean Dazuan could not. After the hidden spirit pearl left the insect monument, Lin Moyu immediately put it away and said, "You can refine the spider god web now. Once it's refined, you'll have another treasure and can escape the insect monument and gain freedom." Jean Dazuan's eyes showed joy, but his tone remained calm. "The little boy of natural disasters really did not deceive me. I am keeping my promise and will not make things difficult for you, nor will I become an enemy of the little boy of natural disasters in the future. The great formation of the natural disaster child is over there. Go over there and refine the formation." After Jean Dazuan finished speaking, he couldn't wait to refine the spider god web and no longer paid attention to Lin Moyu. He has been trapped for countless years, and freedom is the thing he desires most right now, nothing else. At this point, Lin Moyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Jean Dazuan, the unknown outcome still gave him a headache. If he couldn't solve Jean Dazuan's problem and both sides started fighting, he would probably not be Jean Dazuan's opponent. He was confident that he could save his life in the hands of Jean Dazuan, but he might be trapped in Antarctica and find it difficult to escape, let alone refine the formation. Fortunately, the matter was resolved and I also gained some benefits. The hidden spirit pearl is very useful to me. With it, even if it is the Tao, unless it deliberately targets me, it will basically not know what I am doing. For myself, the safety performance has been greatly improved, and I can do some things with confidence. Besides, there's no need to hide these two guys, Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi. In the world, there are very few things that can be hidden from the Tao. The scepter of natural disaster is one of them, and the hidden spirit pearl can also do it to a certain extent. Moreover, in some aspects, the effect of the hidden spirit pearl is even more powerful than the calamity scepter. Lin Moyu took the hidden spirit pearl into the soul world, and the soul fire burned fiercely and began to refine it. In terms of soul power alone, Lin Moyu's soul power is not much worse than that of the Chaos Skyworm back then. If he wants to completely refine the hidden spirit pearl, it will also take a long time, at least 10,000 years. However, Lin Moyu has a way. He has the heaven and earth jellyfish. With the help of the heaven and earth jellyfish, the refining speed can be greatly accelerated. Moreover, his soul power was almost infinite, and the small tree continuously provided soul power, further accelerating the refining speed. It doesn't take 10,000 years, only 100 years, to completely refine the hidden spirit pearl. Moreover, as the hidden spirit pearl is gradually refined, the hiding ability of the soul world will become stronger and stronger. While his soul was refining the hidden spirit pearl, Lin Moyu had already flown out of the insect monument and headed towards the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The insect monument is too big, and the formation looks very close, but it is actually still a long way away. Lin Moyu asked Xiaoping to take him for a ride, not to save time, but simply because he was lazy. Xiaoping flew for several days and finally arrived in front of the formation. The space around the formation was distorted, and Lin Moyu felt that there was a space channel between the formation and the insect monument. Using this spatial channel, the formation continuously absorbed energy from the insect monument. The power of the insect monument comes from the Chaos Skyworm, the ancient wasteland ancestral worm, and the Golden Sun God. Although it is powerful, it is still at the third level. If the level is not high enough, it will not be of much use to the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. What the Great Lord of Natural Disasters wants to deal with is the Tao, which requires a higher level of power, but he must have his reasons for doing so. Given the character of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, it is unlikely that he would settle for second best. Maybe we'll know after we go in and take a look. After drawing the runes, Lin Moyu skillfully activated the formation and entered its depths. The structure of the formation was similar to what he had seen before. Lin Moyu found the center point and entered the core area of the formation. In the core area, a faceless statue stood. When Lin Moyu came, a familiar voice came from the faceless statue, "My successor, you are finally here." Lin Moyu said angrily, "Stop pretending, you know it." The familiar voice sounded a little awkward. "It's just a joke, don't take it so seriously." The will left by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters in the statue is already strong enough. He is connected with all the statues in the formation through his will and has known that he would come. Still performing here, Lin Moyu expressed contempt for him. Lin Moyu said, "Okay, do you have anything to say to me, or do you just want to say hello?" The Great Lord of Natural Disasters said, "I have something to say. Do you think it's strange that I set up a formation here?" Lin Moyu nodded. It was indeed a bit strange. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters said, "It's actually quite normal. In that era, there was a power called the Chi of Beginning Heaven." Lin Moyu was slightly startled. Why did the Great Lord of Natural Disasters mention the Chi of Beginning Heaven? Could this formation be related to the Chi of Beginning Heaven? But the Chi of the Beginning of Heaven had long been consumed, and by the time of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, there was no more Chi of the Beginning of Heaven in the world. Before Lin Moyu could think about it, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters continued, "The Chi of the Beginning of Heaven is the most fundamental thing in the world. It's a pity that we were born too late and it's no longer available. However, I discovered a trace of residual Tianchu Chi in the insect monument. So I tried my best to set up a large formation here just to absorb this trace of the primordial energy." The great Lord of Natural Disasters explained why he had set up the formation here, which surprised Lin Moyu. Why was there still some remnant of the heavenly beginning chi, and why could he discover it? Lin Moyu asked, "How do you know that what remains is the chi of the beginning of heaven?" The great Lord of Natural Disasters laughed and said, "We old fellows have traveled all over the ancient chaos and have obtained many good things, and we have also learned a lot about what happened in the past. The chi of the beginning of heaven is not a big secret in the eyes of people like us, and I also have the corresponding means. I won't tell you anything more than that. Anyway, I'll just tell you that I've already taken the remaining trace of the heavenly beginning chi from the insect monument. In addition to the chi of the beginning of heaven, I will also condense the power in the insect monument into its essence, tracing it back to its source. Part of it will be taken away by the formation, and the rest will be left for you. It's in the pool in front of you. If you don't mind, take a dip in there. It'll do you good. Okay, I'm leaving now. See you in the future." A space channel appeared, and the statue flew into the channel and disappeared. The fact that the great Lord of Natural Disasters stayed here and spoke to him specifically made Lin Moyu feel a little strange. Why did he tell me about the chi of the beginning of heaven? Was he explaining the reason to me? Given the character of the great Lord of Natural Disasters, he would not do that. Then he was telling himself another thing, that in the ancient chaos, there should still be remnants of the aura of the beginning of heaven. He can know the chi of the beginning of heaven, recognize the chi of the beginning of heaven, and obtain the chi of the beginning of heaven. This means that he has truly seen the chi of the beginning of heaven. Lin Moyu quickly came up with the answer in his mind. It's not in the chaos, it should be in the ancient wasteland. He had seen the chi of the beginning of heaven in the ancient wasteland before. You can see that the chi of the beginning of heaven is there. Why don't you just get it from the ancient wasteland instead of going through all the trouble of looking for the insect steel? Perhaps the primordial energy he saw in the ancient wilderness was a projection from time and space. Both are possible. Lin Moyu felt that the great Lord of Natural Disasters might be telling him to go to the ancient wilderness and go deep enough. There should be some secrets there. So this time he specifically pointed out that he had traveled all over the ancient wilderness and chaos. He had said this before and repeated it today. It must have a deep meaning. But why is there residual Tianchu chi in the insect monument? Lin Moyu threw this question to Xiaoshu, and Xiaoshu's answer was very simple, because the hidden spirit pearl absorbed the chi of the beginning of heaven but did not transform into a form. The chi of the beginning of heaven was not completely digested, and only a trace of it remained. The great Lord of Natural Disasters discovered this and absorbed it. In other words, the great Lord of Natural Disasters knew about the existence of the hidden spirit pearl at that time. He might not have known that it was the hidden spirit pearl, but he knew that such a thing existed. He also knew that as long as he solved this problem, he would solve Jin Daozuan's problem. That's why he dared to set up a large formation and leave the opportunity for himself. This game is very deep. Lin Moyu sighed and looked towards the pond in front of him. The Great Formation has been here for countless years, absorbing unimaginable power from the insect monument. This power has been condensed, and only the essence remains after the impurities have been removed. Some of them were taken away by the formation in preparation for the future. Another part stayed in the formation, saying that they were kept for themselves. When I came to the edge of the pool, I found that it was not big, only about 5 meters square, with a shallow layer and calm water. It looks like water, but it is not water, but pure power to the extreme. It comes from the insect monument and is refined layer by layer, leaving only the essence of its power. This power has no avenue and can be absorbed and utilized by anyone. Lin Moyu knew that as long as he entered it, his cultivation would skyrocket, and there would be no problem in entering the Chaos Realm. However, the great Lord of Natural Disasters did not force himself, but let himself make the choice. If you don't like attracting external forces, you don't have to. No matter how many times external power is refined, it will more or less bear the mark of others. Moreover, these powers come from the insect tablet, which contains the mark of the golden sun god. You may not see any difference at ordinary times, but at certain special moments, there will be trouble. The refining has reached its peak, and the essence is already pure enough. In Lin Moyu's eyes, only the last 2 steps are left. Lin Moyu said, "Purify it." Hun Dunzi rushed out, and a large amount of clean water gushed out and rushed into the pool. Clean water has the power of purification. No matter what wool is in the pool, it will be washed away by the clean water. Under the impact of the purified water, Lin Moyu keenly felt the changes in the pool. Some things disappeared. The change was very subtle and others would definitely not be able to feel it. The water level in the pool seemed to have dropped a tiny bit, perhaps less than 1,000th, and that was the tiny bit that was missing. The pool became clearer, and 010 became the essence of essence. But this alone was not enough. After purifying the water, Lin Moyu took out the heaven and earth jellyfish. Rinse again with jellyfish to dissolve all the excess matter inside. In terms of purity, the heaven and earth jellyfish is the best. Under its impact, the water level in the pool has dropped a little. Compared to before, only about 80% of the pool is left. 80% of the water in the pool was no longer clear, but emitted a faint golden light, as if it had reached some kind of extreme. Lin Yu even felt a faint sense of some ancient and primitive power. This is the essence. Lin Moyu said to himself. Xiao Shu said, "This is the original energy of heaven and earth, second only to the energy of the beginning of heaven." Hun Dunzi also said, "After we absorbed the qi of the beginning of heaven, the power we gained from the chaos ancient wasteland is the original qi of heaven and earth." The power of the chaos ancient wasteland at that time was pure, unlike now, which is confined to various avenues. The only one in this world who can condense the original energy of heaven and earth is probably the master. Hun Dunzi continued to flatter him, while Xiao Shu expressed his contempt. Lin Moyu said, "Since it is the original energy of heaven and earth, let's absorb it together." "Can't you recover some?" Hun Dunzi shouted excitedly, "Really? Are you really giving it to us?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I don't need much, just a little bit is enough to make a breakthrough, and the rest will be given to you." Although he had refined the original energy of heaven and earth, Hui Lin Moyu did not want to absorb too much. Now he is in the minor stage of Chaos Realm, and is only one step away from the major stage. He just wants to absorb a little bit to enable himself to reach the major stage. This will not affect the foundation, and the combat power can be greatly improved, which is enough. As for the rest, give it to Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi. Although there is not much of the original energy of heaven and earth, it will help them recover some. With the hidden spirit pearl, even if they all recovered, as long as they did not leave the soul world, they would not be discovered by the Tao, so they could be bolder. Lin Moyu began to absorb the original energy of heaven and earth in the pool. The original energy of heaven and earth entered his body, quickly transformed into his own strength, and penetrated into his soul. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that his realm was beginning to improve rapidly. If he continued like this, it wouldn't be long before he could break through. It worked so well. He was also a little surprised. He had thought that the effect of the original energy of heaven and earth would be very good, but he didn't expect it to be so good. The speed of absorbing the original energy of heaven and earth for cultivation is tens of thousands or even tens of millions of times faster than normal. If he absorbs it for 1 year, it is equivalent to an ordinary cultivator practicing with the chaotic energy for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. This is fine bran. Lin Moyu only then realized how exquisite the food Xiao Shu and the others ate back then was. Compared with the original energy of heaven and earth, the chaotic energy today is simply coarse grains. It's not that you can't eat coarse grains, but once you get used to eating fine grains, you no longer like them. No wonder Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi recovered so slowly. The chaotic energy they absorbed had to be refined layer by layer. I don't know how many times it had to be refined before it could meet their requirements. There is no harm without comparison. No wonder those top beings in the past were so strong, Now they are basically invincible in the same realm. Because their foundations are different, it is difficult to compare them. Lin Moyu also felt that he had taken the right path. He always insisted on consolidating the foundation first. The realm can be achieved slowly, but the foundation must be solid. Only by taking steady steps can we go further. Even this time, I don't need to absorb too quickly. I just need to comprehend and refine it bit by bit. The aura gradually increased, slowly touching the boundary between the small success and the great success of the Chaos Realm. Lin Moyu felt that the membrane could be broken into pieces with just a slight poke. But this was not the best choice. Lin Moyu stopped at the limit of the Chaos Realm's minor success and continued to absorb the original energy of heaven and earth. He absorbed this way for several days until he had no more of the original energy of heaven and earth to absorb, and the boundary in front of him naturally broke. Lin Moyu did not make a move, but heard the sound of the realm being broken, like countless pearls falling into a plate, crisp and beautiful. Unlike other people whose aura surged dramatically after breaking through a realm, Lin Moyu's aura increased slowly and steadily until it stabilized. He successfully broke through to the Chaos Realm, but from the looks of it, he was just entering the Chaos Realm. No one could tell that Lin Moyu had already laid a solid foundation for the Chaos Realm. He doesn't need to spend hundreds or even thousands of years to consolidate his realm after breaking through it like others do. Once he broke through, he had completely stabilized his realm and was able to unleash the full power of this realm. It's your turn now. Take your time to absorb it. Don't rush. Lin Moyu sat down by the pool and began to comprehend the changes in the Chaos Realm Deshang store. As for Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi, they know their limits and won't act recklessly. Now that the hidden spirit pearl has not been fully refined, they will all keep it for themselves. These two guys are very careful about their lives. A tree root shot out, fell into the pond, and began to absorb the original energy of heaven and earth. Hun Dunzi also opened a vortex, sucking away strands of the original energy of heaven and earth. They were both very cautious, just as Lin Moyu thought. Lin Moyu began to check his own changes. After being promoted to the Chaos Realm, he became even stronger. However, the change in power brought about by this state is not as direct as the strengthening of both the body and soul. The undead servants have become stronger, their realm is one level higher than his own, and they have almost reached the middle level of Chaos Realm. If they use sublimation, they can reach the advanced level of Chaos Realm. As for the stronger level of perfection, it is impossible to achieve it in the chaos without boundaries. However, Lin Moyu has a way to break through this limitation by using the Qi of Heaven. But I have no shortage of Tianchu Qi, I have as much as I want. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the Qi of the beginning of heaven was sent into the chaotic zone outside the universe, allowing the undead servants to bathe in the Qi of the beginning of heaven. Their strength has not changed, but some limitations have been broken. The Qi of the beginning of heaven nourishes the undead servant. Although it does not enhance the undead servant's strength, it breaks the upper limit of the undead servant, allowing the undead servant to break through the restrictions of the Chaos Realm and possess a perfect level of combat power without any boundaries. Lin Moyu had a feeling that without the Qi of beginning of heaven, the upper limit of the undead servant's combat power would be the Chaos Realm. Although his own magic is magical, he still cannot ignore the limitations of the rules of chaos. This rule has existed since the birth of chaos and is the iron law of this world. There is only one way to break it, and that is the Qi of the beginning of heaven. It was because of the Qi of the beginning of heaven that the top strong men in ancient times could break the iron law and reach perfection without any boundaries, and even surpass the perfection of the Chaos Realm and be on par with the Great Venerable. In their eyes, realm is illusory, only combat power is real. Now, the primordial energy of the ancient chaos has been exhausted. Even if there is any remaining, it will not be too much, and it is definitely not enough for the undead servants to use. Fortunately, he possessed another world, in which the energy of the primordial heaven was infinite and sufficient for his undead servants to use. But there is a problem. If the undead servants who have obtained the Qi of the beginning of heaven possess the combat power of the perfect level and take action in the ancient chaos, they will attract the attention of the Tao. Fortunately, the appearance of the hidden spirit pearl solved this problem very well. As long as he completely refined the hidden spirit pearl, he could let the effect of the hidden spirit pearl fall on each undead servant, thus avoiding the attention of the Tao. Perfect. Lin Moyu clenched his fist. The effect of his breakthrough was very gratifying. As long as one's own realm continues to improve, the combat power of the undead servants will continue to rise and reach its true limit. As for where the limit is, Lin Moyu is not sure. Only when the time comes will he know. Speed up the refining of the Hidden Spirit Pearl. Now the Hidden Spirit Pearl is the top priority. Only after the Hidden Spirit Pearl is completely refined, some of his actions will become freer. Xiao Shu and Han Dun-Zi can also recover completely without any worries, and Xiaoping's bloodline can also be fully revived. The Hidden Spirit Pearl has a single function, and precisely because of this, its single function becomes extremely powerful. While refining the Hidden Spirit Pearl, Lin Moyu was multitasking and refining the formation at the same time. The little tree and Hans Wozi continued to absorb the original energy of heaven and earth and restore their real experience. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner, and a strange aura gradually emanated from Lin Moyu's body. This breath is very weak and can be easily overlooked. Even if someone sees it, they will ignore it. When this breath enveloped Lin Moyu seemed to disappear from this world. The small tree and Han Dun-Zi, who were absorbing the original energy of heaven and earth, discovered something unusual at the same time. "Master, your breath has disappeared." The two said in unison that in their perception, Lin Moyu had disappeared. The soul world also became empty at this moment. They could not see what was happening in the soul world, as if they were in the void. Xiao Shu and Han Dun-Zi could still see each other, and the Hidden Spirit Pearl had not affected them yet. "This is exactly the effect we want." Lin Moyu said, "It's the effect of the Hidden Spirit Pearl. Just continue absorbing it. Don't worry about it." At this moment, only a part of the Hidden Spirit Pearl has been refined, and it has already produced extremely amazing effects. On the insect monument, Jin Daozuan, who was dealing with the spider god's web, suddenly looked towards the formation. Why did his aura disappear? Strange. For so many years, a large formation has been right before his eyes. How could he, as a heavenly lord, possibly study it? Although the great lord of natural disasters has an extremely sophisticated array formation that is difficult to break even for a great lord, it cannot withstand the day and night research of a great lord. What's more, there is a connection between this formation and the insect monument, and the insect monument is the body of Jin Daozuan, which gives Jin Daozuan an opportunity. Jin Daozuan knew that if he tried to break it by force, the formation would collapse on its own, so he was always very careful. After countless years of hard work, his power finally penetrated into the formation and he even discovered the core of the formation. But that was the end of it. He could no longer enter the core of the formation. There was the will left by the great lord of natural disaster, and he could not hide it. He could roughly sense some things happening in the core of the formation, such as Lin Moyu entering it. He knew everything. Now Lin Moyu's breath suddenly disappeared, making him confused. Lin Moyu had never left the formation, so how could he suddenly disappear? After disappearing for a moment, Lin Moyu's aura reappeared, which made him even more puzzled. Then, a force rolled out from the core of the formation, dispelling his will to stay in the formation like shooing away a fly. The formation was refined by Lin Moyu, and the formation had a new master, dispelling all external wills. Jin Daozuan knew that he had been discovered, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. There was nothing wrong with what he did, so what was there to be embarrassed about? As long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. He believed that Lin Moyu would not be so stupid as to question him, so he just pretended that nothing had happened. "Please give me flowers." Lin Moyu only took a few days to completely refine the formation, and the speed was faster than before. He was in the core of the formation, and saw the situation outside. He glanced towards where Jin Daozuan was. The Great Venerable is always cautious. He has been here for so long, how could he not come and take a look? So the great lord of natural disasters left his will in the core, one of the purposes of which was to guard against other great lords. The great lord of natural disasters is extremely cautious in his actions. Every step he takes has multiple purposes, so his plan has been able to continue smoothly for so long. After refining the formation, Lin Muyu concentrated on refining the hidden spirit pearl, while Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi were still absorbing the original energy of heaven and earth. They did not absorb quickly. It took them 50 years to absorb all the original energy of heaven and earth that had been accumulated for countless years. 0. At this moment, they have recovered more than 60%. In terms of combat power alone, they are no worse than those top-level masters. If they can recover to more than 80%, Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi will be able to surpass the perfection level and be on par with the quasi-great masters. At their peak, they were stronger than the Great Lord. There were 9 great masters and 9 quasi-great masters in Han Dunzi's inner world at that time. When they joined forces, ordinary great masters had no choice but to retreat. After 50 years of refining, more than half of the hidden spirit pearls have been refined. With another 50 years, all of them will surely be refined. At this moment, the aura of the hidden spirit pearl enveloped the entire soul world and then spread to the whole body. Lin Muyu only needed a thought to disappear from the chaotic void. At the same time, the effect of the hidden spirit pearl has covered Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi. Even if they fully recover, they don't need to worry about being discovered by Dao. Han Dunzi asked, "Master, do you want to resurrect another quasi-grand master?" Yi Yangyan was resurrected before, and now Han Dunzi has recovered a lot, so he can resurrect another one. Lin Muyu thought about it and shook his head slightly. "No, reviving a quasi-grand master is of no use to me. The quasi-great masters in the inner world are only slightly stronger than the top perfect masters in reality, and they cannot use their full strength. In fact, there is no difference between them and the top perfect masters. At most, they can use their aura to scare people. Lin Muyu already possesses similar strength, so there is no need to go through the trouble of resurrecting another one. Wait until Han Dunzi recovers and let him control these great masters and quasi-great masters." Lin Muyu said, "We have absorbed all the energy from the origin of heaven and earth, and it's time for us to leave."